This is Audible.
Phoenix Books presents
Negotiate This. Caring, but not that much. Written and read by Herb Cohen. Chapter 1. The Joy of Detached Involvement. The one human freedom that cannot be taken from you is the capacity to choose your attitude in any given set of circumstances, to choose one's own way. Viktor Frankl. Section 1. A Gaming Mechanism. Negotiation is the game of life. Whenever you attempt to reconcile differences, manage conflict, resolve disputes, establish or adjust relationships, you are playing the negotiating game. Truly, it is the lifeblood of relationships. While people accept the importance of this learned skill in diplomatic dealings and labor relations, they sometimes fail to see the opportunities that exist for them to gain a better mastery in their everyday lives via negotiating know-how. For all of us, life is a continuing process of trying to influence others, whether it be your boss, a client or customer, a landlord, a neighbor, a banker, a broker, a medical or legal professional, an insurance or utility company, a salesperson, a car dealer, an HMO, an IRS auditor, or even a family member. We seem forever absorbed in trying to get others to agree with us. Whatever the case or cause, whenever you communicate with an objective in mind, engaging in social exchange to affect someone's demeanor or behavior, you are playing the negotiating game. Inevitably, your attitude and actions often have the potential to determine the distribution of available resources, the satisfaction of those involved, and even the nature of the relationship. Please note that I refer to negotiating as a gaming mechanism or game, because if you see it in that light, you will perform much better. Since the game is where you care, really care, but not that much. Now, why do I say that? Well, who is the worst person you negotiate for? Of course, I believe the answer is yourself. That's not only true in your case, I know that's my own reality. Actually, to be completely candid with you, in the past 3 decades, I have earned a lucrative living negotiating on behalf of others. Indeed, I try to have as my clients very wealthy entrepreneurs or large corporations with money to spend who employ me to operate on their behalf in deal-making. The way I am compensated is that I get a meager, a modest percentage of an enormous deal. Would you believe that this formula works out well for my family and myself? So I must be pretty good at doing that. Yet, when I negotiate on behalf of myself, it's not a game anymore. It's my life, my legacy, so the result is often plainly pathetic. Now, why is this the case? Do you believe it's because I'm lacking in self-esteem? Let me assure you, that is not the case. Really, I like me one heck of a lot. In fact, if I could be more effective for myself and less effective for you, I would prefer it that way. But in truth, I'm better for you. Why? Because I don't even know you. Naturally, I care about you, but not that much. It's that attitude that gives me perspective when working on your behalf. Indeed, I suspect you already know that the best way to make a good deal is to convey to the other party that you are capable of living without the deal, that you have other options or alternatives. So as the great negotiator Kenny Rogers once said in a song lyric, you got to know when to hold 'em and know when to fold 'em and walk away. Succinctly put, the operative approach for success and satisfaction in all of life's interpersonal exchanges is to really care, but not that much. Let me further illustrate this concept. About 25 years ago, I was retained by a Chicago executive to help him finalize an agreement with the French government. We flew out of John F. Kennedy Airport, heading for Paris. We sat next to each other in first class. Apparently, for him, this deal was a vital matter that would have substantial impact on the bottom line of his business. I learned this on the way over because he frequently turned to me and said, You know, this is a large financial transaction, and I've got a great deal at stake. He must have used the same language about 5 times, so I eventually figured out that this was a large financial transaction with a great deal at stake. From all indications, he was under stress, and he repeatedly asked, "What's our game plan?" In response, I found myself saying things like, "Well, we'll get in there and see how it goes." He kept shaking his head. "No," he blurted out. "We need more structure, detail, specificity, meat, pith." At the time, never having heard the word pith, I was somewhat alarmed. Unimpressed by my vague replies, he took the initiative. "Maybe we should open up by blitzing the French officials, take them by surprise, red dog them. We could even send out a flanker, and when they follow the flanker, we blindside them." It took me a while to realize that this man was speaking to me in an arcane, esoteric language. He was using American football terminology. As you know, in any attempt to communicate with an objective in mind, or any purpose of social exchange, you should begin by determining the other party's frame of reference. As young people used to say, "Where is this person coming from?" Clearly, my traveling companion's paradigm was professional football. "Okay, I got it," was my response. "In this culture, we don't want to appear overly aggressive or offensive. So at the outset, we'll go with a flex defense." Surprisingly, he nodded like he understood this. Encouraged, I went on. "We'll give up yardage, but we won't let them put any numbers up on the board." Presumably, this satisfied him, and the rest of the trip was uneventful. The next day, we met with the French authorities, and from all indications, my client's initial reservations appeared prescient. Right at the outset, I made a substantial error. Note that I refer to my faux pas as an error. Though responsible for the misstep, I select a suitable word to describe what happened. Thus, when I bungle, I always call it an error, because to err is human and to forgive divine. In contrast, when you mess up, that's a mistake, which could well be the product of gross stupidity and sheer incompetence. As a consequence of my miscalculation, my client was in an untenable position, which unfortunately he realized. He was upset, but not I. Of course, I'm caring, but not that much, because I'm getting paid by the day. Unquestionably, because of this attitude, things turned around the next day, and we concluded the deal with my client doing twice as well as he expected. I now returned home to my family, feeling rather triumphant. Walking into my household, I was expecting that wonderful greeting that I've been expecting for decades. Only this time, I noticed the atmosphere was particularly strained. Approaching my significant other, my wife, I asked the obvious. "What's wrong? What's going on here?" Quickly I learned that in my absence, the family had organized against me. In effect, I had my own little solidarity movement operating here. It was like a welcome to Gdansk. Well, what's the problem? Quickly I learned that they all wanted me to speak to our youngest child about cleaning up his room. To me, this was trivial, as I try to concern myself with broader problems like nuclear proliferation. By all accounts, the pubescent Amy Carter and I were the only people who worried about that issue. "Okay, let me give all of you another option. Get the kid to close his door." They didn't buy that. Successively, they were on my back, assaulting me with a verbal barrage. "Dad, things are growing in his room that have never been planted. Your son is a slob who takes after you. He's corrupting the family chromosomes." And then came the final kicker. "Forget all that stuff you're involved in, Mr. World Traveler. This is the only heritage you're leaving behind." Amid all this, I became passionately involved with a 12-year-old child. No longer was this a mere game. It was my life, my legacy. As it happened, I became so emotionally enmeshed with this kid and his siblings that I not only got out-negotiated, but also humiliated in the process. All this is to say that whenever a social interaction looms so large in your mind that you view it as a watershed event in Western civilization, you're in trouble. You're caring too much. And with that, you lose the requisite detachment necessary for success. There's a prosaic saying that when a person is overcome with feelings, be it anger or desire, he or she can't see the forest for the trees. Oddly, or maybe fittingly, when that happens, you move in so close that you might even swear, there is no tree, only a knothole right here. In other words, what you must do is train yourself to step back so you can see the pattern, relationships, and interconnection of things. Item. In the 5th century BC, the Chinese military and political strategist Sun Tzu commented about the wisdom of perspective. In essence, he wrote that during an engagement, a leader should not be in the midst of his forces, but a little distance apart. Otherwise, his outlook will be distorted and he will misjudge the situation as a whole. Earlier, I said that negotiating often involves the managing of conflict. At times, however, some conflicts that come your way need not be confronted, but should be avoided. If you have some perspective, you can see things beginning to develop and use your lead time to adopt a blueprint of avoidance. Another strategy that comes with distance is to diffuse or reconcile differences before they even come to a head. Finally, a third option is to confront the problem directly, looking for alternate solutions that will provide for joint gain and build mutually beneficial relationships. So although negotiation is a game, it is best played as one of addition and not subtraction or exclusion. This means that we must often dampen our adversarial urge and drain some of the emotional content from life's strategic interactions. Recognize that this encounter, which seems so important right now in the long run, will be no more than a blip on the radar screen of eternity, or a walnut in the batter of your life. Perhaps you are wondering whether the author of this book, someone with some negotiating savvy and experience, ever gets bested in business dealings. Interestingly enough, I only have to recount an event that transpired last year to make the point. As you may know, for at least 3 decades, I have been on the lecture circuit, getting paid to speak on subjects ranging from international terrorism to professional selling to dispute resolution. When prospective clients want to use my services, they either call a speakers bureau or sometimes my office. When they contact my office directly to work out the terms of the booking, they never get to speak to me on that first call. There is, of course, a reason for that. You see, my speaking fees are astronomical, and there's no way I can honestly justify earning the kind of money that I do. However, the people in my office who make the initial arrangements don't have my compunctions. When you call, they care about booking the date, but not that much. Consequently, without batting an eye, they throw out that astronomical number. Usually the fee we quote is immediately accepted without negotiations. Understandably, it's due to our presentation. Consider, for example, here's Herb's standard fee. Now, you would like his standard performance, wouldn't you? The retort is almost always predictable. And what does that include? Our answer is always the same. First and foremost, a guarantee that he'll show up. You would want that, wouldn't you? At this point, the prospect is transformed into a client when they blurt out, "Oh, yes." This occurs 90% of the time. In the case of the small minority, they occasionally become indignant and say something like, "Forget it, I can get Henry Kissinger for less." Given this scenario, I don't even know who these people are, since I never worked for them. Which brings me to the phone call received this past year from a large information technology company in Silicon Valley, California. As the events were recounted to me, a female executive phoned to inquire about my fees for a specific conference to take place in San Francisco. To be sure, the dialogue followed a routine pattern. After discussing the length of the talk, the composition of the audience, and so on, there's invariably an inquiry along the lines of, "What will this cost? How much is Herb's remuneration?" or the standard rhyming couplet, "So what will the fee be?" At this juncture, those in my office quoted the standard astronomical fee, knowing that on occasion this might produce a contentious reaction, at least from that unknown 10%. However, the woman executive on the other end of the line went against the norm and our expectations. What she did was creative, differentiating herself and her conference from all others. Alas, she was applying the theory that a nose that can hear is, well, I'm not exactly sure what that means. Nonetheless, I know it works. Instead of saying, "How much does he want?" or "What do we have to pay?" she inquired softly, "So what would Herb's honorarium be?" Our initial reaction was, "Honorarium? What the hell is that?" Being somewhat familiar with Latin, I know that when you translate it to English, it means you're getting less. And the reason I know that is when people are offering me more honor, that's going to leave over less arium. Fortunately, the people in our office don't know Latin, so they come back with the standard astronomical fee. The other side's rejoinder was not emotional, nothing like, "Who does he think he is? Nobody merits that." Rather, she said, "We know he's worth what you're asking. What's more, our executive VP heard him speak previously and said his value is at least twice that amount. And if we had that kind of money, it would indeed be our privilege, our pleasure, and our honor to offer him that. But regrettably, this is all we have in our budget." Did that work? Well, 6 months later, I was on the stage at the San Francisco Sheraton fulfilling my commitment. Item: in the golden age of television, Jackie Gleason's show was one of CBS's highest-rated programs. William Paley, the network's CEO, was anxious to re-sign him, only Gleason wanted to be paid a then unheard-of sum of $11 million a year. During the final bargaining session, the Great One, who was hungover, fell asleep during the argument over money. Paley, observing his condition, said, "Okay, if that's his attitude, caring, but not that much, give him what he wants." Section 2. Voluntary Decision-Making. Fundamentally, what negotiating is all about is voluntary decision-making. Unlike the great growth industry of our time, litigation, negotiating in the final analysis requires two parties to say yes. The difficulty, however, is that at least one of these entities starts out by saying no, or at best they are not sure or profess reluctance to say yes. So your basic task as a negotiator is to help move someone from no to yes, or from reluctance to commitment. Occasionally I am asked, "Herb, in your career, have you ever encountered a situation where two people are saying yes from the outset and they call you in?" And the answer to that question is no. Why would they call me? You don't have two people sitting around a table in Dallas and one says to the other, "I think we would be willing to pay $8 million for your business." And the other remarks, "I concur. I think we've got a deal here. Now let's give this guy Cohen a call on the East Coast, bring him out here so we can give him a portion of the sale price." Nope, I don't get those calls. I don't know who does, but it's not me. Let me tell you when I get involved. Those two people are meeting in Dallas, and the first party opens with the same proffer of $8 million. However, the response is drastically different. "Are you kidding?" the second guy retorts. "I'm offended by that chintzy, niggling, paltry, and pitiful offer, which I regard as personally insulting. Do you know my grandfather started this company, which by any measure is worth $80 million. Hey, the only way I might even be forced to respond," he continues, "is if you threaten to rip the tongue from the roof of my mouth, if you threaten to tear the eyeballs from my skull, if you threaten to maim, murder, and destroy my family, whom I love dearly, and that were a viable threat, only then might I consider it. But as far as you're concerned right now, shove it." Not long after, the person who is the recipient of that tirade may call my office. Interestingly, he presents the problem in a matter-of-fact manner. We have some differences here in Dallas about perceptions. Perhaps Herb might come out and serve as a catalyst to facilitate things. By my reckoning, I have made too many of these hopeless journeys. Nevertheless, when I arrive at the Dallas-Fort Worth airport, as I stride off the plane to be welcomed by the parties, I do not say, "Hi there, here I am, hot-shot negotiator from the East, ready to take command." Indeed, to be honest with you, the picture on this book's jacket is about as good as I ever look. Check out that photo, and you know right away that I'm not a big believer in dressing for success. Never have I been in a situation where people are saying, "No, forget about it," or "never," when I suddenly appear on the scene, immaculately and fashionably attired. Do you believe they look up and say, "Hey, I love the way that guy's put together. Wow, that matching ensemble, the power tie, the cut and fabric of his garment. Gee, I was going to say no, but based on his clothing, make that yes." The opposite may actually be true. Somehow, if you look too good, they expect you to make concessions. So my strategy in negotiations is generally to make the other side feel superior to me. In so many instances, you have to work so very hard, but nevertheless, it pays off. Section 3. An Otherworldly Undertaking. Whenever you face off with someone in this process of voluntary decision-making, you're in an association with a dissimilar organism or a symbiotic relationship. By that I mean there are both elements of cooperation and competition involved, shared interests and issues in conflict. What is clear is that without commonality, there's no reason to try for a resolution of the problem. So too, without discord, there's nothing to negotiate about. Therefore, whenever anyone says, "All right, I'll meet with you, but not to discuss this matter, or God forbid, to negotiate," you should regard that as an opening bargaining position. Unless you are exceptionally attractive or a professional entertainer, why are they spending their valuable time in your company? Evidently, they either recognize some commonality that exists or realize that an outright rejection of the meeting has the potential of producing detrimental consequences for them. Generally, what appears to take place in this customary negotiating encounter is that the parties first verbalize contradictory demands and then try to move toward agreement by concession making or possibly a search for new alternatives. This may suggest that the game may be sufficiently superficial to lend itself to a mathematical solution. Yet the truth is that what appears to be happening on the surface can be misleading. Implicit, but often neglected, is that the parties involved in this dynamic process through the trial and error of reciprocal communications are attempting to satisfy their needs. There's the rub. We are dealing with sentient beings, unique complex creatures who are both malleable and resilient, and who are capable of changing their minds, but only if given enough acceptable reasons, time, and social support. As a matter of fact, a human being is motivated by his or her individual interests, but their rational decision-making normally embodies some degree of intuition, emotion, habituation, and arbitrariness. So when we run into conduct that deviates from our expectations, underlying it are experiences and a system of values and beliefs that we do not understand. This is true because all behavior, no matter how bizarre, makes sense from the standpoint of the actor. In this regard, we could easily be talking about a spiteful ex-spouse, disobedient child, problematic in-law, revengeful former associate, or a callous bureaucrat. Each of us is so bound by our parochial assumptions, behaviors, and experiences that we frequently do not recognize differences. This is so even when we are in the midst of another culture. In short, you and I do not see things as they are. We see things as we are. We are truly captives of the pictures in our brain. Hearing words and observing behavior, we construct a map only to learn later that our map does not depict the actual terrain. The point is this: although automatic stereotype behavior is prevalent and perhaps even convenient in a complicated and chaotic world, an individual human being defies classification. Each person is unique, one of a kind. Think of it this way: if there was anyone here exactly like you, there'd be no reason for you to be here. All of which should suggest that if you want to be effective in selling your ideas, persuading others, or exercising leadership, you must start out as other-directed. That is to say, it is important that you see any purpose of interaction as an opportunity to acquire information about the other side's beliefs, motives, attitudes, and values. All this means is that you want to see yourself as otherworldly. Which brings me to one of the first full-time jobs I had while an undergraduate student. It was during the Korean War, and there was a recession in the United States. Only in those days, they never told you that the economy was in the tank. When you couldn't find a job, you thought, what's wrong with me? This fact was underscored when I ended up working as a commission salesman for a national life insurance company. As I recall, the training program lasted 3 days, and we were told to dress to impress, display zeal for the deal, and take control of the prospect by talking and telling. According to our instructor, selling was a high-pressure ritual dance of courtship, an assertive seduction pure and simple. When asked about listening to the customer, he gave us the impression that silence on our part was a symptom of muted imbecility. Surrounded by signs that read, "There is only one thing in life more important than a little money, and that's a lot of money," we were encouraged to chant in unison, "I feel great. I want money." Despite our encyclopedic ignorance of our company's products and services, we were advised to use hyperbole as part of our stock and trade, and when answering questions to remember that a lie is not a lie if the truth is not known. Parenthetically, this was a novel ethical formulation that came to mind years later when Marion Barry, the mayor of Washington, D.C., said, "There are two kinds of truths, real truths and made-up truths." Our guiding principle was to control the discussion with an opening sales pitch, to be followed by 22 surefire ways of overcoming objections, and finally, 18 guaranteed techniques to close the deal. As young and inexperienced as I was at the time, even I realized that there was less here than met the eye. How long did I last in this company? Very much like a dead fish. After about 5 days, the smell got to me. Although this took place over 40 years ago, there is still a misguided minority who believe that persuasion and selling is about erudition, audacity, appearance, and taking charge. Section 5. Applying conscious inattention. Let's now consider 2 world headline dramas where, using negotiating savvy, I attempted to influence the course of events. In retrospect, these efforts did not produce national acclaim, nor was my reputation especially enhanced, but you can judge for yourself. The seizure of the Japanese embassy in Lima, Peru, in December 1996. On the week before Christmas in December 1996, over 500 members of Peru's elite had gathered at the Japanese embassy to celebrate the birthday of Emperor Akihito. Among the guests were Supreme Court justices, ministers, generals of the national police, diplomats, and business executives. While they were sipping cocktails and swallowing sushi, an explosion shattered the surrounding wall, and 14 masked men and women, some of them teenagers, started firing their weapons and announcing, "We are the Tupac Amaru, and you are our hostages." The Tupac Amaru Revolutionary Movement was a group that espoused political violence and had at its mission the establishment of a Marxist regime. It had gotten its name from the last emperor of the Incas, who was executed by the Spanish in 1572. That's what I knew about the situation until I received a phone call to come to the White House a few days after the occurrence. Since I was one of those involved in the FBI's hostage negotiating program in Quantico, Virginia, and was constantly warning our government about the scourge of international terrorism, I was looking forward to a long meeting with the president where I would share my thoughts and philosophy. Upon arriving, I met with a national security expert who gave me a concise view of the situation and asked whether I'd be willing to go to Peru to afford President Alberto Fujimori the benefit of my experience. Answering affirmatively, I was putting away my pad when the door to the briefing room opened partially. Looking up, I noticed the head of President William Jefferson Clinton popping in. It was just his head, not his body. To this date, I've never seen his body in person, only his head. So don't ask me anything about his body, because I'm not acquainted with it. However, I do know the head, and it spoke to me. "Good luck, Herb," it said. "And remember, this matter involves plausible deniability," which after translation into English means, when you screw this up, we don't know who you are. So with this vote of confidence that I was on my way to Lima, Peru. When the plane landed, I didn't even go through customs, but into a large limousine that took me to the presidential palace, where I was greeted by President Fujimori. He shook my hand, offered me a cup of tepid tea, and a plate on which rested one cracker. At the time, I remember looking for something to put on the cracker, which tells you a lot about my personal needs and priorities. While I gazed about, the president excused himself, saying, "I'm not involved in the details of this, but the military is." As if on cue, the door swung open, and 3 Army generals strode in, marching in lockstep. They were wearing uniforms and caps with fruit salad on the beaks. Down their uniforms, they had an abundance of service ribbons, and medals were around their necks. Noticing their appearance, I remember thinking, did I miss a big war down here? Because I got to be in the presence of some of the world's bravest people. At the outset, following the dictates of my charge from the White House, I began to detail my credentials as I shared my experiences with the generals. Looking back now, I must have been talking one hell of a lot, because I soon realized that they were staring at the ceiling. The only time I paused was when the general with the most decorations held up his hand and said, "You want to know about hostage negotiations? I'll tell you what I've been through. I come from a small town, Alca. Once a 9-year-old boy took a dog that didn't belong to him and ran into a wooden shack. And do you know what we did? We surrounded the shack and counted to 10 for him to come out." Although thinking to myself that this culture is slower because in America we do 1, 2, 3. I leaned forward and asked, "What happened next?" Shrugging, he replied, "We burned down the shack." Somewhat bewildered, I inquired, "What happened to the boy?" He answered indifferently, "The dog jumped out and ran free." Was he just putting me on, or was this a metaphorical story to communicate how they deal with hostage takers? At the time, I remember thinking that just spending time with these guys would cause the loss of brain tissue and a precipitous drop of my IQ. In hindsight, I realized that my problem was I had forgotten the advice that I gave you previously about questioning rather than telling. I had put myself in the role of gringo expert, talking down to the common people. Conspicuously absent, up to that point, in my demeanor, was any sense of humility and humanity. Recognizing that I was losing credibility, I changed course and began to focus on them, their families, their travels, their tastes, and their lives. In short, to stop the skid, I let go of the wheel. Surprisingly, after a time, our relationship changed, and the generals gradually revealed what was going on. From them I learned that President Fujimori was infuriated by the takeover. Not only was this a humiliation for him and his government, but also his mother, sister, and brother were among the hostages. As a result, they had already started digging a rescue tunnel and preparing 150 commandos for an imminent attack. In addition, the president, who is dedicated to eradicating terrorism, wanted this to end forcibly by Christmas, as he would not negotiate with this band of outlaws under any circumstances. Eventually, I was able to get the generals to understand and to agree that time was in our favor if we wanted to safeguard the lives of the civilians. Respecting Fujimori's wishes that there be no formal negotiations, a commission of guarantors consisting of the head of the Red Cross, the Canadian ambassador, and a respected Peruvian archbishop was formed to engage in preliminary conversations with the hostage takers. It was through these contacts and the relationship that developed between the captors and their captives that a great number of hostages gained their freedom, culminating with the release of 225 as a goodwill gesture just before Christmas. When I left Lima, fewer than 100 hostages were still being held, and the crisis had calmed considerably. Both sides had reduced their demands, and they had settled into a contest of wills, playing to audiences at home and abroad. Significantly, the Peruvian government was using the tunnel excavations as a means of gathering intelligence and were willing to be patient, even if it took 3 months. Perhaps more telling was that Nestor Sherpa Cartolini, commander of the operation, was starting to worry about his image and did not want to be compared to the more violent Shining Path terrorist group. The denouement, which is still somewhat controversial, came after a 126-day siege. While the rebels were playing indoor soccer without their shirts and weapons, they were surprised by a massive commando onslaught. Making use of the intelligence that was collected over time, the security forces were able to safeguard the lives of almost all of the remaining hostages. The one exception was a businessman who sustained a heart attack during the assault and died on the way to the hospital. In essence, it was the passage of time which allowed them to gather information that saved the day for the remaining captives. Although many who were directly affected by these events have melancholy memories, on occasion when I think back to my visit to the presidential palace, I remember Edward R. Murrow's dictum: "The obscure we see eventually, the completely apparent may take longer." But Godfather Michael Corleone may have been more to the point when he said, "The one thing I learned from Pop was to try to think as people around you think." The Iranian hostage crisis, November 1979. Doubtlessly, many of the West's difficulties with the Muslim world had at their genesis, or were at least exacerbated by, the Ayatollah Khomeini, the godfather of hate directed at America. Indeed, the handwritten words left behind by Mohammed Atta, the leader of the Kamikaze 19 that gave us the atrocity of September 11th, 2001, are almost identical with the instructions Khomeini furnished to the thousands of children who were given the keys to paradise before exploding themselves on landmines during the Iran-Iraq War. You may recall that this problem was first brought forcibly to our attention when a multitude of Iranian students seized the American embassy in Tehran in November 1979 and took 52 diplomats hostage. Despite the provocation of this Persian version of Dog Day Afternoon, President Carter responded with admirable initial restraint and patience. But then, from my scape, we seemed to engage in mirror imaging, applying our standards and values to the muddle and mobocracy that was developing in Iran. We publicly observed that the holding of our citizens was a violation of international law and a breach of diplomatic tradition. Also, President Carter informed us that he was praying for the hostages morning and night. And oh yes, embarking upon the Rose Garden strategy, he would not actively campaign against Senator Ted Kennedy in a Democratic presidential primary. As might be expected, despite all the media's fanfare and public outrage, the hostages remain. The upshot was that I ultimately met with President Carter and Secretary of State Cyrus Vance in mid-December 1979 to discuss my observations on how to influence the behavior of the Iranian mullahs. Presumably, what brought this about was my experience, which seemed especially apropos for the crisis. Formerly, I mentioned that I worked with the FBI and was knowledgeable about hostage negotiation, but there was more. To begin with, I had spent considerable time in Iran involved in commercial dealings. Second, I was a student of Islam and Shiism. Third, I knew a great deal about Persian history and culture. Last of all, when I was with the United States Army in West Germany, I had met Ayatollah Beheshti, then an advisor to Iranian students, but now the leader of the Islamic Republican Party in Iran. Based upon this background, I saw my task as explaining to the Carter administration how the mullahs viewed the situation. Our purpose, I thought, should be to get into their world and furnish them with incentives, both positive and negative, to gain the freedom of our citizens. When the meeting began, I started to explain how our adversaries come from a bargaining culture, which is different from ours. At the outset, I remember saying something along these lines. How do Americans feel about negotiating? We don't even like the word, calling it haggling or chiseling. My own wife has even said to me on many occasions, I do not lie for money. Of course, the implication is that I do. But in Iran, everything is bargained for. Think of your own experience. Have you ever purchased a Persian rug retail? Even if you wanted to, they wouldn't let you. It would be a cultural sin. From their bargaining mindset, the mullahs see this as a buy-sell transaction, I continued. They have 53 hot rugs for sale. One was later released, and are trying to obtain as much as they can for their illegally obtained merchandise. So when President Carter walks into the rug seller's bazaar and tells the prospective seller how much he wants and needs the merchandise, the price is not going down. In fact, this may even raise the ante. What's happening is that, by the behavior of the administration and our massive media coverage, we are creating more demand for the rugs. Since the supply is limited, the cost is going up. So quite unintentionally, we are prolonging the captivity of the hostages. At this point, the president cut in. Herb, I don't think you understand. You, myself, and the mullahs, we all from the same Abrahamic tradition. When I first heard that, I didn't even know what he was talking about. But then I sort of figured it out, and it struck me that the president and I may have been from that religious tradition, but not the mullahs. Resisting the inclination to get sidetracked, I continued, okay, let's look at Americans. What is the largest single purchase we make in our lives? Without waiting for the answer, I blurted out, yes, it's a residential home. Now, even if that prospective house is in a tract area, a development where all homes look alike, how do we know what to pay? Again, acting as if this was a rhetorical question, I moved on. Indubitably, we look for the big sign in the sky. You know, the one that's 150 feet up there that says in big block numbers, $179,226. Yup, that's what we're paying, the same as everyone else. What it says on the sign. So what if we're getting ripped off at that price? We don't care, 'cause everyone's getting screwed at that price. Hey, that's the American way. Equality of screwing across the board. Undeterred by the apparent lack of enthusiasm for my presentation, I never paused. And surely, when we make this purchase, we are going to do it quick, fast, because in our culture, time is money, so it's in and out. Meanwhile, how about the Iranian mullahs? Well, first of all, they will bargain everything. From their experience, you can negotiate anything. Furthermore, if you're a mullah, by dint of your occupation, you're unemployed. Other than your obligatory prayers 5 times a day, the remainder of your activities are spent looking to kill time. So we are coming from a different place. President Carter interjected. I don't think you understand the Ayatollah, Herb, he went on. By all reports, he's not like you and me. He's a martyr. He wants to die. Khomeini doesn't care about his own life. The president always strung out the name, prolonging the CH sound as if he were clearing his throat. It was like he knew Farsi and I didn't. Shaking my head, I remarked, a martyr? Not exactly. How old is Khomeini? The president, who had an exceptional grasp of details, responded, 86 years and 8 months. Okay, I said, that proves it. How can you have an 86-year-old martyr? On the face of it, the life expectancy of a martyr is probably 19.2 years. Certainly, when you get into your 20s or 30s, you need another career. The inevitable result was that when I returned home from meetings like this in Washington, I was generally pessimistic, maybe even depressed. Walking into my household, I would be greeted by my wife, Ellen, who is an upbeat, optimistic person. She'd say with a big smile, "Hey, how'd it go?" At the time, I remember saying, "Do we have any U.S. savings bonds? Well, sell." And there you have it. Fortunately, President Jimmy Carter brought the 52 Americans safely back from captivity. Unfortunately, it took 444 days to achieve the result. After the White House meeting, I continued to work with the administration, attempting to obtain the release of our diplomats. In the subsequent months, I wrote a number of memorandums and frequently met with members of the State Department and National Security Council, but all to no avail. Of these meetings, it cannot even be said that we were ships that passed in the night. I don't even think we were sailing in the same waters. Whatever reason, I could not get the decision makers to understand the mentality and mindset of the Iranian mullahs. Of course, what these criminals were doing was in violation of international law. But considering their objectives, frame of reference, and mental set, their behavior made sense to them and should have been predictable to us. Almost without exception, you don't change people's behavior through rhetoric, but only by altering their ways of looking at things. This means that if we wanted to facilitate the release, we should have had a coherent action strategy that made the Ayatollah realize that it was not in his interest to allow the status quo to continue. In other words, in the cost-benefit calculus of our adversary, the disadvantages of retaining the hostages would far outweigh the benefits of keeping them. But instead of getting into the head of the ruling mullahs and being otherworldly, we were invariably looking for a quick fix. This being the Middle East, the magic potion was usually someone who we thought knew someone who knew someone. That in turn led to Tehran visits by Ramsey Clark, Yasser Arafat, Kurt Waldheim, and even cleric Valerian Capucci. As you doubtlessly know, they all failed. After about 3 months of frustrating trips to our nation's capital, I returned to earning a living. Thereafter, much to my amazement, I was contacted by Republican Party stalwarts who were concerned that a Jimmy Carter October surprise would alter the presidential election's outcome in the final weeks. Ultimately, I met with Governor Reagan's campaign manager, William Casey, and finally the candidate himself at a home he was renting in Virginia. Before even doing this, I had one major concern and condition, and that was that the plight of the hostages not be introduced into the political campaign. Once this was agreed upon, I gave Governor Reagan my viewpoint on the situation, much of which was memorialized in a confidential memorandum sent to him on October 25, 1980, in which I actually predicted the date that the 52 hostages would gain their freedom. In the intervening years, I've been asked numerous times, how were you able to analyze this matter and foretell the outcome with such certainty? My best answer is that unlike others whose intellect and intelligence were superior, I didn't have a career or reputation invested in this crisis, and I was less inhibited by a desire for acceptance or fear of disapproval. Not knowing any of those held captive, my vision wasn't obscured by emotion. Most significant, perhaps, was that as an outsider, I was able to see what more accustomed eyes overlook, to observe in an unhabitual way. This applies to you as a negotiator. While in the midst of fervent discussion and emotive people, you must try to remain aloof from the turmoil, so as to be able to see the unfolding pattern. Imagine, if you would, that at the same time you are participating, you're also above the fray, listening with a third ear and observing with a third eye, much like an out-of-body experience. What you are striving for is the perspective of an outsider. This will enable you to care, but not that much. What seems certain to me is that satisfaction in life is often best achieved by finding the proper balance between effort and relaxation. In the final analysis, it's not what happens, but your view of what happens that counts. For what you and I see is often determined by what we already believe and think we know. Surely we don't see with our eyes, but with our brain. And to further complicate what we call objective reality may be our own relative position in space and time. Conceivably, that's why in Antarctica, the temperature at which water freezes is called the melting point. Picture it this way. Effective negotiating requires balance. That means everything in moderation, including moderation. You want to care, but not that much, just as you want to trust, but not that much. It is in this sense that Islam's hadith, which are the sayings and teachings of the Prophet Muhammad, declares, trust in Allah, but always tie up your camel. Summarizing the prominent points in Chapter 1. When you engage in any purposive social exchange or negotiation, detach yourself emotionally to gain perspective so you can see the pattern, relationships, and interconnection of things. To be effective in influencing behavior, start out by trying to acquire information about your counterpart's beliefs, motives, values, and underlying needs. Always view yourself as a problem solver, searching for creative alternatives that can satisfy both sides' real concerns and interests. Since all behavior makes sense from the standpoint of the actor, attempt to see the problem through their eyes and experiences. In dealing with avowed opponents, realize that getting them to change is in direct ratio to their pain threshold. Behavior won't be altered until they believe that the danger of intransigence outweighs the cost of accommodation. When we care too much, our adrenaline starts flowing, causing us to become doped up and dumbed down. Even when subjected to irrational discourse, emotional diatribes, or the threat of an impasse, strive for a balanced attitude of caring, but not that much. Section 4. New Communication Approaches. Quite to the contrary, if you want to impact favorably on the other side's decision-making, you've got to be other-directed, understanding their values, beliefs, experience, and mindset. Business people call this being customer or client focused. The same is true in Arthur Miller's play, The Price, where the octogenarian appraiser, Gregory Solomon, explains, if you don't understand the viewpoint, you don't understand the price. Beyond a doubt, all human beings perceive, discover, and create their realities according to the maps or paradigms they have in their minds. Hence, it is natural to ascribe our beliefs, values, concerns, and aspirations to those with whom we negotiate, but we must guard against this inclination. Such mirror imaging or projection on our part will only produce discomfort and discord. Recognizing this problem, common sense might tell us that when engaged in any attempt to influence behavior, we must start out asking more questions than giving answers, and listening more than talking. Needless to say, too many people cannot resist the urge to immediately inaugurate the discourse with a generic sales pitch that extols the technical features of their services, products, ideas, or proposal. Instead, viewing yourself as a problem solver, you should try to elicit from the other party their underlying concerns, interests, preferences, and needs. Given this approach, the basic formula works like this. First off, you should begin by asking questions, even if you think you know the answers. Not only listen to what they are saying, but convey that you are engaged in active listening. How do you do this? Well, when they speak, look at them and smile and nod when it's appropriate. Do not mask your reactions with a poker face, even if you heard it all before. Try to display empathy and understanding, since people want to know that you truly care about their situation. Second, write down what they are saying. Often people ask, but what if their comments are gibberish, asinine, and moronic? To which I say, in that case, it's even more important for you to record their claptrap. You may be the only person who has ever taken them seriously. Remember, people want to be in a relationship with those who respect their point of view. Third, while taking notes, pause occasionally to read back to them what you have written. In all the years I've been doing this, never once has the other side said, gee, you got that perfectly. Usually their reaction is, you left something out, or I believe you mischaracterized that. At this point, I willingly change what I have, conforming to their wishes so that we may establish a consensus of their concerns. Fourth, I allow them to tell their story in their own way, which means that they sometimes digress and meander. Never do I interrupt to keep them on track, because I know that ultimately their willingness to say yes will not be based only on facts, hard evidence, and rational thinking. Certainly, decision-making will also be affected by gut instincts, comfort level, emotions, feelings, predilections, learning ability, risk tolerance, pride, past experiences, and perceived consequences. Make no mistake, persuasion is more complicated than it may look at first blush. Fifth, although opinionated and judgmental to some extent, I try to control my words and reactions. Consequently, even if I disagree strongly with what's been said, I qualify my objections by saying, I think I understand your position, but from my narrow perspective, limited as it may be, I see it this way. Finally, I never spend any time arguing or debating with people. I don't show them where they are wrong, foolish, stupid, or misinformed. Even if I might overcome their arguments and prevail, such a victory would prove self-defeating, inasmuch as my potential partner may be thinking, do I want it to enter this relationship where I regularly meet with him in the future for further humiliation? It would take a strange person to willingly acquiesce to such an arrangement. Reduced to essentials, you want to always see yourself as a problem solver, someone with very sensitive antennae who is probing deeper and listening louder to acquire information. This will help you overcome the potential barriers to gaining agreement and making a deal. Here's a rule of thumb. See every negotiation, whether it's with your child or a business transaction, as a cross-cultural encounter, where you start out sensitive to a differing perspective. Consequently, gather intelligence with the attitude of knowing that you don't know, because individuals not only reveal, but also conceal information. Chapter 2. Salvation by Negotiation. Your destiny may not be in the hands of the gods, but in your own head. Section 1. An Ageless Phenomenon. Negotiating, in the sense of one human being attempting to affect another's behavior, is older than recorded history. It was common in the earliest, most primitive cultures, where ritualistic interactions took place to build bonds of friendship that held communities together. From time immemorial, people have been playing this game. Just look at the earliest pieces of literature or the most venerable religious texts, and you will find them replete with anecdotes and episodes involving negotiation. Early in the book of Genesis of the Old Testament, there is a story that you may recall. It's when the Lord informs Abraham that he intends to destroy the sinful twin cities. In other words, Sodom and Gomorrah must go, which is to say, their history. From what occurs subsequently, we know that Abraham does not agree with the Lord's solution. Although this is not exactly an equal or symmetrical relationship, Abraham tries to question the decision. Actually, in doing so, he is in a rather awkward, tenuous, or precarious position. Why? He is, after all, trying to negotiate with the Almighty. I call this operating from a position of less leverage. Hey, whenever anyone says to you, okay, get out there and negotiate with the Almighty, it doesn't take a lot of smarts to figure out that the power may be on the other side. Now it is instructive, at least to me, how Abraham goes about this task. Does he tell the Lord, in the past your decision-making was outstanding, your judgment impeccable, so I always went along, but I think you may have blown this one. Nah. If you go back to your Bible, you will see Abraham's humble, low-key, deferential approach to persuasion. Gee, I was just thinking about what you were saying, he utters. Overall, another judicious decision on your part, so eminently fair as I knew it would be. No surprises there. Abraham pauses, then softly declares, however, a question sort of popped into my head. I was just wondering, what if we were to come up with 50 good and decent people there, amidst all the evil and corrupt? Then answering his own question with a question, do you think it would be right to kill the 50 good along with all the wicked? Just asking. Assuredly, the Lord will respond. Why? Because all negotiations embody action-reaction. Think of your own experience. You make a proposal to someone, and what do? Usually they return with a counterproposal. There's a demand, which is followed by an offer, a bid that follows the asking price. But sometimes, when given a proposal, the other side doesn't even respond. Yet you also understand that not to respond is a response. Why is this so? Because we're talking about a paradoxical game. It's an enigma or conundrum where things on its face make absolutely no sense, yet at an underlying level it somehow does. It's like Chicago's O'Hare Airport, where more planes land than take off, which parenthetically many of us can't figure out. It's like answering the question, what do you say to God when he sneezes? Presumably a paradox of sorts, which brings us back to the negotiation with the Almighty and Abraham's proposal. Well, what if I came up with 50 good and decent people there, among all those wicked? The Lord reacts, all right, Abraham, you find those 50, and I'll spare all of Sodom and Gomorrah. Gee, I really didn't do a count, Abraham hesitates. What if I'm 5 short? How'd you feel about 45? Okay, Abraham, locate those 45, and the cities will survive. But Lord, Abraham pleads, I'm speaking figuratively. For all I know, there may only be 25. Absolutely, Abraham. Find just 25, and I will spare everyone in those places, the Almighty responds. Ultimately, the Bible tells us how Abraham brought the law down to 10, which I personally feel is damn good negotiating. The only problem was that Abraham could not come up with the 10. Ironically, that may be another subject entirely. Section 2. Familiarity breeds children. In relating this example, I have 2 purposes in mind. For one thing, I want to emphasize that you know more about negotiating than you realize. Chances are you have children or occasionally come into proximity with nephews or nieces who choose this process in an attempt to further their interests. Never mind that. You yourself were once a child, a little person in a big person's world. Yet even though small fry are without formal power or authority, kids seem to get a heck of a lot of what they want. A few with extravagant demands and blatant manipulative maneuvers, while others employ more subtle means of persuasion. How do these petite persons do it? Number 1, kids have high aspiration levels. They aim high, somehow knowing that we ultimately attain what we think we can attain. Their motto, if you expect more, you get more. Fact is that empirical evidence supports this idea. On this last point, you may remember the German scientist Wernher von Braun, who developed the V-2 missile and after World War II came to the United States to develop rockets for the Army and then NASA. Fittingly, a movie based on his life was called I Aim at the Stars. Well, he never hit the stars, though he hit London an awful lot. Granted, it pulled up his performance. Accordingly, youngsters, with their unreasonable requests, do surprisingly well. Number 2, children understand the decision-making process within their family organization. Initially, they may approach their mom with a request. Rejected, they don't stop there, but go to their dad, only to be similarly spurned. Up against the united front, you might think that the child would give up, but no, they appeal to the grandparents. After all, despite the hefty generational gap, it's easy to build a coalition against the common enemy, the parents. Number 3, kids recognize in their gut that no is an opening bargaining position. They appreciate instinctively that it takes a while to get used to a new idea, so they are willing to wait and wear you down with sheer tenacity and persistence. Last of all, your progenies, these little nippers, have been interacting with you for years, shaping your behavior. This makes them bold because those who carve the Buddha never worship him. My wife and I are the parents of 3 children. With the oldest child, our daughter, I remember we used to have principles, and we insisted that she adhere to these standards. Then came the second child, her brother. Sure, we had the same standards, but many more exceptions. Unknowingly, we had become a bit more flexible. Finally, the third child came along. By then, having been through all this stuff before, we were tired people. Actually, I remember saying to the youngest, why don't you ask your sister or brother? They'll tell you how it used to be around here. By virtue of these kinds of encounters, you may be more versed in this subject than you realize. When confronted by a situation of potential conflict at home or in your career, recognize that you've probably been there before. Certainly, the cast of characters, the setting, and the issues at stake are different. But try to conceptualize from your past experience. If you can do that, you'll relax and build your confidence. Section 3. Getting framed. The second point I wish to make is that one of the reasons we are disappointed with a negotiation outcome is that all too often we accept the way the other side has framed the issue or formulated the problem. At the endgame stage, they will ask one of the surefire closes. It's now up to you. Yes or no? Is there a deal or do I walk? Is this a go or no-go situation? Do you or don't you want my business? What's it going to be? A or B? At the time, we evaluate what we've heard and think, gee, A is terrible for me, but B, on the other hand, is only poor. Now, if that's the range of my alternatives, I think I'll go with poor. Obviously, it's much better than terrible. Except if you contemplate for a moment, you will realize that you're virtually never limited in this way. Even an ultimatum that appears on its face to be a twofold choice is not. Remember, this is the world of illusion, where things are seldom what they seem. Even skim milk masquerades as cream. Sure, you can take it or leave it, but there's a third choice. In any ultimatum, unexpressed but understood, is that you could always come back with another option. So it's never between A or B. Out there, somewhere, there's a crucial C, maybe an M, perchance a P, or the omen of an omega. In short, there may be a more suitable alternative or even a more creative selection that was not presented. In the realm of politics, pollsters, pundits, and spinners practice this art of impression management. They know that what really matters are not the facts themselves, but the name you succeed in imposing on the facts. Item: my son Steve pulled a slight variation of this forced choice or entrapment ploy when he was about 11 years old. Concerned about how I would react to his disappointing grades, he handed me his report card and asked, "Dad, what do you think my problem is, nature or nurture?" But why do we get caught in this rut? Well, part of the problem, I suspect, is that if you went to grade school in North America, the teachers communicated how they recognized the gifted student. First, if called upon, they had the correct answer. The second way they could be identified was that when the teacher asked the question of the whole class, here the bright student was the one who got his or her hand in the air first. For the impressionable young, the conclusion was inescapable. Speed of response puts you on the fast track to success. Section 4. Speed kills. What's more, this behavior of hustle and dispatch is reinforced in a culture where change and acceleration are signs of progress. Conversely, those who appear reflective or thoughtful are sometimes labeled ignorant. Interestingly enough, to underscore this point is the popular television program Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, credited as the salvation of the ABC network. Having watched the show, it strikes me that the questions are not that difficult, except for pop culture. But I myself would never be able to earn the coveted contestant seat across from the host, Regis Philbin. Oh, sure, I might qualify for the trip to New York where it's taped, but that's as far as I would get. Because in order to be singled out to answer the money questions, you must put 4 choices in chronological or geographical order in 2.6 seconds. Are you kidding? Not even my fingers work that fast. Section 5. What'd you say? While rote memory and speed will pay off on Millionaire or Jeopardy, the same may not be appropriate in life. As a matter of fact, in negotiating, the opposite is desirable. Sure enough, dumb is really better than smart, and inarticulate is preferable to articulate. You actually want to train yourself to say, I don't know. I didn't understand. Gee, I'm sorry, you lost me. Could you please repeat that? Where are we? In the tradition of the Socratic pose of ignorance and the Bible which commands us, teach thy tongue to say, I do not know. Try to divest yourself of preconceived notions, biases, and prejudice. Ignorance, even if feigned, would produce curiosity, humility, open-mindedness, and ultimately innovative ideas that may bring people together. Item. About 5 years ago, I was called to Milwaukee, Wisconsin to try to help settle a labor dispute at the 11th hour. Since this was a rush call, I hardly had the time to familiarize myself with the issues involved or the history of labor management relations in the industry. So I spent my time listening to both sides, trying to find meaning in their words. On one occasion, after hearing an emotional account of a grievance, I remember saying, wow, I understand why you're upset and how you must feel. When asked what I thought, I just threw up my hands and said, I don't know. By the way, this was no play acting on my part. I really didn't know. In a little over a day, this matter was settled just prior to the deadline. While we were gathering our things and shaking hands all around, the union steward took me aside and remarked, You realize, Herb, that in one day I've come to like and trust you. You know why? He didn't wait for my reply. It's because you're a damn modest guy. My face was starting to feel flush when he hit me with the zinger. But then, you have a lot to feel modest about. What I'm saying is, if ignorance is bliss, why pretend to be wise? Slow down, control your response, and tread softly. Qualify what you have to say. If someone asks you a question, you do not have to respond immediately. Take your time. Teach yourself to dwell amid silence and ambiguity. Don't be in a hurry to clarify things. Remember, this is not commercial television where you are paying for airtime. Get in the habit of answering questions with questions. Whenever you're stuck, ask the other party, if you were me, what would you do? No matter how they respond, you are never in trouble. Because you can always come back with, gee, it's too bad you're not me. And you're back to where you were. Section 6. Lend me a hand. There is an inescapable truth about relationships. People appreciate hearing the words, help me. No matter what you may be talking about, the other party has information, expertise, knowledge, or experience that you do not possess. Thus, we need them to willingly share what they have, which will facilitate getting to yes. Moreover, there is always the subject of implementation and commitment to what was agreed upon. Here, you don't want them to just go through the motions, but you need their assistance and support. Evidently, St. Paul recognized this dilemma. When discussing mere literal compliance, he said, the letter kills, but the spirit gives life. As I read this, some of you will be going into negotiations or selling situations where you feel you are overmatched and overwhelmed. Why? Well, you may be a woman and they're all men. You are just out of school and she seems to be seasoned and experienced. You operate a small business and they represent a Fortune 500 company. Your bald head is reflecting light and he has flowing, styled hair. You have despair and doubt and she has assurance and aplomb. You are open and straightforward and he is devious and overbearing. You are diminutive in stature and they are tall and imposing. You have a large bulbous nose and he has picture-perfect nostrils. Whatever the reason, you're permitting yourself to enter this situation feeling disadvantaged and disheartened. Before I go further, allow me to make a point of personal privilege. What you and I look like, and even to some extent, our personality, come to us courtesy of life's genetic crapshoot. In other words, we shouldn't receive credit and certainly not accept blame for the cards that we have been dealt. However, each of us has a great deal of free will in determining how we play our hand. Take my last illustration, the silly cultural fixation on nose size and shape. Apparently, from what I hear and observe, there are better noses and worse noses. I don't understand it. If the purpose of a nose is to smell, you would think the bigger the better. So the best proboscis would be a schnozzle about the size of an eggplant. But no, the late Tip O'Neill's bulbous smeller was not held up as perfection. Rather, if you look at magazine covers seen by susceptible youth, there are models and celebrities with ever smaller snouts, like Michael Jackson. It's as if perfection will ultimately be two holes drilled right into your skull. So if you ever feel hindered or hobbled by physical factors, inexperience, or just plain lack of bargaining leverage, reveal that right at the outset. Turn to the other party and say, look, I'd like to apologize for my inexperience, or I really appreciate that you, representing Microsoft, are taking the time to see me. Or perhaps I shouldn't be saying this, but I'm feeling awkward because. All of these openers should then be followed by the wondrous words, please help me. If you're able to carry this off with sincerity and goodwill, you may be surprised by the reaction. Almost half the time, you will transform what might have been an adversary into an ally, and in some instances, even a mentor. Section 7. Attuned to the music. Please do not mistake the thrust of my remarks. I'm not a pacifist, nor one who believes in the sacrifice of ethical principles and values for the expediency of even a profitable deal. What I am saying is that if faced with a situation where you are uncomfortable and trust has not been established, a softer demeanor can favorably affect the negotiating climate. It should be borne in mind that you do not have to overtly counter each tactic or redress every ploy. Arguably, the most influential individual in the history of our world was the carpenter from Nazareth, who left a legacy that has affected the lives of billions of people. His impact in 3 short years was so great that we measured time itself being before BC or after AD, his life. Jesus Christ came not to judge but to help. He had a vision to change the world, teaching new ways of thinking that produced a New Testament. By my definition, using information and power to affect behavior, he was a negotiator par excellence. Not only did he negotiate to gain the support of his disciples and followers, but also he negotiated with the Almighty on behalf of the poor and powerless. Yet when Jesus stepped into the public arena, alone and unknown, he was confronted by the military might of the Roman Empire. Instead of trying to counter force with force, he used an accommodation approach, or what could be called a meekness maneuver. In a nutshell, turning the other cheek. As stated in the Gospel of Luke, so unto him that smiteth thee on the one cheek, offer also the other. Think of it. What satisfaction can be derived from defeating a defenseless opponent? When an aggressor strikes a helpless victim and his blows are not returned, what is the after effect? In most cases, the upshot is an assailant overcome with frustration and regret. As you know, this meekness maneuver later became Gandhi's nonviolent resistance and was adopted by Martin Luther King Jr. in the Civil Rights Movement. From all indications, these 3 champions of passive resistance achieved their objectives, but not without cost. Still, if the opponent were amoral or immoral, the likes of Hitler, Stalin, Pol Pot, Saddam Hussein, or a true believer, the outcome would be disastrous. Section 8. Abracadabra. Let me share with you the magic words of effective negotiating. Words I trust you will memorize and make part of your vocabulary for use in life's strategic interactions. These utterances, or jargon, should become part of your lexicon to make the initial pose of ignorance credible. They are we words, each 3 letters. The first is spelled H-U-H and pronounced, huh? Second word is spelled W-H-A. Note, there is no T on this, and it is pronounced, wah. Now what you want to do is integrate the two, so you can utter, huh, wah, or maybe even, uh-huh, wah. Instantly, you'll find that all your social exchanges will become more fun and satisfying. Quite conceivably, some of you at this point may be shocked. Perhaps you're thinking, before listening to these audio tapes, I was doing fine in my life and profession. I only started listening to polish up a few skills. But if I listen to this guy and start blurting out, huh, and wah, my whole life could go down the drain. For those of you who feel that way, let me assure you that I can relate to these sentiments. For that reason, I will furnish you with an alternate option, a maneuver slightly more sophisticated than huh and wah. Remember, my overall purpose is to try to get you to slow down, because in negotiations, quick is risky, and it is especially hazardous for those less prepared who cannot determine equity in a given situation. For instance, suppose you are embroiled in a prospective deal with someone who is more familiar with the details than you are. Suddenly, they change the terms or specifications or introduce something unexpected. He or she looks at you for an immediate reaction. What do? Surely you need to delay, to stall until you can evaluate the consequences of this new idea. If you're with someone, a member of your team, you can always say, "Excuse me for a moment. We're going to the restroom together. It's our team tradition." Naturally, you withdraw from the meeting place and jointly discuss what transpired before returning with your response. But what if you're alone and you don't want to leave the room, but need time to think? Well, here's what I do. Unexpectedly, I develop a rapport with a pen that I have in the inside pocket of my jacket. I think about this particular writing instrument that has been by itself for hours since I got dressed that morning. Identifying with it, I know it's dark in that pocket. It's lonely. It is humid there. Bending my head to see how it's doing, I even imagine odors coming from that pocket. So what do? Sympathetic to its predicament, I liberate the pen, freeing it from its confines. Holding it in the air, I spin it around in my hand. Then, pulling off the cap and exposing the tip, I proceed to purse my lips and blow, furnishing it with an even greater sense of freedom. Finally, with the completion of this emancipation ritual, the pen is returned to the pocket. Watching this rite performed, usually in stunned silence, is the other side. Typically, I turn to them and say, "Where were we?" At the very least, this gives me time to contemplate, and more often than not, it lightens the atmosphere by providing an amusing diversion. Section 9. A Hollywood Exegesis. As mentioned previously, negotiation has always been an important feature of human relationships. Anthropologists tell us that as early as 5000 BC, family units, kinfolk, and later entire tribes traveled together for mutual assistance and protection from enemies. Although these groups had norms, rules, and codes of behavior regulating common interests, disputes would still arise over relationships and the division of labor. When this occurred, the revered tribal chief might intervene, or if not, the parties would attempt other conflict resolution methods, ranging from combat to negotiating. Yet there are few recorded details about these transactions. The earliest documents that we have that specify complex purposive social exchanges come to us from the Bible. Previously, we discussed how in the book of Genesis, Abraham established the precedent of reasoning with the Lord in an attempt to achieve justice. In my opinion, however, the most vivid examples that employ actual negotiating techniques still viable today can be found in the book of Exodus. While we cannot be certain of the exact dates of the events that I will be describing, most scholars believe they occurred roughly 3,000 years ago, when Shirley MacLaine was born in Egypt during one of her previous lives. The central character in this chronicle is Moses, who, acting on behalf of the Almighty, liberates thousands of Hebrew slaves from bondage and brings them to the Promised Land. In the course of the journey, he must bargain with Pharaoh, interact with the children of Israel, and most important of all, negotiate with the Lord. Surely their ultimate rescue and deliverance is a saga of salvation by negotiation. For our purposes, let me begin the narrative with our protagonists. Moses was born in Egypt. At the time it was ruled by a bloodthirsty Pharaoh. His mother, Jochebed, and father Amram were both slaves, as was his older sister, the 8-year-old Miriam, who worked in the palace for Pharaoh's youngest daughter. Completing the family was Moses' brother Aaron. Perhaps at this point I ought to inform you that I am far from being a biblical scholar. In truth, the version of events I am offering may not be totally authoritative. It comes primarily from having seen Cecil B. DeMille's epic motion picture, The 10 Commandments, at least 20 times. Honestly, when I say Moses, I see Charlton Heston. Writing Pharaoh brings Yul Brynner to mind. Even Pharaoh's daughter, for me, is Nina Foch, just as Aaron is John Carradine. As you know, he's Keith's and David's father. With this qualifier out of the way, let's go back to the story. Just months prior to the coming of Moses, Pharaoh learns of a prophecy circulating among the Israelites. A male Hebrew child will soon be born, and he will become a brilliant liberator and leader who will cause Pharaoh big problems and much tsuris, or worry. Reacting immediately, Pharaoh issued an edict that said, every Hebrew boy child born will be thrown into the Nile and drowned. Quite naturally, Moses' mother was reluctant to go along with the program. Jochebed fed the infant for 3 months in secret, and when he became too big to hide, wrapped him in a blanket, which she placed in a basket she floated down the river. Eventually the basket was found in the bulrushes by Pharaoh's daughter, Nina Foch, who decided to keep him. That night, when Pharaoh returned to the palace, he heard the child crying. Immediately, he recognized that this male infant was of the Hebrew persuasion. Likely he knew this because of the distinct design of the blanket. Ordering that the child be put to death, he was confronted by a sobbing Princess Nina, who said, please, let me keep him. He's like a toy, a diversion. Though Pharaoh's immovable at first, Nina persists. It's so boring here. There's nothing to do. I'm tired of watching slaves get whipped. Please. After endless pleases, Pharaoh finally relents somewhat. Enough, he says. But remembering the prophecy, he continues, you can keep the Hebrew kid, providing he fails a simple IQ test. So Pharaoh orders that 2 dishes be placed before the infant Moses, one containing glistening gold, and the other red-hot embers. If the baby reaches for the red-hot embers, we will let him live, Pharaoh states. But if he should be so bright that he would go for the gold, which could be where that expression comes from, we go for the kid, he's dead. Hence the scene is set for the life or death choice. Sages tell us that the infant Moses started to reach for the glistening gold, which sparkled and shimmered, but God intervened, directing his hand toward the scorching coals. Grasping the tarred embers, Moses, like all children of his age, had a suckling reflex, so he placed the fiery coals to his lips and tongue. From that day on, the great liberator, lawgiver, and leader stuttered and spoke with a lisp. Thereafter, Moses was raised as one of the Pharaoh's grandsons, brought up in luxury and educated as an Egyptian prince. But all this ended when Moses intervened when he saw an Egyptian overseer beating a slave. accidentally killing the assailant, Moses was forced to flee for his life, crossing the Sinai into Midian. There he received safe haven from Jethro, where he married his daughter, Yvonne DiCarlo, had 2 sons, and became a shepherd. Years passed, and he had become so much a Midianite that thinking back to his prior royal life was like trying to recall a dream. Section 10. An Attention Grabber. One day, while grazing his sheep, Moses saw what appeared to be a burning bush. Approaching, he noticed that though flames flared around it, and he could feel the heat, neither the branches or leaves were getting singed. Trying to get closer, he was shocked by a booming voice that seemed to be coming from the heavens.
"Moses, go no further. This is holy ground. Take off your sandals."
Who are you?" Moses stammered.
"I am the Lord, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Because I have heard my people's cries and seen their misery, I will deliver them from servitude. You will take them from Egypt to the promised land. Now go at once to Pharaoh and tell them to let my people go."
Moses stood there dumbstruck. The Lord, however, did not just dismiss him, assuming that he understood and would carry out his wishes. Obviously, God is not just omnipotent and omniscient, but also an expert in attribution theory. Ergo, he said to Moses,
"Now, what did I just tell you to do?"
Putting it in lay terms, he asked for feedback. Moses tried to respond. "I will go to the land of Pharaoh." Recall that Moses had a speech impediment, which he got as an infant when Pharaoh tried to assay his intelligence. God at this point does not remark, "Well, speechcraft is obviously not your strong suit. Well, before you go, work on your elocution, or possibly forget it. I'll just send Pharaoh a note myself written on papyrus." No, indeed, the Lord wants this man for the strength of his character. Meanwhile, aware of Moses' sensitivity to his rhetorical difficulty, he presents a face-saving alternative.
"By the way, Moses, is there anyone that might accompany you on this long, arduous trek?"
There's my brother Aaron," he replies.
"Good,"
the Lord responds.
"You take Aaron along, let him speak for you, and that will be your team."
Thus, Moses left for Egypt, where he met Aaron, and they embarked upon the first hostage negotiation in the annals of history. Section 11. Axioms from Above. Although recognizing that we still have not arrived at the heart of this drama, certain negotiating truisms may have already been revealed to us by none other than the Almighty. First of all, the Lord selects Aaron to do the actual bargaining with Pharaoh. Moses will be present, but his brother will do the talking. This is in accordance with the principle that ultimate decision makers should stay out of the nitty-gritty of deal-making. Basically, there is a twofold explanation for why we often do not achieve our potential as negotiators. One, as we've seen, is that we are too emotionally involved, caring too much. The second reason is that we have too much authority. What I'm saying is that the last person who should negotiate for a country, corporation, or business is the chief executive officer. Take that one step further and realize that the worst person to negotiate for you is you. Clearly, this presents a practical problem that can be solved by limiting your own authority. Always give yourself room to say, "That sounds good to me, but I'll have to check with my board." If you don't have a board, then substitute the word banker, attorney, advisor, boss, or even spouse. A decade ago, I was involved in many negotiations with a woman whose husband and business partner was never in town. Every agreement we made, though, was tentative, subject to his final approval. Years later, I learned that she was never married, nor did she have a business partner. What I'm urging is that you not make precipitous decisions in the heat of activity under the pressure of time. Allow the opportunity for reflection by circumscribing your ability to say yes. Second, it occurs to me that by contemporary standards and tastes, Moses would not be in the running for chief negotiator. Fact is, he didn't even really look like Charlton Heston, or for that matter, George Clooney. Probably his appearance was closer to that of Dustin Hoffman in Rain Man. More to the point, in today's politically correct terminology, we would say he was oratorically challenged. Certainly the Lord knew that it would take more than glib verbal skills to change the heart and mind of Pharaoh. He understood that, then as now, outstanding negotiators are innovative, patient, dogged, self-reliant, calm under fire, and flexible in thought and action. Evidently, these were key qualities that affected the selection process. Above all, I suspect the God, who is all-knowing, realized that extracting the hostages from Egypt would be the least of Moses' problems. Much more troubling would be his mission to transform thousands of despairing former slaves into a nation of believers and freedom fighters. Indeed, Moses would ultimately be judged based upon his ability to get these ex-slaves to do voluntarily those things that would have to be done, and that's leadership by negotiation. Last is the accepted gospel that you have an advantage if accompanied by an associate or companion. Having a sidekick reduces stress, furnishes a sense of support, provides the opportunity for feedback, and allows for more flexibility in tactics. So the inclusion of Aaron, who will be at Moses' side for his entire life, is a deliberate decision. Let me remind you that even the Lone Ranger had his Tonto. Section 12. Bargaining with a Bastard. Both in negotiation and drama, conflict is vital to the development of the action. It establishes character, illuminates differences between people, moves the process forward, underscores the issues at stake, and reveals ironies. The confrontation of the forces of God and that of the cruel Pharaoh engage both our intellect and our emotions. Seeing the movie Spectacle as an impressible young man, I especially remember the scene when Moses and Aaron stand before the truculent king of Egypt, who sits high above them on his throne, bedecked in regalia. At the time, I expected to observe the Almighty's model or method for dealing with difficult people. Unexpectedly, with all the powers of the Lord behind them, Moses and Aaron start the negotiation in a congenial manner. Instead of opening with a threat, they approach Pharaoh in a respectful fashion, explaining why they have come to see him. Only then does Aaron inform Pharaoh, or Yul Brynner, of God's request that he free the Israelites. Still, Yul reacts angrily. Who is this God? Hey, I'm a god myself, so how come I never heard of him? Continuing his rant, Pharaoh especially harangues Moses, who at one time lived as his adopted brother in royal splendor. Finally, Moses responds, "This is not me speaking. God says, 'Let my people go.'" Pharaoh is about to dismiss them when Aaron asks for a short recess so he might confer with Moses or Charlton Heston. During this brief time out, they decide to answer Pharaoh's question by displaying proof of the true God's power. Back in Pharaoh's presence, Aaron flings his staff to the ground, and it becomes a hissing snake. Recognizing this as the old vaudeville stick shtick or stick trick, Yul has his magicians duplicate it. Even when Aaron's snake eats all the others before his eyes, Pharaoh is not moved. Next, Moses points his staff at the river flowing behind them. Aaron speaks. "Do you see that river where you drink and bathe?" Yul nods. The Almighty, as his first plague, hereby turns it into blood. Sure enough, The river's color is changed from azure blue to dark red. Again, Yule is not swayed. Possibly he's thinking, hey, this is 1200 BC, so we're not that big on hygiene. Also, we can get 50 cases of Perrier delivered to the palace daily. But changing the river to blood, the initial plague, proved little more than an inconvenience. Very much like hearing, this is the first offer, which you never accept because there's more to come. So too it was with the misery heaped upon Pharaoh and his people. From the second affliction, the nuisance of frog proliferation, through the ninth plague, the torment of constant darkness, God tightens the screws by increments, making the keeping of Hebrew slaves more burdensome and oppressive. Although Moses and Aaron started somewhat amicably, this has become a bitter adversarial confrontation. Upon reflection, I have come to believe that what we have been given in this tale is a prototype for dealing with obstinate people. To this day, when I'm facing someone who has a reputation for being callous and hard-boiled, I always start cooperative with the hope that they will respond in kind. Put it this way, it's easier to go from cooperative to competitive, whereas it's virtually impossible to reverse this process and maintain your credibility. Meanwhile, Pharaoh is still defying the command of God. After each plague, he promises to allow the slaves to depart, only to renege when the scourge ends. Still, there is the final negotiating session as Charlton Heston and Yul Brynner confront each other, their tempers at trigger point. For the last time, says Charlton, let my people go. The last time, scoffs Pharaoh. If I see your face again, you die. That will not happen, Moses replies, because at midnight tonight, the 10th plague will come, killing all the firstborn sons of the Egyptians. It will take this tragedy for you to let God's people go. You know what happens. Yul Brynner remains unyielding until faced with the death of his oldest son. Only then does he allow the Hebrew slaves to depart, but not without one last calamitous attempt to recapture them when the Almighty parts the Red Sea. Arguably, if this tale ended at this point, we might have a proverbial Hollywood happy ending, but it does not. Section 13. The Road Less Traveled. While the mind boggles at the miraculous escape of the Hebrews, this, however, was only the beginning of their journey. At first, they are elated by their deliverance and the Egyptians' faith, but after months of trudging in the hot sun, they become discontented and disillusioned. Although the Lord has provided them with food from the sky, manna, the breakfast of champions, and Moses brings them to where they can find water, they are not happy campers. Finally, Moses, or Charlton, takes them to the foot of the mountains where clouds swirl overhead and lightning is flashing in the sky. God is here, he said. Let's build him an altar, and maybe he'll come down to us. When the people heard this, they shook with fear. No, no, if we see the Lord's face, we could die, they begged. Please climb the mountain and speak to him for us. The next morning, Moses leaves camp and takes Joshua, or John Derek, Bo's late husband, with him. He has him wait halfway up the mountainside. To Charlton Heston and John Derek, their time away passed quickly. But for the Hebrews, down below, weeks went by. Unbeknownst to them, Moses is up there getting instructions and receiving 2 flat stones upon which God has written the 10 Commandments. Day after day, the Hebrews, waiting for Moses and Joshua, sat in the rain and grew more impatient. And, as in all Hollywood movies of that era, whenever the natives are left alone for too long, they become restless and agitated. Troublemakers like Edward G. Robinson spring to the fore. Yeah, what's the story here, he shouts. Moses has deserted us. He schlepped us all this way, and he's not coming back. Addressing Aaron, he explains, this is a damn sham. We don't even know where we are. We need a map, and there's not a shell station in sight. Turning back to the clamoring crowd, he brays,
Yeah, life in Egypt was hard, but at least there was a nightlife. Here we got nothing. What we need are options. Yeah, that's it, options. We need a backup god. Yeah, in case this one doesn't work out.
The crowd was becoming a mob. Things were getting out of hand. They demanded that Aaron make a god that they could see and touch. Undoubtedly, you recall that Aaron, bowing to this pressure, was stalling for time. Since I'm a direct descendant, maybe I'm going easy on him. But Aaron goes about collecting bracelets, earrings, and gold from the Israelites and fashions a golden calf for the people to worship, which they did. At the same time, though, Moses is at the top of Mount Sinai, having just received God's law and oblivious to anything else. Especially ironic is that the first commandment, as originally written, stated, "I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of slavery. You will have no other gods before me. You will make no images to worship of animals, people, or other living things." So the Israelites are literally and figuratively breaking the leading law of God. Section 14. Negotiating with the Almighty. Thus we have Moses, unaware and unknowing about the idol worship taking place among his own people. The Almighty, of course, knows. Suddenly and surprisingly, he confronts Moses as the following indicates. "Moses, go get thee down, for thy people, which thou brought out of the land of Egypt, have corrupted themselves. They have turned aside quickly out of the way which I commanded them. They have made a molten calf, and have sacrificed to it, and have said, These be thy gods, O Israel, which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt. And the Lord said unto Moses, I have seen this people, and behold, it is a stiff-necked people. Now, therefore, let me alone, that my wrath wax hot against them, and that I may consume them, and I will make of thee a great nation." That's from Exodus 32, 7 through 10. Imagine how Moses felt after hearing this. Initially, the revelation of what his followers were doing came like a bolt out of the blue, but the Lord's proposal had to leave him thunderstruck. Consider this. Moses at this point is about 80 years of age. He's got arthritis, sciatica, and gingivitis. In 1 year, he's gone from the calm of a shepherd's life to the aggravation of dealing with Pharaoh. For months now, he's been dragging himself around in the hot sun, arguing with these complaining Hebrews. Indeed, he finds himself thinking, why am I doing this at my age? I'm tired. I should be with my chosen people in a condominium in North Miami Beach. Upon reflection, here's what's going through his mind. You know, I never asked for this job. I was minding sheep when the burning bush starts talking to me. Now the big guy is saying, thou people, which thou broughtest. Wait a second, I never chose these people, and it wasn't my idea to free them. Besides, what's his solution? Sure, he doesn't like the stubborn Hebrews. He wants to get rid of them. But then I'm supposed to find a new chosen people? Oh boy, I'm going to have one hell of a recruiting problem. Can you see me on a scouting trip to the Amalekites, Midianites, or Canaanites? What do I say to them? Hey there, how'd you like to be the new chosen people? We march you around in the desert for 6 months, then wipe you out. Any volunteers? No. No matter how bad these Hebrews are, we know their faults. Why go from the known to the unknown? Having surmised all this, it follows the Lord's plan does not meet Moses' needs. From what we know now, he did not have a knee-jerk reaction to just go along. Believing that you can at least attempt to negotiate anything, and bolstered by God's previous dialogue with Abraham over the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah, let's speculate on Moses' strategy. Essentially, he must adapt to satisfy the Almighty's underlying concerns and interests. So here's the mosaic for negotiating with a much more powerful entity. Number one, Get the other side to realize that this is a mixed motive situation. While there is an initial difference as to how to solve this particular problem, the parties have a great deal in common as to their ultimate goals. Instead of viewing this as Moses versus the Lord, it should really be both of them versus the problem to be solved. 2. There is a need to formulate this matter differently, to reframe the issue so that a mutually satisfying solution can be found. 3. The overture should display humility and respect. Due deference and recognition must be given to what the might and power of the Almighty has already accomplished. 4. Seek to subtly remind God of the investment that he has in his chosen people, what they have previously been through together. 5. Try to have the Lord identify with the Hebrews as his people. Remind him that he made the selection and he brought them forth to freedom. 6. Attempt to have the Almighty ponder the consequences of his initial decision to consume the Israelites. What will his enemies think? Remember, this is the Middle East, where the enemy of my enemy is my friend. 7. Reminisce with God about the admirable ancestors of these people, whom he liked, and to whom he made promises. The implication, of course, is that the Lord would never go back on his word. With this strategic thought process in mind, let's move to the next portion of our biblical text, which is Exodus 32:11 through 14. But Moses pleaded with his God, Lord, why doth thy wrath wax hot against thy people, which thou hast brought forth out of the land of Egypt with great power and a mighty hand? Wherefore should the Egyptians speak and say, for mischief did he bring them out, to slay them in the mountains, and to consume them from the face of the earth? Turn from thy fierce wrath, and repent of this evil against thy people. Remember Abraham, Isaac, and Israel, thy servants, to whom thou swearest by thine own self, and sayest unto them, I will multiply your seed as the stars of heaven, and all this land that I have spoken of will I give unto your seed, and they shall inherit it forever. And the Lord repented of the evil which he thought to do to his people. Most of us know the rest of the story. For their transgressions, the Hebrews had to spend the next 40 years in the wilderness. But the laws given to them during that time formed the ethical foundation for the three major monotheistic religions of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. Summarizing the prominent points of Chapter 2. Because there is a correlation between aspiration level and outcome, set high goals. In the language of negotiation, no does not mean never. Instead, it is a reflective reaction to the unexpected or an opening bargaining position. Don't necessarily accept the way the other side has framed an issue or formulated a problem. Since fast responses can produce detrimental consequences, slow down, ask questions, and seek clarification. Especially if you are taken by surprise and cannot determine equity, find ways to stall or delay, ranging from calling a recess to identifying with your pen or wristwatch. The best response to those who have all the answers is to say, I don't know, or I don't understand, or please help me. Generally, begin negotiations in an amiable fashion, using the Socratic pose of ignorance. Keep the ultimate decision maker out of the nitty-gritty of deal-making. If that's not possible, convince him of the need to circumscribe his own capacity to say yes. Where practical, have an associate with you when you go into a bargaining session. Always begin all strategic interactions in a congenial and respectful manner in the hope that your counterpart will respond in kind. If they don't reciprocate, it's easy to move from a mode of cooperation to one of competition, then vice versa. Now, Applying Moses' mosaic. Display humility, deference, and respect, commending the other side for what they have previously accomplished. Remind your negotiating partner of your shared history that is worth preserving. Because negotiating is a mixed motive game, instead of initially focusing upon areas of disagreement, start with mutual interests. While differences exist, point out how both sides' ultimate goals are compatible. View the conflict as an opportunity to solve the problem creatively where everyone's needs are satisfied. Subtly remind your negotiating partner of the investment they've already made. Call attention to the ultimate distasteful and problematic consequences of their proposal that perhaps they have not even considered. Delicately mention the commitments previously made and your faith that your partner would never go back on his or her word. Chapter 3. Playing the Game. The singer counts for more than the song, just as the players are more important than the plays. We have just seen how one human being affected the behavior of a much more powerful entity. Implicit in this account is the style Moses used in negotiating with the Almighty. By this I mean his demeanor or way of communicating. From what we know, it consisted of a soft voice, deferential bearing, and humble attitude. In the end, it may be that this demeanor, more than the substance of his requests, was what carried the day. Section 1. Style supersedes substance. Today, in the era of negotiation, your approach can have the same effect. For the way you put your thoughts into words and the language of your behavior combine to mirror your character. It's from this that people make an initial assessment of your sincerity and trustworthiness. Remember, throughout this process, they are asking themselves, is this the type of person we want to do business with? By style, I mean how you negotiate. It's your approach and manner. Be assured that it counts for more than what you're talking about or the content of the discussion. Beneficial aspects of style are characterized by displays of the following: active listening, warmth and sensitivity, patience, sharing of feelings, and consideration for others' worth and self-esteem. Thus, how you engage in this process will affect emotions, feelings, perceptions, rapport, trust, and expectations. What, on the other hand, deals with things that are openly discussed and can be quantified, like quality, delivery dates, amounts, price, technology transfer, or contract wording. Although we talk about these items, which are easy to verbalize, ultimately it's style that supersedes substance in decision-making. Having said this, I'm not suggesting that you transform yourself into something that you are not. Too many people in this age of celebrity try to be someone else. Their life becomes a comic or tragic mimicry. More precisely, I am saying that you should be yourself on purpose. In fact, it's the celebration of your singularity that will enable you to relax and give you freedom to play the game. As you read this, many of you who have been exposed to my speech pattern and attitude know that if nothing else, I'm distinct. Ponder, if you will, Bella Abzug, Mel Brooks, Cesar Chavez, Perry Como, Katharine Graham, Katharine Hepburn, Barbara Jordan, David Mamet, Thurgood Marshall, Golda Meir, Harry Truman, John Wayne, Paul Wellstone, and even G. Gordon Liddy. What they all have in common is that each prospered, and did so precisely because they remained true to their authentic selves. All this is significant because you and your style can make a big difference. Make no mistake, you, the singer, count for more than the song. Just as in sports, It's the players, not necessarily the plays, that affect the outcome. Why is it that this timeless truth has not received wider recognition? By way of answering, let me share a story from my own life. Many years ago, when I was working in the corporate world, our district office received a visit from a home office auditor. After spending 5 days sitting there in his green eye shades counting beans or whatever he was doing, we were told his wrap-up conference would be held that afternoon from 2 to 4 p.m. Unfortunately, that morning, I had made a commitment to pick up one of my children at school and take them to the doctor at 3:30. Before the meeting started, I informed the auditor that I had this scheduling conflict. When advised what it was, he frowned and rolled his eyes. More troubling was that during the session itself, when asked to explain a particular finding, he remarked, "Well, I'd love to, but we don't have time, thanks to Herb." But he did have time to preach to us and sermonize. At one point, he even said, if you people spent more time working, you wouldn't have some of these discrepancies. Clearly, I felt this caustic comment was aimed directly at me. Suffice to say, I found his words to be inane, inaccurate, and inappropriate. But more, he personally was dumb, despicable, and disgusting. Although knowing rationally that he had the problem and not me, I found myself tightening and churning inside. Indeed, my first reaction was to strike back and achieve at least some verbal retribution. But even back then, I knew that for the sake of my livelihood, I would have to mask these primitive urges and don the executive facade, which I did. Then about 3:20, I excused myself and left to fulfill my obligation. That evening, when my wife came home, I couldn't wait to tell her what happened at the afternoon meeting. Still seething inside and needing to unburden myself, I felt she would appreciate my sacrifice and stoicism. As soon as she walked through the door, I began telling her what I went through that day. At the same time, she was hanging up her coat and went into the kitchen to make some tea. She was listening all right, but not that much. After I finally concluded my passionate recounting of events, her first reaction was, "Well, that's the way life is. They never promised you a rose garden." Hey, I said to myself, when it comes to giving empathy, she was stopping at nothing. Annoyed it would look like apathy, I said, "Would you listen to me, what I'm saying? Because I'm going to tell you this one more time." Would you believe that I actually told the story again, only this time I myself was listening? Surprisingly, it didn't sound that bad even to me. Exasperated, I eventually said, "Look, it's not what he said, it's the way or how he said it. If you would have been there, you would understand." The question is, why was it so difficult for me to get across the depth of my feelings? The answer, of course, is that this is a bottom-line culture, where if you can't quantify something, we believe it doesn't exist. And because it's so arduous to put the whole how into words, we tend to think it's of little significance. But it's not. You show me someone who's admired and influential, and without a doubt, it's a person whose style commands respect. These are individuals who cause things to happen, whose lives leave an imprint upon the planet. A case in point would be Pope John Paul II, who has imparted the values of peace, freedom, and faith to the world. To my mind, he was one of the crucial few who helped bring about the peaceful implosion of the Soviet Empire. As you no doubt know, the central doctrine of this pontiff is his reverence for life. Hence, the Roman Catholic Church in his time has strongly emphasized its stand against capital punishment, abortion, and even the use of birth control devices. In spite of these prohibitions, polls of practicing Roman Catholics in the United States inform us that a substantial majority are for the death penalty and employ contraceptives to limit the size of their families. Yet these same believers hold Karol Wojtyla and his teachings in the highest regard. Inconsistent? Not at all. They are simply expressing appreciation for his self-sacrifice, noble intentions, and not the least, his style. Section 2. The Way of the Gipper. Perhaps an even more vivid example is the most prominent president of our lifetime, Ronald Reagan. Some political savants have suggested that his popularity was due to his policies and programs, except that when I worked for him, I wasn't even sure what they were. Not that anyone else knew either. Yet President Reagan was a political giant who possessed firm convictions and unerring instincts. He was a man of boundless optimism and faith in the American people. In the course of 8 years, he faced down the evil empire, changed the direction of government, presided over the restoration of patriotism, and caused a resurgence of the national economy. No mean feat. Ironically, though, when the Gipper was beginning his political career, no one expected much. In fact, when Hollywood's Jack Warner heard that the Republicans were thinking of running Reagan for governor, he is reported to have said, No, it's Jimmy Stewart for governor, Ronald Reagan for best friend. When Reagan became our 40th president, complaints continued about his lack of intellectual substance and his advanced age. Even when he nominated the first woman, Sandra Day O'Connor, to the Supreme Court, he didn't get much credit. Here again they joke. Being hearing impaired, he probably thought he was appointing Sandra Dee. Certainly the media's impression was that he was not a man of substance, all facade with a hollow core. Likewise, Edmund Morris, in his authorized biography, Dutch, compared Ronald Reagan to the planet Jupiter, a diffuse, amorphous object with a huge gravitational force. In reality, what enabled President Reagan to achieve his objectives was his style, and this was communicated to his constituency via television. What they saw was idealism, optimism, congeniality, self-assurance, and above all, self-deprecating humor. He just looked and behaved in a way that Americans understand and respect. Embodying these style characteristics that are very American, it was relatively easy for President Reagan to relate well to the national electorate and they to him. You may even say it was close to a perfect fit. Section 3. An Outsider's View. Truly, I say this because in 1831, an aristocratic French sociologist by the name of Alexis de Tocqueville came to this country where he traveled about meeting and interviewing Americans. He took extensive notes, so when he went back to France, he was able to write Democracy in America, a 2-volume study in which he explained us to ourselves. Now, how come this foreigner could explain me to me? Why haven't I been able to figure me out? Well, it's difficult for me to really know myself. For in trying to gain this self-awareness, I've got to look at me through me, which creates distortion. That's why it's often said that it takes 2 to see 1. Actually, as I would say, does the fish know it's in the water? Have you ever wondered about that? Presumably not. But candidly, I'm obsessed by this. Throughout my life, I find myself constantly watching fish swim through water. They are so graceful. But then the fish makes its last move, its final mistake. Yeah, it lunges for food, which we term bait. The food is always impaled on a hook, so the fish not only gets the food, but the hook as well. When this happens, I'm usually with a child who is mercilessly reeling up his catch. In all these years, I've noticed that when the fish break through the water, their behavior and befuddlement is ever the same. Their body is contorted, their eyes bulge, their mouth opens and closes as if to say, "What the hell? I was in the water." Now what did they think? That blurred vision was the norm? Thus, it's hard for us to know ourselves. Often it takes a third party to edify us. So what did this outside observer de Tocqueville tell us about Americans? There were 3 characteristics, he said, that he did not find prevalent among other peoples. Number 1, we prefer issues that are pure and simple, framed in black and white. Number 2, we are an almost blindly optimistic people, always upbeat and hopeful. Number 3, we relate to and respect regular and authentic guys, those who come across as fallible and human. Section 4, less is more. For one thing, we like things simply put, believing in good and bad, right versus wrong, for me or against me, friend or foe. Americans then and now are reluctant to embrace nuances, gradations, or subtleties. I was interviewed on a national television program and asked whether I thought the United States would be sending ground forces to fight in Bosnia-Herzegovina. My response was immediate. Absolutely not. Taken aback, the host inquired, "How can you be so certain?" Well, I said there are 2 reasons. 1, Americans don't know geography. Since we can't locate Yugoslavia on the map, how can we figure out where Bosnia-Herzegovina is? Then there's the main reason, which is that this is a 3-party struggle. The questioner looked puzzled, so I continued. Americans don't get involved in 3-party disputes. The only way we might be drawn into this matter is if it were a 2-sided war where it's clearly virtue against evil. Why are we this way? Probably it's our history, geography, our social and political system. Maybe there's even some mythology in the mix. Nonetheless, all of this has been reinforced by Hollywood motion pictures, which have given generations of Americans their values. Let me remind you that the films young people see today are not the movies that Ronald Reagan and I saw in our formative years. In my day, before we went to a movie, we knew what to expect. It wasn't necessary to look in the newspaper or call the theater for showtimes. We could come in during the middle and still know what was going on. If you walked in and saw on the big screen 2 horses outside a saloon, one a good horse and the other a bad horse, you knew what was to follow. It was predictable. John Wayne may have had a wardrobe change, but he was the same Duke from role to role. He never let you down. Gary Cooper, who I thought was a fine actor, also was consistent. One year he made 8 motion pictures. People said, gee, how could he memorize all that dialogue? Well, it wasn't that difficult because the dialogue was always the same. Yep, nope, nah, giddy up, yep. Today, when I go to one of these multiplex theaters or even rent a video, it's different. I cannot recognize Meryl Streep from one role to the next. To me, that woman is a human chameleon. Robert De Niro and Tom Hanks expand and contract before my very eyes. As for Dustin Hoffman and Robin Williams, I can't always be certain of their gender. Ronald Reagan, though, is a product of my time, a different, less complicated era. So mirroring the Hollywood heroes of his time, he came across as natural, modest, unaffected, and unpretentious. Thus, he let people know what he stood for in simple terms, using undecorated language that stirs emotions, often accused of the facile categorization of complex issues. Who can forget the turning point in the televised presidential debate when Ronald Reagan asked the electorate, "Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago?" On another occasion, there was Reagan, seemingly effortless but brilliant framing of what was at stake during the air traffic controllers' strike, PATCO. At that time, I received a phone call from a top official from PATCO. He asked, "How long do you think the strike will last?" My response was, probably forever. He said, No, you don't understand. We didn't go out yet. That's what I'm trying to tell you, I said. Don't go. In making this analysis, I figured that these guys had made every possible blunder that could be made. Almost without exception, they hit every rut on the road. Presumably, the only way this could be done was to double back. In truth, however, the single biggest mistake they made was to let Ronald Reagan frame the issue, which he did in his own simple way. In effect, he asked the American people, is it okay for a government employee to disregard a sacred oath, to strike against the interests of all Americans, in violation of the law of the land? Are you kidding? How can anyone win with this issue? The president wrapped himself in the American flag, apple pie, and a hot lunch for orphans. From that moment on, PATCO was perceived by the public to be a greedy, selfish union. Ironically, those who are experts in airplane collision avoidance didn't understand how to apply it to the collective bargaining process. Ronald Reagan understood at a gut level that people will not necessarily make sacrifices for positive ideals. For instance, if I were to say to you, flippantly remark, "Hey, why don't you die first, tell me how it was, and then we'll talk about it." All the same, people will endure suffering if it's against some tangible inequity. Hence, by labeling the Soviet Union the evil empire and discussing the threat it posed to our way of life, Reagan was able to get the American people in Congress to go along with a costly military buildup at the expense of social programs. In the aftermath of the catastrophic terrorist attacks of September 11th, George W. Bush was faced with a similar dilemma. Clearly, the strategy of al-Qaeda was to draw the United States into an immediate, indiscriminate, and massive retaliatory response that would attract Muslims around the globe to fight a holy war. However, the president was not precipitous, but used time to make overtures to the Islamic community, thereby building a broad coalition against terrorism. Moreover, his choice of language, like evildoers, you are for us or against us, and so on, galvanized the American people and even the Western allies for the struggle that was to come. Section 5. All's right with the world. The second thing that Alexis de Tocqueville observed is that we are the most optimistic people he ever encountered. Indeed, even to this day, Americans believe that all problems can be solved in our lifetime and all obstacles can be overcome. We are the only country in the history of this world that has ever declared war against poverty. Poverty has been in existence since the beginning of time. Not only did we declare war against it, but we also had a deadline for knocking it off, giving ourselves 3 years. Then we would go on to something else. Al Smith, the Democratic Party's presidential candidate, in 1928 observed, "Americans don't need umbrellas. We walk in eternal sunshine." Decades ago, there was a Broadway musical that later became a film called Annie. The hit song from that musical sold millions of records in North America. Surely you remember it, though I suspect some people wish they could forget it. It's called Tomorrow, and it had these upbeat lyrics. "The sun will come out tomorrow. Bet your bottom dollar that tomorrow there'll be sun." Yet this recording sold millions of copies in the United States and Canada, despite the fact that it had no beat. Total overseas sales, however, were 19. They had no idea what the hell it was about. This is an especially American song made for a country that has always been about becoming, not being, about the outlook for the immediate future and not the legacy of the past. Truly, this is a Pollyannish place where we're hopefully optimistic about tomorrow or next week or next year. Astonishingly, after being elected to our highest office, Jimmy Carter forgot this characteristic of his constituency. During his presidency, he had his malaise period. When he finally came down from the mountain, it seemed as if he took political advice from Howard Cosell, and he decided to tell it like it is. And he did. In effect, he told the American people, "Let me be candid with you. Our future is behind us. In fact, the current generation will be the first whose standard of living may be lower than that of their parents. As far as owning your own home, the prospects are bleak because interest rates are out of control. Actually, we're working hard to get a handle on what's happening. As far as educating your children beyond high school, don't count on it. The likelihood is they won't be going to college because by that time, the cost will be prohibitive. So, vote for me." Obviously, not the best approach to win the favor of this electorate. Ronald Reagan, on the other hand, for all his years in politics, was always hopeful, congenial, self-assured, and confident. His Morning in America TV commercial was not just a political slogan, but also a personal expression of optimism that was almost religious in its fervor. So here was a man who appeared joyful, carefree, enthusiastic, and exuberant. Realistically, however, the man never had a right to be that happy. Why do I say that? Well, 2.5 months into his first term as president, there was an assassination attempt that almost killed him. His wife, Nancy, whom he loved dearly, had a mastectomy. Members of her family, Reagan was personally close to, died while he was in office. He also developed skin cancer, which meant that almost monthly he'd go to the hospital where they would sniff off a little piece of his nose. But foremost, as a source of aggravation, had to be that he had some of the most disappointing children you got to wish on any parent. Notwithstanding all this, for 8 years, Ronald Reagan exuded ebullience, affability, and optimism. During this time, I was working a great deal in Western Europe. Inasmuch as this was prior to the proliferation of CNN, it meant that while over there, I was without my daily fix of national and sports news. Hence, I would take a midday flight on Friday and rush home to watch the network news on CBS, NBC, or ABC. Every week, I turned on the set, and no matter what was happening in the United States, events that may have been good, bad, or neutral, the report always opened with a shot of Ronald Reagan walking toward a helicopter. By the way, I never knew where he was going, but he was always smiling, waving, and seemingly happy, as if to say, it's been another great week for me, America, and the entire free world. There he was, an affable man with a very old face and very young miracle hair. Right behind him was Nancy, who came across as a woman being pulled by a dog. Now, just short of the helicopter, the president would stop and turn to the pool of White House reporters in order to take questions from the omnipresent Sam Donaldson, who I personally felt was chained to him. How did we, the viewers, know it was ABC journalist Sam Donaldson? Well, Reagan would cue us by saying, "Yes, what is it, Sam?" No one actually saw Sam, and no one seemed to hear him except for the president. This was especially remarkable, since at the time our commander-in-chief was wearing a hearing aid in each ear. The man could not hear, which may have accounted for his congeniality. Cupping a hand over his ear, Reagan assumed a listening stance and muttered, "Yes, As reporters looked futilely for the questioner, the president began to speak. In the midst of his response, however, the helicopter blades started to rotate, drowning out his words. Waving and smiling, Reagan gave his professional military salute before he was spirited away for the weekend. Still, the imagery of this performance was that our commander-in-chief was visibly dealing with the problems, interacting with the media, and exercising leadership. Section 6. Equality, valued or tainted. The third distinctive quality that de Tocqueville found among Americans was the belief in the virtues and wisdom of the common people. From the earliest days until today, there has always been an egalitarian strain in our nation. This conviction appears in the adage, though not all of us can hit a home run, still, everyone should have a chance at bat. Knowing the attraction of populism in this culture, aspiring politicians often go to extreme lengths to show that they are one of the people. In Robert Penn Warren's classic book, All the King's Men, candidate Willie Stark, in a thinly disguised portrait of Huey Long, greets the voters with, "Friends, rednecks, hicks, and fellow suckers." This ambitious candidate is letting us know something vital, that he doesn't feel superior to the average person. Although only a handful of those who comprise the national government were born and raised inside the Beltway, there exists a pervasive view that when men or women spend time in Washington, D.C., something sinister occurs. Whether elected or appointed, there is a belief that Lord Acton had it right when he said, "Power tends to corrupt." It's as if formerly respectable, dependable, and unassuming folk risk being debased or stricken with Potomac fever, an ailment whose symptoms are arrogance, aloofness, and the sudden acquisition of expertise. Problem is, Americans don't like experts who are seen as people who know more and more about less and less until they eventually know everything about nothing. Typically, the derogatory stereotype of those who are part of the federal system is that they are know-it-alls who come across as didactic and patronizing. It follows, therefore, that the way to run successfully for political office is to position yourself as an outsider and complain about the central government. Candidate Reagan did exactly this when he said, "I don't know of any place where prayer is more needed than in the nation's capital." In the same vein, a few days later, he followed with, "There are two ways of doing things, the right way and the way they do it in D.C." Likewise, even after his election, he carried on, "When you mention common sense in Washington, you cause traumatic shock." Item. Back in 1987, during the Iowa Republican presidential primary, Bob Dole, a great public servant who had been in Washington for decades, vied with Vice President George H.W. Bush for the nomination. Repeatedly, when speaking to crowds in the snowy cornfields, Dole attempted to call into question Bush's upper-class elitist background by saying, "I'm one of you." All in all, Americans identify with regular people, those that are modest, gracious, and willing to laugh at themselves. When critics said he was a 9-to-5 president, Reagan's retort was, "It's true. Hard work never killed anybody, but I figure, why take the chance?" Belittled because of his advanced age, Reagan faced the issue directly, making it part of his speeches as he recalled his friendship with Betsy Ross and Thomas Jefferson. Addressing a medical convention, he told them, "Should I ever need a transplant, my problem is that I've got body parts they don't make anymore." If Ronald Reagan has taught us anything, it's the value of self-deprecating humor. For one thing, it humanizes the speaker, helping the listener to identify with him, creating a sense of oneness. For another, it can deepen the audience's feeling of dignity and worth. Lastly, it enables people to see things in a different light, giving events new meaning. But there was a time when President Reagan got into big trouble. Did you remember the Iran-Contra scandal? When the episode became public, the print media went wild. One newspaper in particular lashed into Reagan with apparent glee. "Finally, we caught him," their editorial said. "The Teflon presidency is over because there are only two possible explanations. Number one, the man was actively involved, orchestrating criminality. Once again, we have a president who is a crook. Or number two, he's so distant, dull, and dopey that he didn't even know what was going on around him." Presumably, they were waiting for Reagan to select from one of the two. But not Reagan. He'd just get moving about, smiling, waving. Another morning in America. Finally, when the media cornered him, he appointed the Tower Commission to impartially look into this matter. So now he couldn't discuss the situation since he didn't want to prejudice their findings. Meanwhile, the Democrats who control Congress made a political blunder. Seizing upon the issue, they preempted the field by appointing a joint committee of Congress headed by Senator Daniel Inouye of Hawaii. It turned out that the committee went whole hog, conducting an exhaustive investigation of documents and witnesses and holding televised hearings. Afterward, they wrote a thorough report that was very disparaging of President Reagan's role in the affair. When the pejorative findings became public, there was enormous pressure on the president to get on television and explain how this could have happened. At the time, I was in Washington when I learned that President Reagan would be on television that night to clear up and expound upon this matter. I was excited, just anticipating how he would untangle himself from this mess. Expecting a memorable or even historic speech, I rushed out and purchased 10 legal-sized pads and 50 sharpened number 2 pencils. Sitting in front of my TV set, I could hardly wait. At the appointed hour, the president came on. He did that long hallway walk to the podium, building up suspense. Although the room was packed with media people from all over the world, Reagan seemed to be looking beyond them, to his real constituency across the vast land. I don't know, he said. I don't understand. I don't know whether I knew and forgot, or maybe I never even knew. Now, how did people react to that? Surprisingly, they didn't even get upset. Invariably, they said, well, you can't know everything. Come on, the guy's getting old. Give him a break. What Reagan did was relate to an old American cliche or chestnut. So those watching were thinking, hey, this is still the land of opportunity. Anybody could be president around here. Indeed, if at the time a viewer was having a problem with a teenage child, he or she might envision that there was even hope for their offspring. There you have it. Ronald Reagan humanized himself and tapped into the values of those he was trying to influence. Today, as Ronald Reagan the man dims, his star shines brighter than ever. For even those who did not agree with his politics admire the class and spirit he displayed in how he announced his illness. Now, as I look back on President Reagan, policies aside, he was a unique individual who was unassuming and warm. Indeed, listening to him sometimes made your heart skip a beat, like Marlon Brando did in On the Waterfront when he said, I could have been a contender. What is most striking about this is that by and large Americans do not relate well to the highfalutin, to those with a masterful and magisterial manner. Most of us like people who are not affected but humble. Fact is, we don't even mind if they mess up, as long as they own up to messing up. No one understood this concept better than Ronald Reagan. Think for a moment, what were the areas where he claimed special expertise? Watching him over the years, it seemed to me that he never claimed to know anything. On the other hand, he was a man of convictions, an unshakable belief in a few simple truths. Actually, we admire women and men who have convictions, core values that make them predictable. Though occasionally believing they are wrong, we still have a certain grudging respect. After all, it's a matter of conscience, and who could argue with that? Item. Moon Landrieu, the legendary mayor of New Orleans, once told me that all a politician needs to be elected is 50% plus one of the votes cast. If you achieve a greater number than that at the expense of doing what was right, you have sacrificed your integrity needlessly. Years later, I was reminded of this when Governor Mario Cuomo of New York, a man of conviction, not consensus, would veto legislation to reinstate the death penalty. To my way of thinking, his was a profile in courage. By his actions, he was saying, in effect, that while a politician should respect public opinion and obey the law, anything beyond that is the willing submission to the tyranny of ambition. Section 7. The Optimum Style. From the prior examples, it should be evident that I believe it's always advisable to begin every negotiating encounter in a cooperative fashion. More precisely, that means in an amiable manner, with a congenial, low-key pose of calculated incompetence. Although my intention throughout this book is not to be authoritative, experience tells me that this is the best way to open. Here's why. First of all, if you start cooperative, there's a good chance the other side will respond in kind. The reason is that in most civilized cultures, there is a strong norm of reciprocity, what we call tit for tat. Consider, if you will, what your mother and my mom told us as children. If you'll be nice to people, they'll be nice to you. A platitude, perhaps, but it works about 85% of the time. As for the remaining 15%, who are Soviet-style win-lose, rat-for-tat operators, they are most likely to behold your decency as weakness and lick their chops. This minority tends to observe a soft style and easygoing attitude as a bull notices a red cape. What usually happens with these dog-eat-dog types is that they charge, trying to wrap things up quickly. Often, they become hostile and confrontational and use all sorts of tactical ploys. But as you know, the countermeasures for any adversarial gambit are to slow down and not react the way they expect you to. Even if a threat is made, smile and nod your head up and down as if you're acknowledging a compliment. As an aside, let me say that the toughest individual to negotiate with is a crazy person. The second most difficult is someone who is irrational. And the third is the toilsome dummy who can't even comprehend when he or she is being threatened. So should the other party become hostile and hard-nosed, a tincture of insanity, a dash of irrationality, and a dose of dumb make for a tasty countering recipe. The implication of what I'm saying is that when cornered by an offensive bully, don't go with your first two options, fight or freeze. But there is a third option that I recommend, which is to flow. By this I mean lighten up and say to yourself, this is a game. Hey, it's showtime. I'm in the world of illusion. In my own case, when someone has tried to intimidate or manipulate me with a stratagem, from good guy, bad guy, to a last-minute nibble, my usual response is, hey, I love the way you did that. Could you do that again? Only a bit slower. Remember, this is showbiz. While all of these games are being played out, time is passing and the other party is investing in the relationship. And once they invest, it's hard for them to divest. Indeed, rats and human beings have this in common. The more energy expended in pursuit of a particular goal, the more desirable that goal becomes. Once faced with the reality that their competitive approach will not work and confronted with the prospect of having to start all over again with another mark or target, they often modify their behavior. Remarkable, they then say to you, hey, I was just playing the game. You can't blame me for trying. The second reason you should be cooperative at the outset is, as I said formerly, it's virtually benign to move from collaborative to conflictive, whereas to reverse the process is exacting, to say the least. Remember when the Almighty sent Aaron and Moses to negotiate with Pharaoh? They did not start with Plague 10 or Plague 8, but opened with a request for a favor on behalf of the Lord. It was only when this was turned down that the negotiation moved from cooperative to competitive, gradually increasing the negative consequences with each rejection. To exemplify this concept, imagine opening a discussion by saying, look, I'm going to give it to you straight. If I don't get A, B, and C right now, I'll have your job and ruin your damn life. Can you see going from that to, perhaps I came on a bit strong? Would you be good enough, at your leisure, of course, to consider? Put it this way, you can't reverse yourself in this manner and maintain any semblance of credibility. Illustrating further, a number of years ago, when I lived on the North Shore of Chicago, a neighbor came to see me one Sunday afternoon. She was a physician married to an architect, and they had 2 young children. During the day, she worked at Northwestern Hospital, and they had a full-time nanny who had been with them for 6 years. It turned out that her problem was that on Friday evening, she noticed a pair of her diamond earrings were missing. According to her, the only suspect was the nanny. Her husband wanted to immediately call the police and fire the nanny. She was not comfortable with that solution, so they arrived at a compromise. They would fire the nanny and then retain an attorney to sue her for the return of the jewelry. After I asked, what for you would be an ideal outcome, she expressed concerns about the welfare of her children, feelings about this employee, and other factors ranging from justice to personal beliefs. During this conversation, the husband arrived. Surely my approach was non-directive, trying to help them arrive at an alternative strategy that would satisfy both of their needs. As I recall, my only direct contribution to the discussion was in recounting how the Almighty proceeded in the negotiations with Pharaoh. Undoubtedly, this reinforced the physician's instinctive feel for the problem, that the place to start was with a sit-down friendly discussion with the nanny. If that was unsatisfactory, they could always move to the threat of discharge, the issue of references, actual discharge, and finally, the plagues of civil litigation and prosecution. The next day I learned that they never got past step one. Apparently, after the nanny was asked to help them solve the problem, the missing item was located. It had fallen behind a dresser. Hearing that, what came to mind was a comment Abraham Maslow made years ago that especially applies to our contesting society. If you see all problems as a nail, your only solution is a hammer. To cap it all, I'm suggesting that you approach virtually all negotiations as an opportunity for mutual problem solving. At the outset, emphasize the commonality of interests that brought you together. Quite often I turn to the other side and ask, how can we come up with a solution that will meet both of our needs? By all means, you want them to understand that it is your intention that this be a joint problem-solving process that will be enjoyable and energizing. In this chapter, I have tried to focus upon style, the unique pattern that gives unity and distinctiveness to your behavior. Despite our cultural bias toward the tangible, measurable, and rational explanation, it's your manner that speaks louder than anything else. So if you set a positive, pleasant, and cooperative tone, there's a good chance the other side will respond in kind. At the same time, regardless how big the stakes, cultivate a detached attitude of caring, but not that much. Examine, for instance, a negotiation with a would-be suicide, a life and death situation. To be sure, those who attempt the solution to their problems are probably depressed, dejected, and feel at the time a sense of despair. For them, the suicide option is the sincerest form of self-criticism. Let me set the scene. The person considering this choice is standing on a ledge at the 6th floor of an office building in a major city. As a crowd gathers below, he is threatening to jump. Such a situation was dealt with by Bob Newhart in a comedic monologue that I saw him do decades ago on The Ed Sullivan Show. The fact that I remember this soliloquy after all these years is a tribute to both his quick-witted performance and his wise insights into human nature. Setting the scene, the negotiator climbs through the window and is standing next to the man who is threatening to take his own life. Albeit with a couple of edits, it went something like this. Hi there. By the way, pal, have you got a match? Hey, is this the first time for you? You don't happen to be with Enron, do you? You know, in the last few years, jumping has fallen off quite a bit. From what I hear, in 1929, you couldn't even get a space on this ledge. It was packed. Hey, there's the street vendor down there looking up. Why, it's Stan, the hot dog man. Are you hungry by any chance? Gee, I am. Maybe we can get something to eat. Hey, Stan, up here. Yeah, we'll take 2 hot dogs and 2 Diet Cokes. No, it's to go, Stan. While humorous, it is also true to life. What Newhart did in his own casual, matter-of-fact style was to capture the best way of influencing the behavior of someone in a stressful predicament. Earlier, I implied that negotiating involved decision-making under conditions of uncertainty. Ambiguity exists because even when both sides ultimately say yes, there are always other options, but their costs are unknown. This applies to momentous matters as well as everyday decisions. Very often, what influences our resolve to go with one alternative rather than the other is the process or the how. Consider the simple decision that virtually all of us make occasionally. Where do we go for dinner? The well-known Zagat surveys of restaurants, which are published annually, rate three major criteria in their evaluations: food, decor, and service. Evidently, they believe that 2/3 of customer satisfaction is not about the caliber of the meal, but the process of dining. In their opinion, style is twice as important as substance. Allow me to elaborate further on this idea by asking, what do you believe is the most popular ethnic restaurant in the world? This may or may not come as a surprise, but the answer is Chinese. Even if you were to exclude the People's Republic of China and Taiwan, Chinese dining establishments still come out ahead. Why this popularity? What makes us decide to dine there? To try and answer these questions, let me share with you my own experience. Last fall, my wife Ellen and I were in the Far East on business. Initially, we traveled to the People's Republic of China, where quite naturally we ate Chinese food. Next stop was Hong Kong, and each evening we dined on Chinese cuisine. Then came Singapore, and more of the same. Finally, we arrived in Sydney, Australia. Although tired, we threw on some clothes and went out to get a bite to eat. Sitting across the table from Ellen, I suddenly looked around at the decor and asked, "Why are we at a Chinese restaurant?" "You like Chinese food," she remarked. Pondering the exchange, I began to reflect. Do I really like this food? No, not really. I don't think anybody likes Chinese chow, least of all the people in mainland China. They're eating it for sustenance. Further, they don't have another choice. But what am I doing here? Yet if you look at my habitual behavior, you could easily say that I'm a Chinese food junkie. The question is, what gets me and so many others into these restaurants? Maybe it's nutritional value. Are you kidding? No, the substance or content of the food has little to do with my decision-making. Why do I say this? Well, number one, in Chinese restaurants anywhere, you never know what you're eating. You may have ordered Mu Pao Cheng and your companion Da Cheng Ping, but when it comes, it all looks like the same stuff. Number two, I don't care what they say, Chinese food contains MSG, monosodium glutamate, which means it's quite likely that afterward you will swell up like a banana fish and wonder whether you could even make it back out to sea. And number three, the old cliche may well be true. 2 hours after consuming a Chinese meal, you're inclined to get famished. This seems to be borne out by the fact that 20% of all pizza deliveries in North America go to people who have just eaten Chinese meals. Don't get me wrong. It's not my intention to slight Chinese restaurants or those who frequent them. To the contrary, as I said earlier, I myself am an addict. But what attracts me is not the food. Rather, it's the atmosphere and the way the experience makes me feel. Reflect for a moment. Have you ever been denied admission to a Chinese restaurant? It doesn't matter how you dress. Last summer, I was walking about wearing shorts in Vancouver's Chinatown. Deciding to get some dim sum, I approached the Chinese tea room. My wife was shaking her head as she proclaimed, "They'll never let you in. Look at the way you're dressed." It goes without saying we were seated without any difficulty. Contrast this with New York's L'Espinasse, where to gain admittance to this temple of gastronomy, I had to go back to my room for a tie. In Los Angeles, in Matsuhisa, they loaned me a jacket. Now in Chicago's Spiaggia, the situation was more complex. Although suitably attired in a jacket, dress shirt, and tie, the maitre d' was about to turn me away because I was wearing jeans. Would you believe I actually was forced to negotiate to have the opportunity to spend lots of lira? Years ago, while strolling on K Street in our nation's capital, I was overcome with hunger. Consequently, I decided to stop at Mr. K's, a classy Chinese eatery with two stone lions out front. Dressed in shorts and a t-shirt, I was taken aback by the fashionable furnishings and Tony decor inside. It looked like Versailles at the time of Louis XV. The clientele matched the surroundings, women and men bedecked in formal attire. Even I felt intimidated under these circumstances. I was about to leave when the head waiter approached. "May I help you?" he asked. Hesitant at first, I eventually responded, "Gee, I was just wondering whether I could get something to eat. Am I dressed okay?" "Oh, no problem," he declared. "You fine. We have a table for you in kitchen. It's better. It's closer to the food." You always feel valued, accepted, and attended to in Chinese restaurants. All of them seem to have the same style, a customer-friendly attitude that makes you feel good. Many years ago, when our children were young and unruly, we would go for lunch or dinner at a different Chinese restaurant on the weekend. The place didn't matter, but the dining process was very similar. Once seated, the busboy would place the menus on the table and bring glasses of water, always spilling a few drops. Maybe this is part of the ritual. Then the waiter comes over, bows slightly out of respect, and does something that you don't see elsewhere. He audibly counts the number of people in your party. "Hello, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, he observes. "You got a 5. That's good." Not only have I learned that I'm a 5 guy, he makes me feel that 5 is the best number. Presumably, if the count would have been 4, I might be somewhat impotent. 6, on the other hand, would make me a sexual pervert. But I'm a 5 guy, and that sounds just right. Moreover, he tells me that this number qualifies us for the columns. Ironically, driving to the restaurant, I announced to the family, I make the same mistake every week. This time, I'm not going to overeat and bloat up on this stuff. I'll just have a little chow mein and some green tea. But whenever I hear that I qualified for the columns, forget the resolution I made in the car. To hell with the chow mein. I'm going with the columns because that's the best deal. Now, with the columns, you'll always start with a choice. You can select spring roll or egg roll. Honestly, I've been eating in Chinese restaurants for over 4 decades and still haven't figured out the difference. Certainly, my family doesn't know either, yet we actually discuss this. But this social exchange and decision-making gives us the illusion of choice, options, participation, and a sense of mastery over our lives. When the waiter returns, he recounts the party. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. To make sure we still qualify, or maybe he thought we had multiplied while he was gone. "Good," he says. "You still have 5. That means you can have 2 from column A, 2 from column B, and 1 from C." Having given us the guidelines, the waiter excuses himself while our family studies the menu, debates preferences, and ultimately engages in consensus decision-making. After 15 or 20 minutes, we have agreed on our selections for columns B and C, but are deadlocked on A. We have only been able to agree on one item. With some trepidation, we call over our waiter. Chinese people, however, are wonderfully understanding and patient. "I'm sorry," I say. "We only have 1 in column A." "Ah, good," he says. Whatever you tell him, it's good. "The kids are having a food fight." Same reply. "Ah, good." "Oh, you only have 1 in A. That's good," he declares. "So you can take a 1 in A and you trade it in for 2 in B and 3 in column C. But if you want, you can do 1 in A, 2 in B, and 4 in C." Despite our impasse, we have now earned extra currency so we can refashion, redesign, restructure, and retailor the meal to meet our special needs. There is a sense of exhilaration that somehow we've been involved in the creative process. When I arrived at the restaurant that day, I brought with me the baggage of concerns and regrets that we all carry. Certainly there are qualms about the past, the decisions I made and those I didn't make, the things I should have done, if only I would have, and those chances missed where I could have. What we call the shoulda, woulda, coulda of life, the what might have beens. In a world where the population is exploding at an exponential rate, where resources are diminishing, and where the average family in North America has 1.6 children, what the hell am I doing with 3 kids? Is it pure selfishness on my part? But then I realized, no, it's enabling me to qualify for the columns. So, in reality, I'm glad we've got them. Having alleviated some of the burdens of the past, how does the process of Chinese dining help me with the present? Well, as you're chomping away, the food doesn't taste all that bad. In fact, it fills you up pretty well. Later on, you may retain water, but right now you're feeling satisfied and content. The only thing left is the uncertain future. But the Chinese dining experience tries to take care of that. Unanticipated, unexpected, and unadvertised, they bring you a plate of fortune cookies. Almost without exception, diners want to know what life has in store for them. These are the very same people who ridicule astrology, the occult, and even the New Age movement. Still, they are dying to learn their fortune. Do you know anyone who ever became depressed after reading the words on these little pieces of paper? Typically, they provide some hope. For example, you will achieve a place in the sun, but you'll have to put up with a few blisters. Thus, by virtue of style or interpersonal process, people have been able to satisfy their needs, all of which should tell us that how we negotiate will influence outcomes more than most of us realize. For you are not really selling products or proposals, but you're selling yourself. The conclusion is inescapable. Your style will supersede the substance of any transactions. Summarizing the prominent points of Chapter 3. How you interact, your demeanor or approach, registers more than what you are discussing, terms or content. People are more influenced by the manner of the messenger than the message itself. Effective negotiators have a style that those whom they are trying to influence relate to and admire. Successful persuaders within the United States, whether politicians, managers, or salespeople, are distinguished by certain style characteristics. The ability to express ideas in simple terms, framing issues so that choices are clear-cut. An optimism and hopefulness about the future. Coming across as the embodiment of ordinary folk, regular guys or gals. A congenial, humble, and unaffected way. The use of self-deprecating humor to humanize and make fun of themselves. Start all dealings in a cooperative fashion, conveying empathy along with a low-key pose of calculated incompetence. The negotiating world often contains some razzle-dazzle and hocus-pocus, so lighten up and enjoy the game. Since we can't do much about birth and death, have some fun in the time between. Chapter 4, A Mixed Motive Game. We're all in this together, but sometimes by ourselves. Lily Tomlin. Remember the climactic moment in the motion picture High Noon, where Gary Cooper, the heroic sheriff, is alone as he confronts the ruthless villain? In the background are the anxious and terrified townspeople who don't want to get involved. Yet they're glancing at the scene through partially open shutters, wondering which one will be left standing after the shootout. In the movie, we know what happened. A quick draw, a one-shot kill, and the triumph of right over wrong. In sum, the antagonist got his comeuppance, and the protagonist, after throwing his badge to the ground, got Grace Kelly. More significantly, however, is that the townspeople, by the ignominy of their inaction, will also get their just deserts. Ignoring Burke's formulation that evil triumphs when good people do nothing, they unknowingly choose a lawless and chaotic future for themselves. What the director Fred Zinnemann seemed to be saying was that almost every gross injustice has its accomplices, and that consequences ensue even from inaction. Section 1. Labeling is disabling. In everyday life, of course, things are not so sharply defined. Yet in spite of our knowledge that gradations and shadings always exist, we still have a tendency to perceive the world in terms of entities, grouping and categorizing. For example, she's a liberal or a conservative, pro-life or pro-choice, a household engineer or a career woman. In short, it's either fish or fowl, but it can't be both. While this kind of thinking affords time-saving shortcuts in a complex world, it's always harmful to pigeonhole people and make unfounded assumptions about them. Each person is elaborate, diverse, complicated, and forever changing. Section 2. Dial M for money. About 10 years ago, late Friday evening, just before Christmas, I received a phone call from a friend, Pete O'Hara, who was a longtime executive at an owned and operated television station in Chicago. Though distraught, he recounted what happened to him that day. While working in his office at 6:30 p.m., he received a phone call from the station's new general manager, Tom Johnson, asking that he come upstairs for a meeting. When Pete arrived, he was informed that he was fired, effective immediately, and to clean out his desk. From what was said, the discharge was not based upon poor performance. Advised not to take it personally, he was told that his slot was needed for a member of the GM's Miami team. The next week, when O'Hara went to see the human resources people, I tagged along. Surprisingly, what they offered him in a severance package was less than their personnel manual required. Incidentally, one of my axioms is to always make the other side live by their own rules and words. Using this as a pretext, I went upstairs to see the general manager, Johnson. As I walked into his office, he stood up and came out from behind the desk. My first thought was that he looked more like a professional football linebacker than a TV executive. He was a hell of a big guy. From all indications, however, he seemed pleasantly surprised to tower over me. Perhaps he expected that I would be taller, better dressed, and more impressive. "Hello, my name is Herb Cohn," I said, in my New York accented speech. "It's a pleasure to meet you." Looking me up and down, he smiled broadly, extending his hand. Now came his top executive handshake, controlling and firm. Then he responded in a deep, resonant voice. "Hi there. I'm the new general manager. By any chance, did you know I used to be a Green Beret?" Used to be a Green Beret, I say. While I'm thinking, why the hell is he telling me this? Is this normal? Do I go around greeting people with, "Hi there, I'm Herb Cohn, Korean War veteran, under Public Law 550, saved all you people from the commies"? Why, if not for me, they'd be all over Chicago. Why is he doing this? Is this supposed to frighten or intimidate me? Now, if we were doing hand-to-hand combat or dueling with bayonets, I'd be scared. But we're just negotiating, so of course I'm concerned, but not that much. Starting with my low-key pose of calculated incompetence, I let him do most of the talking while I took notes. And boy, did he like to talk, expounding on his management philosophy and values. For whatever reason, he assumed that I was an agent who represented media talent. Consequently, his approach was to use this as leverage over me. In other words, he implied that if I wasn't accommodating in this instance, it might cost me in the future. Presumably, he thought I would be coming to see him on behalf of clients. As you no doubt suspect, this tag was inaccurate and his assumptions were mistaken. In hindsight, I have come to believe that Johnson didn't see me as much of a challenge. He assumed that I was vulnerable and could be easily manipulated. As a result, we spent the rest of that day trying to come to an agreement. Without realizing it, he was investing time and energy in our relationship. If he knew at the beginning that I would not be susceptible to his pressure tactics, I suspect he would have turned this matter over to someone else, but fortunately he didn't. Thereafter, other meetings ensued in which the general manager offered to increase O'Hara's severance package beyond what was called for. In addition, he would throw in extras, from paying for a year's hospitalization insurance to allowing O'Hara to write his own recommendation, which he would sign. Accepting all of this, we still wanted more, claiming that the timing and manner of the firing constituted virtually cruel and unusual punishment. Throughout these discussions, Johnson showed little interest in O'Hara's predicament. He tried to dominate every exchange, making statements that were coercive or outright bluffs, eventually becoming exasperated with the amount of time he was spending and what he termed my attitude problem. He stated, "I don't have the authority to give you what you want." Alas, this led to the concluding negotiating session, which was attended by 2 corporate human resources people and a network attorney from New York City. Besides Pete and myself, we also brought along a Chicago lawyer who we optimistically hoped would draft the agreement. When the meeting began, it was apparent that GM Johnson was fully aware of his new audience. Playing to the corporate crowd, he backtracked on his last proposal and presented it to us as an implicit ultimatum. Growing annoyed and impatient, I eventually said, "If you maintain this attitude and position, what do you think we'll do?" Much to my amazement, Johnson suddenly became quite creative. "You will undoubtedly sue us," he said. My response was, "Okay, what else?" Thinking for a moment, he continued, "Probably you go to the National Association of Broadcasters." "And then?" I inquired. "Knowing you'll complain to the FCC or even Congress." "Do you think we'll stop there?" I asked. "No, not you. I know your type," Johnson said. "You'll get on talk shows to gripe, to promote yourself, and get more clients." At this juncture, our new team member, the Chicago attorney, asked if we could take a break. When we were outside, he turned to me. "What the hell are you doing, threatening the network?" Before I could even respond, he said, "That's unethical, and you're getting close to extortion." O'Hara, who was laughing, turned to his counsel and said, "What are you talking about? Herb never said a word. He just encouraged Johnson in a brainstorming session." After the caucus, Johnson increased his offer, and eventually we moved into the settlement range. It took some additional dialogue and a couple of nifty ideas from the New York outsiders, but we came to an agreement. The outcome was that Pete O'Hara doubled his termination compensation and, with the excellent reference provided by the general manager, was able to get an equivalent position within the industry in a month. As for Johnson, he was elated to get rid of us so he could direct all his energies to revitalizing the station. When I last saw him, his parting words were, "Next time, when you bring a client around, it'll be different." Needless to say, there was never a next time. Looking back on this episode, there are 2 things that stick in my mind. First, that this GM, in 3 weeks, never learned anything about me, least of all what I did for a living. So what he thought was his coercive power had no effect whatsoever. Second, his statement, "Knowing you, I know your type," was the kind of mindless stereotyping that impairs one's vision. How can anyone possibly think they know me? Truth be told, we are all largely fictitious, even to ourselves. Section 3. It ain't necessarily so. In December 2001, the University of Notre Dame, amidst considerable fanfare, introduced George O'Leary to the public as their new football coach. Incredibly, only 5 days later, he resigned when reports surfaced that he had fudged his resume. Then 2 weeks later, athletic director Kevin White held another press conference to announce that Tyrone Willingham, an African-American from Stanford University, would coach the Fighting Irish. Oddly enough, when asked by the media why O'Leary was selected over Willingham in the first place, the athletic director's reply was illuminating. "We just felt that George kind of brought us something out of central casting.
second-generation Irish Catholic, a great passion to be at Notre Dame. He espoused it, he gushed at us, and we loved him. Such uncharacteristic candor is enlightening and noteworthy for at least 3 reasons. First of all, it's a blatant example of stereotyping. Though, in this case, the profile of those of Irish Catholic ancestry may seem favorable to some, it represents an oversimplified picture. Problem is, to be a creative negotiator, you need to see beyond givens and categories, to recognize individual complexity and often unstated needs. Second, the athletic director in this case appeared to have forgotten that his primary objective was to hire a football coach who could restore the Fighting Irish to prominence by emphasizing aspect of a candidate's personality and ethnicity. He engaged in goal displacement. Had this been practiced in earlier times, Notre Dame would never have hired 2 of their legendary coaches, Knute Rockne and Ara Parseghian. Section 4. When you're up to your neck in alligators, it's easy to forget that your original objective was to drain the swamp. Before going further, in the interest of full disclosure, let me admit that I'm especially frustrated with organizations or people who focus upon activity, means, at the expense of accomplishment, goals. For as long as I can remember, I've been an advocate of hiring and rewarding people not because of looks, personality, gender, race, or background, but based on performance. Undeniably, these views were reinforced while I was attending college and obtained a summer job working for the Ford Motor Company. Reporting for work, I was given an orientation, signed some documents, and then sent to see a Technicolor short about the history of the company. At the time, I recall being impressed by the high quality of the film and the business savvy of its founder, Henry Ford. Next, I met my foreman, who welcomed me to the Ford team. He handed me a white shirt and said, "Put this on, 'cause you're an assistant foreman, part of management, and we all wear white shirts." While I was changing, he hooked a pedometer onto my belt. You know what this is. About the size of a pocket watch, it responds to body motion and thus measures the distance a person walks. "Your job," he said, "is to move around among the workers. So whenever they look up, they'll see you and know that management cares. Then, at the end of your shift," he went on, "I collect the pedometers from all the summer assistants, and that's how I determine the kind of day they had." "Any questions?" he asked. "No, sir," I replied. I needed the job. Following these instructions, I spent the next 5 hours strolling about, making myself visible to the workers. Simply out of curiosity, about 3 p.m. I glanced down at my pedometer and noticed it read 3.1 miles. Then I observed another guy with a similar job description. He was easy to spot because of the white shirt and pedometer. As we approached each other, I inquired, "What have you got? What's your mileage?" "Oh, I'm over 4 miles, he beamed. Wow, I thought, I've got to pick up the pace. Extending my stride and moving faster, I soon saw another colleague. "Hey, what's your pedometer read?" I shouted across the assembly line. He held up 2 fingers, like he was giving me a V for victory sign. "Does that mean 2 miles? I hollered over the noise. He nodded yes. Now I had a problem. I didn't know whether to slow down or speed up. Getting these conflicting signals, I began to feel tense, like I was stressed, so I went to the place where people go under these circumstances. I headed for the men's room, where I had my first contact with the informal organization. Standing at the urinal next to me was an older guy. He must have been about 23 years old. His voice was hoarse and rasping. "Hey, kid, you new here?" "Yes, sir, I am." "It figured," he growled. "Let me give you the scoop. You do less than 2 miles a day, you'll be fired. 2 to 4, you'll make it through the summer, but don't figure on coming back next year. 4 to 6, you'll be here every summer, and when you get out of college, you could have a real job in this place. Now, 6 to 7, you'll stick around, and one day
You might even be running the plant. But anything more than that, forget about it, 'cause you'll make everybody else look bad. Capiche? You understand?"
"Yup," I said. I certainly did. So I picked up the pace slightly, and that day turned in my pedometer with a reading of 3.8 miles. Clearly, that was an indication of my own social needs and career aspirations at the time. For about 2 weeks, everything went well. Then something eventful occurred. There was an assistant foreman in our group who had an enriched job. He not only walked the walk with us, but he also ran a punch press in the morning. Through trial and error, he discovered that if he placed his pedometer on the machine, which went 120 revolutions per minute, in no time he could get his mileage. Being entrepreneurial, he spread the word and turned this discovery into the money-making concession of selling time on his machine. In simple terms, give him your pedometer at 9 a.m. and it's out by 11 a.m. with the desired mileage. Sure, it cost a few bucks, but you could spend the rest of the day in the can engaged in self-development. Thus, I was enjoying the capitalist system until one morning, the guy with the punch press was called away to take a phone call. He left the pedometer on the machine, and when he returned, it registered 67 miles. This was my first exposure to the art of crisis management. All of us gathered around the machine in an attempt to solve the problem. My personal suggestion was that we give it to the skinny white shirter and say he was hyperactive. But this idea was rejected when someone who we thought was studying engineering said in an authoritative manner, "No problem. Just look at the number of digits here. Put it back on the press and let it run. It'll go to 97, 98, 99, and then swing back to 0. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then we'll stop it at whatever number we want." By the way, later on we learned that our expert wasn't exactly an engineering student, but he knew someone that was. To this day, I still recall us all gathered around, watching the numbers change. It went to 97, 98, 99, and then 100, 101, 102. When we stopped the machine, it was at 111 miles. Anyway, we decided to turn it into the foreman as it was, figuring that he'd never even notice. Boy, were we wrong. It didn't take long for him to figure out the scheme, and so ended the employment of my cohorts and myself that summer. Who benefited from all these machinations? Certainly not Ford, which immediately thereafter changed their procedures. As for me, I had to scramble around looking for another job and ended up working in a sweatshop, cutting ribbons, silks, and velvets. There you have it. Whenever a person or a system focuses upon personality or activity, you are implicitly encouraging people to perfect the craft of gamesmanship. Becoming emotionally attached to irrelevancies, we do a disservice to ourselves, our organizations, and even what America is supposed to be all about. What I have been discussing in this seeming digression is the importance of evaluating people based upon performance or what they actually achieve, not whether they look good, arrive on time, or keep their office space tidy. These latter items are only significant insofar as they relate to the success of the enterprise. Achieving profitability in business, winning games in sports, or obtaining one's objectives in negotiation. Of course, the activities or means we use should always be appropriate and ethical, but are merely the ways to attain desired outcomes. Having said all this, let's go to the third point in my analysis of the Notre Dame athletic director's revealing comments. Section 5. Say cheese. Lastly, based upon the statement, he gushed at us and we loved him, it's apparent that Mr. O'Leary, unknowingly perhaps, made use of the liking norm to get what he wanted. 20 years ago, when I returned from the West Coast leg of my book tour, I remember saying to my daughter Sharon, "You know, I really liked the people who interviewed me on radio and TV."
At the time, she was a college student majoring in psychology, and her retort surprised me. Sure you like them, 'cause they like you. Reflecting upon her revelation, my first reaction was denial. That's not true. There are many people who like me, but who I can't stand. Okay, name one, she said. Well, for the next year, I consciously tried to find this person without success. What she and professional persuaders from Harvey Mackay, Swim with the Sharks Without Being Eaten Alive, to Joe Girard, the greatest car salesman, know is that we are more prone to say yes to someone we know, like, or identify with. Consequently, these pros have extensive mailing lists and networks, which they use to keep in touch with prospects all year round. As human beings, we are amenable to flattery, to people whose backgrounds and interests are similar to ours, and those who are willing to go to bat for us. When a salesperson examines your trade-in prior to negotiating the purchase of a new car, he or she is not looking only at its condition. No, indeed. They are gathering information as to your hobbies, habits, and the nature of your livelihood. Of course, they will note the type of CDs you have in your glove compartment and notice whether there's a tennis racket, rollerblades, or golf balls on the back seat. Invariably, this will be used later on when they casually remark, I can't wait till the weather warms up so I can get out on the course. Moreover, we are all too familiar with a new car salesperson who is willing to confront his manager and put his career at risk to ensure that you get a good deal. Probably the most familiar example of the liking norm and the power of identification is the good guy, bad guy technique, frequently displayed on TV crime shows. You may have actually experienced this approach in your own negotiations. Let me set the scene. In a major American city, an 18-year-old suspected of a mugging has been arrested and taken to the police station. After being advised of his rights, he's removed to the interrogation room where he proclaims his innocence to a pair of police officers. Suddenly, one of them, who plays the role of bad cop, flies off the handle. He grabs the suspect by the shirt and hurls verbal abuse and threats at him. Whether the teenager talks back or doesn't respond, the bad cop flies into a rage, threatening to put him away for 10 years of hard time. During this performance, his partner, the good cop, has been sitting quietly in the rear. Just when it appears that the bad cop is about to lose control and physically assault the suspect, the good cop intervenes. Grabbing his partner and pulling him away, he says, Nick, what are you doing? Get control of yourself. Cool it. But bad cop, who looks like he was trained in the actor's studio, shouts back, Don't tell me to cool it. I'm going to kill this lying SOB. At this point, the good cop physically pushes his partner out the door, telling him, You've got to get control of yourself, Nick. Please go for a walk around the block and then come back. Having removed the threat of the menacing partner, the good cop pulls up a chair and speaks calmly to the suspect using his first name. Gee, Billy, I want to apologize for my partner. He has a terrible temper. In fact, he maimed a prisoner who was about your age in that very seat last month. Look, we already got enough evidence to convict you, and Nick wants to put you away for 10 years, he continues softly. But this is your first offense. I have a kid your age, so I feel for you. If you admit that you did it right now, before he gets back, I'll take charge of the case and put in a good word for you. Do us both a favor, Billy. Just tell me the truth, and we can work together to get you through this. About half the time, a complete confession follows. Why does this commonplace technique work so often? By way of explanation, there seem to be 3 factors that affect the suspect's decision-making. Number 1, the stark contrast between the available alternatives, the rational good cop or the irrational and crazed bad cop. Number 2, the opportunity to have a sympathetic insider working on his behalf. Number 3, the fact that the good cop has protected him from the potential of physical harm at the expense of jeopardizing his relationship with his partner. So the reciprocity norm comes into play. Section 6. Believing is seeing. Up to this point, I have shared examples with you of individuals who are at a disadvantage in negotiation. All of us, of course, are subject to bias, prejudice, and a tendency to see what we want or expect to see, rather than what is really there. To escape from this liability, it is necessary that we become more skeptical about what we think we know. This is especially true in negotiating, where participants make calculations and tactical decisions in accordance with their perceptions about the other side. Section 7. A dynamic of dual desires. Recall that negotiating is a process involving parties with both common and conflicting interests who come together voluntarily in an attempt to arrange or adjust their future relationship. It occurs when two or more players, without the same preferences, try to make a joint decision. If successful, both sides prefer the agreed outcome to the status quo, or for that matter, any other alternatives. But this social interaction would not come about unless both common interests and conflicting interests exist. Years ago, after I gave a speech in Mexico City, one of the people in the audience came up to me. Thinking he had a question, I was taken aback when he asked if I remembered a friend of his, one Alfredo Santiago. As it turned out, this person was involved in a negotiation with me 10 years earlier when I represented a client in Ecuador. Apparently, Mr. Santiago had some complaints about the way the agreement was implemented by my then client. The emissary wanted to know if I'd be willing to discuss this matter gratis with Santiago. Although this all happened a decade before and I barely remembered it, I said, okay, what about breakfast tomorrow morning? Shaking his head, he said, no, it's not possible to do that here. Alfredo is in prison in Guayaquil. He beat up his in-laws, but he has visiting privileges for 1 hour every Sunday. Now, do you believe I took the next plane to Ecuador? Are you kidding? I went home. While sympathetic with Alfredo's current situation, and even recognizing that some conflict may exist, I didn't see any commonality. In other words, if there's nothing in common, there's no reason to resolve or even clarify differences. So when negotiating takes place, the parties have mixed motives or dual desires. The individual's wish to maximize his or her gain and the cooperative need to arrive at a fair solution. Cynics might even say that some competitive negotiators use the veneer of cooperation as a smokescreen to conceal their real intent, prevailing over their counterpart. But whatever your view, I believe you will agree that this game is not akin to solitaire. You and I are not like Robinson Crusoe or Tom Hanks in the movie Castaway, alone in what we want. While seeking our own satisfaction, we must be able to come to terms with the contrary preferences and desires of others. In negotiation, there's always at least one other participant and rules, or at least etiquette of play. Moreover, there are also interdependent moves where signals are sent and interpreted and adjusting and learning takes place. Section 8. A problem-solving process. Negotiating should be seen as a problem-solving process where both sides interact to share their preferences and needs so that beneficial exchanges can be made and agreements that give added value to the relationship can be achieved. Certainly, if the relationship is continuing, this game is only a means toward an end. At the outset, the parties have an imperfect understanding of each other's concerns. Thus, they should begin by exploring issues that reflect feelings and interests, then engage in a search for novel alternatives or at least identify concessions that can profitably be exchanged. Keep in mind that initially the stakes or acceptable minimums of the parties are not known, or if they are, they're not set in cement. so that in revealing information or by eliminating, combining, or changing any of the elements, you in effect affect the expectations of the other side. This brings to mind an experience I had many years ago. When I was in Boston on a TV show plugging my book, I had met the show's producer, Leslie James, a very capable and professional person. Lo and behold, she phoned a few months later asking if I would represent her. She had received a call from Embassy Productions in Los Angeles offering her the job of assistant producer on a new situation comedy that they were developing. From all indications, Leslie was their first choice because the creator of the sitcom concept and now the executive producer wanted her, and she was eager to get started. Since I prefer not being a talent agent, I recommended that she use Bob Wolf. Besides being a good friend who lived in the Boston area, he was someone I trusted and respected. His clients at the time ranged from basketball's Larry Bird to NBC's Gene Shalit. Because she seemed anxious, at the conclusion of our phone conversation, I said, "Look, if he can't or won't do it, I will." The next day, Leslie called. "He's overseas," she said. "He won't be back for 2 weeks." Because this matter had a sense of urgency, after chatting with my new client about her situation, desires, and concerns, I was off to the West Coast. Arriving at the corporate suite on Avenue of the Stars in Century City, I was ushered into the office of the firm's attorney. Now, I suspect that the typical showbiz agent whom he has dealt with would start the conversation with, "Look, my client doesn't need the job. She's got other big offers pending. Unless you're prepared to put big dollars on the table, forget it." My approach was a little different. "Leslie really wants this job. Maybe I shouldn't be saying this, but she's dying to come out here to work on this show." With this, the attorney came out from behind his desk and pulled up a chair next to me. "I hope I didn't say anything wrong," I said. "No, not at all," he responded. "She wants this job so bad, her last words to me were, 'Herb, don't screw this up.' So she wants to come here, and I guess you want her," I said. He was grinning as he commented, "Well, that could be. Now I have to ask you. I don't know this area well. Would she need a car out here? See, right now she doesn't own a car. Leslie lives right next to the MTA in Boston and uses it to go back and forth to work. How's your public transportation?" "Not that good," he said. "She probably would need a car." "By the way, when would you want her to start? Could she have about 2 or 3 months to look for housing?" Looking startled, he said, "No, we need her now. We already sold the pilot and want to start shooting in 2 weeks. "Gee," I said, "so you think she needs a car and she has to move right away?" Pausing for a second, I went on. "Oh, I almost forgot. Leslie lives in a rent-stabilized apartment in Boston. She pays $540 a month for 2 bedrooms and 2 baths. Do you think she can get something comparable at that price around here?" "No, you must be joking. This is L.A." After sharing my client's concerns and issues with him, the attorney for Embassy reciprocated. He told me that his company had many projects going and a plethora of assistant producers. As he put it, there are a dime a dozen in Southern California, and they all start at the same salary. There you have it. They want her, and she wants them. It's no longer us versus them, but both of us versus the problem to be solved. Succinctly put, what forms of compensation can the company give Leslie that would not raise objection from those in comparable jobs? Since she was the only person they ever hired for this position who was not local, Leslie obtained a car allowance, a rent subsidy, generous moving expenses, and other one-time extras. Even if word of this compensation package got out, it was deemed that her peers would not object, as this was a special case, differentiated from the routine. In the end, my client almost tripled the compensation she was previously making. Not so fast. This was not all gravy, because her living costs also increased substantially. In summary, though, both sides got what they wanted. The point of this story, confirmed by a lifetime of experience, is that it is not necessary to go into negotiation with a no-holds-barred approach as though it were a form of warfare. The two may have a few similarities, but we must never forget that the ultimate goal of negotiating is convergence, not unconditional surrender, for the agreement is usually the beginning of a new relationship, not the end of one. Item. Last year, a woman in the midst of a particularly bitter divorce contacted me. Her husband of 12 years had found himself a young trophy wife as a substitute for his ancient spouse, who was all of 36 years. Although claiming that he loved their 3 children, he and his attorney were pursuing this matter as if they were engaged in combat. It took me considerable time and effort to get them to understand that their extreme tactics were not only doing irreparable harm to the wife, but to his children as well. Even if she were to capitulate, it would be a Pyrrhic victory at the cost of his own self-interest. Nowadays, even in the competitive world of business, thriving companies join former adversaries in partnering and forming strategic alliances. There is a growing recognition that our success does not require that others fail. Using a warmed-over metaphor, savvy executives don't spend all their time fighting for more slices of a circumscribed pastry dessert, but search for ways to expand the pie. Section 9. Can anybody here play this game? Like Dracula, some myths refuse to die, much as the fiction that the best defense against the vampire is to show him across. Many believe that life is a zero-sum struggle. By channeling all their efforts into winning at all costs, it's possible for these gladiators to sometimes achieve fast victories, but the result often brings only things without wisdom, leaving the winner enslaved to a world of objects in a pointless existence. We all know, at least intellectually, that people are unique and that relationships involve interdependence and mutuality. Given this, the question is, how can we transform seemingly zero-sum win-lose contests into positive-sum win-win outcomes? The key is to alter attitudes, our own and then the other side's, to believe that this is possible. Such a paradigm shift can occur by sharing information in order to develop mutual trust. Then rearrange the components that constitute the interests involved while also working to increase the available benefits for both sides. Bear in mind as you read further that I'm talking about the vast majority of negotiations, which combine elements of both cooperation and competition. Admittedly, there are some instances where there are long-term close relationships and high levels of trust. Understandably, one can be more open and forthcoming in these situations. In summary, I have been saying that negotiating contains a mixture of discord and concurrence. It's a mixed motive game where there must always be commonality and conflict. By the same token, engaging in the process involves a strategic blend of style and substance. Let me remind you that how you interact will often trump what you are discussing. Thus, I am recommending that you exhibit flexibility with respect to means, how, but determination akin to rigidity concerning your goals and interests, what. Summarizing the prominent points of Chapter 4. It's always a mistake to stereotype or pigeonhole people and make unfounded assumptions about them. To be a creative negotiator, go beyond what's stated publicly to discover underlying interests and needs. Always stay focused upon your goal. Never get sidetracked and become emotionally attached to irrelevancies. If two alternatives appear close together in time or space, the contrast makes one of them more appealing. We are disposed to say yes to a person we know, like, or identify with. When someone does you a favor or gives you something of value, there is a tendency to reciprocate. Negotiating is best seen as a problem-solving process where both sides interact to share their preferences so that mutually beneficial exchanges can be made. While displaying flexibility of style, the how, always keep your interests or goals in mind, the what. Chapter 5. A Bargaining Formula. Fessing up to messing up, if done without qualification, can transform a big mistake into a little error. Up to this point, I have tried to provide a backdrop that will deepen your understanding of the persuasive phenomenon of our time, negotiating. As I made the point in a previous book, your real world is a giant negotiating table, and like it or not, you're a participant. In playing this game of everyday living, you should always do so with some aim in mind. Certainly, it's purpose that gives meaning to life, for even the most strenuous activity without direction only produces movement without progress. By the same token, following the trite counsel of keeping your nose to the grindstone merely guarantees a short, bloody nose. So, a basic precursor of effective action is the ability to envision in one's mind an image of a desired outcome. Having this vision or goal enables you not to become enslaved by details. Thus, you want to keep your eyes on the prize and have a sense of fun along the way. To help you do this, I've put in order the 10 essential steps to successful negotiating. Section 1. Setting objectives. Before you even contact the other side, think about your interests and concerns and what's really important to you. This is necessary so you can formulate a content goal which should be specific, precise, and measurable. It's the what, substance, that you wish to attain in the final agreement. Should the negotiation be more complex, multiple objectives are probably needed. When this occurs, it is wise to obtain input from those who might be affected by any outcome. Also, you may want to prioritize among your goals while contemplating fallback positions and potential trade-offs. In this case, your objectives might fall into 3 categories. First and foremost are the must-haves. This primary group consists of items that are the raison d'etre for the deal, those things that have substantial economic impact on the bottom line. The second category is the would likes, which are of importance, but on these matters, there is more room to maneuver since they are not deal breakers. Indeed, often a concession can be made here in order to obtain a more profitable edge on a primary objective. Finally, there are the tradables, items that have relatively small economic impact to you, but may have value to the other side. Invoking the reciprocity norm, these can be swapped grudgingly for a concession in a category that has a higher priority. When you establish your goals prior to negotiating, make sure they are challenging. In short, stretch your thinking. Considerable research and empirical evidence indicate that a determinant of success is the aspiration level of a negotiator. Yep, kids have it right. If you expect more, you get more. So we ultimately achieve what we think we can achieve. Earlier I said that an objective must be precise and measurable. Preferably, it should be written down as a number. That means that statements like, I'll do the best I can here, or my goal is to get everything that's possible, would fail the test of specificity and quantification. Instead, a proper objective would be to purchase this home for not more than $239,000, or for me to change jobs and feel gratified would require a compensation package of at least $115,000. Very much related to goal setting is strategy. an overall plan of action that involves a coordinated and synchronized use of all available means to attain the objective. If the goal is the what you want to achieve, then the strategy is how you will get there. Once the objective is set, you should think strategically to formulate this game plan, a pattern of actions and behaviors, which provides a vision of the direction you will go to hit your target. Section 2. Making how concessions. Early on, look for issues where you allow the other side to have their way in matters that don't involve content. That is, in many social interactions, differences arise as to where the meeting should take place, who should attend, and when it should occur. Let's take the matter of where. Their place, yours, or a neutral site. There are, of course, obvious advantages to be in familiar surroundings, where you have quick access to data and supporting evidence. But there are disadvantages as well. You can hardly claim limited authority that you need time to check with your boss if he's sitting in the office down the hall. Meanwhile, let's say the other side has a strong preference where the meeting should be held, and you care, but not that much. Here's what you might do. Instead of immediately saying, "No problem, wherever you want is fine," your reaction could be, let me think it over. I'll get back to you tomorrow on this. The next day when you call, fuss a bit, whine about being away from your family, but ultimately concede. The point is this: you have just made a concession. Another kindred example. You are enmeshed in bargaining with the other side, yet after investing days or weeks in trying to come up with an agreement, there's an impasse. Nothing seems to work, and so negotiations break off. Typically, so-called experts or mavens tell you that if you contact the other party during this hiatus, it's a sign of weakness. Presumably, it means that you want the deal more than they do. I've even heard people say things like, "The one who speaks first loses." Baloney, not true. When I was a child, my mother told me, "If you lie still, they throw dirt on you." Accordingly, you should call your counterpart, apologize for your contribution to the stalemate, and offer to return to the bargaining table. When you do, bring a proposal with you that represents a very minor content change on what they previously rejected. However, the wording should be slightly altered and the proposal refashioned so it looks a lot different. Although the other side may understand that the apparent substantive concession was in fact negligible, they appreciate that it took some courage for you to swallow your pride, make the phone call, and be the first to yield. From their vantage point, you made a concession, and now they'll feel obligated to reciprocate. Matter of fact, you have invoked the reciprocity norm. The French sociologist Tocqueville observed that Americans adhere to a doctrine of enlightened self-interest. When he asked one of our ancestors why he risked his life running into a burning house to save the children of a stranger, he got this reply: "Well, by doing it, I expect someone would do the same for me someday." In any social exchange, you can improve the state of affairs by offering concessions in psychological coin. This subtle indebtedness can come in many ways. Allowing your counterpart or boss to take credit for your idea or something you have done not only helps the relationship, but often brings a tangible content payback. Section 3. Open with commonality. I have been married to a communist and a fascist, and neither of them took out the garbage. Lee Grant, actor and director. If negotiating has a mix of commonality and conflict, you're always faced with this question: how do I start? The answer categorically is with commonality. Always begin in a cooperative manner, discussing mundane items like the weather, sports, health, and the breaking news. Such small talk at the outset and throughout is necessary because humans, like automobiles, need maintenance, and that comes from the interpersonal process. If the other side's approach is purely intellectual and lacking in feelings, it makes it more difficult to establish the proper climate for creative problem solving. This occurs with so-called busy people who say at the very beginning, "Hey, let's cut to the chase," or "What's the bottom line here?" or "Okay, forget all this other stuff. What's your best price?" Upon hearing these expressions, I'm always reminded of something that playwright Arthur Miller once said: "A worship of fact is always an obstruction if one is looking for truth." Even Freud taught that the meaning of a dream must be derived from its form, how, not just content or what alone. Notwithstanding this wisdom, all of us have been involved with people who distort the means in pursuit of their ends. In what seems like a prior life, when I was a young claims adjuster, I recall more than once being brought into an attorney's office where there were attempts to make me feel diminished. My chair was always lower to the ground than theirs, as if the legs were sawed off. One time, I was seated on a plush couch where my knees went up to my ears, making me feel like I was deformed. Over the years, I've heard stories of people who were strategically positioned so that the sun was in their eyes. If you are uncomfortable with the seating arrangements, tell the other side and offer to switch places. Basically, start negotiating with congruence, the things you have in common. During the process, be natural, unaffected, affable, and respectful of the other side's point of view. Engage in active listening, note-taking, and displays of empathy. When the other side has a complaint or objection, don't be quick to respond directly. Rather, first repeat what was said to let them know that you're listening. Then, after reflecting their feelings, come back with another question to try to elicit their underlying interests and concerns. In short, you want to have a how or a demeanor that communicates consideration and warmth, while you yourself have a cool detachment about the what, your objectives and interests. Always embark upon the least troublesome issue first, those where a consensus can be readily attained. There is value in getting both sides in the right mood by achieving success early. Not only are you establishing a positive problem-solving climate, but also you're getting investment in the process. Once in a while, you may hear the other side say, "No." But as you know, no does not mean never, only not now. It's temporary, a reflex reaction to the unexpected. After asking, "Why do you say that?" to gain more information, you can always move on to another issue. Remember, it takes time to get used to a new idea, so you can shelve this item and come back to it later on. Implicit in what I have said so far is that you should save the most knotty issue for last. This is usually an item that is highly emotional or verbalized as a fixed sum. It is the zero-sum nut where one person's loss appears to be the other person's gain. Simply stated, one party is taking something from the other. Examples of zero-sum issues would be matters that deal with price, rate, term, duration, salary, delivery date, and so on. These are things that are quantifiable and can be stated numerically. For instance, let's say I decide to remodel the kitchen and baths in my home and have an estimate of $135,000, which the contractor tells me is his rock bottom price. My budget and expectations are $125,000. How do I proceed? Naturally, the first option is to try another vendor. But for the sake of argument, assume that I will not or cannot do that. How do I negotiate the price? Using the modus operandi that I have laid out, the contractor and I have already come to agreement on the following: when the job will begin and end, The quality and delivery specifications, working days and hours, noise levels, warranties, special discounts, colors and textures, cleanup, penalties for missing deadlines. All that is left is the zero-sum issue of price. I'm at $125,000 and he's at $135,000. To avoid a win-lose slugfest, consider the concept of fractioning, which holds that sometimes agreement can be reached on a contentious issue if you break it down into its components. Instead of viewing something as an indivisible one, you look at it as if it were 4 quarters. Using a piecemeal strategy, I now deal with various elements that make up or relate to the price. Specifically, when will the money be paid? What form of payment? What if payment is missed? Will money be held in escrow? And so on. Because contractors have had frustrating past experiences with receiving payment for services performed, they know that less can sometimes be more. So this approach may satisfy their needs. Ultimately, our differences were resolved when I agreed to a $75,000 down payment with the remaining $50,000 placed in escrow to be paid upon satisfactory completion of the work. Section 4. The Titanic Principle. Until now, we have seen illustrations of how what people think they want are not what they ultimately settle for. One of the biggest mistakes that we make is to believe that the initial demand of the contending party correlates with their true interest. Perhaps that is why when people sometimes get what they ask for, they're still not happy. George Bernard Shaw in Man and Superman recognized this dilemma when he wrote, "There are 2 tragedies in life. One is not getting what you desire. The other is to gain it." A friend of mine, Buddy Saul, who would later become a respected Dallas psychiatrist, once told me that the human mind is like an iceberg whose surface movements are determined by unseen forces below the waterline. At the time, I'm not sure I fully understood what he meant, but as years passed, this analogy shed light on a great deal of what I observed and experienced during interpersonal dealings. In essence, in negotiating, what's visible to us is the tip of the iceberg, that which is expressed as demands or positions taken. Below the surface, though, is a multitude of unseen, complex concerns, interests, values, intentions, and preferences. Interestingly, the party who tells you what he or she wants may not even be consciously aware of these forces that will determine their satisfaction. As a result, I have formulated what I term the Titanic Principle, named after the unsinkable cruise ship that had only one voyage. You, of course, recall that the Titanic sailed forth on its maiden voyage and struck an iceberg. Unfortunately, the vessel went down, but there were survivors. I imagine what would happen if that tragedy occurred nowadays. Given the competitive nature of today's media, there would be a rush to get to the first interview with a survivor. In my mind's eye, I saw a group of those who outlived this catastrophe sitting in a TV studio being interviewed by a network anchor. It's been only hours since they were plucked from the frigid Atlantic. Sitting around the table, still suffering from the effects of hypothermia, they are wrapped in blankets and still shivering slightly as they drink hot coffee from mugs with the network's logo. When the green light goes on and the interview kicks off, the anchor person asks, "What happened?" "Well, we hit an iceberg," says a survivor. "Didn't you see it?" is the follow-up. "I guess we did, but it didn't seem to be that much on top." Aha! The metaphor of our time. What's apparent may not count that much, but what's underneath does. This is true in negotiating, where my expressed opening demand is what is above sea level. Below the surface are a myriad of submerged factors that influence my choice of this opener, which I believe will eventually satisfy my underlying concerns, interests, and needs. What I'm saying is the initial position someone expressed is only shadow, not substance. It is the effect of things, not the things themselves. Therefore, if you immediately counter an opening high demand with a low offer, tit for tat, you will be engaging in positional or share bargaining, which will put you in a competitive win-lose contest. On the other hand, supposing you don't fall into this narrow rut, instead you say, how did you come up with that? I don't understand. Please explain the thinking behind that asking price. Reacting to these questions, he or she will furnish information by way of justification. This will reveal facts and feelings that were not apparent to you previously. It's information about their motives, preferences, intentions, and interests. Yet, this is the real stuff or substance that affects their decision-making. More significantly, by obtaining this additional data, you will expand the playing field and be able to move from distributive zero-sum haggling to cooperative positive-sum negotiations. Having burdened you with all this verbiage, let me offer what I trust will be a clarifying example. Its venue is the criminal justice system, a place where you would not expect to find much cooperative problem-solving behavior. I learned of this case in the course of giving a speech at a retreat of a major U.S. Attorney's office in the summer of 2001. The federal government had indicted 4 individuals as conspirators in a white-collar Ponzi scheme that bilked the public out of several $100,000. The evidence against one of the 4 defendants, let's call him George Marshall, was overwhelming. As for the remaining 3, the assistant U.S. attorney felt that he needed help to ensure convictions. For this reason, the prosecutor offered Marshall a deal. Instead of a 15-year sentence when found guilty, if he agreed to cooperate and testify against his co-conspirators, his sentence would be reduced to 10 years. Marshall's reaction was, "Forget about it. I'm not a rat." The negotiations were stalemated until Marshall's attorney asked his client, who was out on bail, why he was so adamant in taking this stance. It turned out that he and his wife had one child, a daughter, who was pregnant. Her due date was December 1st. Although he knew he would be found guilty, his trial was not to start until January 7th. This meant that he would be present for the birth of his first grandchild and get to spend the Christmas holidays with his family. Furthermore, Marshall said that when he was indicted, he promised his wife that he would not cop a plea that would put him away for 10 years or more. As he put it, "Sure, I took money, but only from those who had a surplus. Nonetheless, I always keep my word." Ignoring this ethical dissonance, the assistant United States attorney saw an opportunity to make a deal where both sides could satisfy their underlying concerns and interests. This outcome was an agreement whereby Marshall testified against his former associates who were convicted. In return, on January 15th, he received a sentence of 10 years. With time off for good behavior, he could be released in 8.5 years. Conceivably, it's possible he might be out earlier in a work release program. A concluding note. The prosecutor told me he was so pleased by the trial testimony of Marshall that he recommended to the sentencing judge that he serve his time in a federal prison close to his home. Section 5. The Ping-Pong Table Theory of Life. By now, I trust you have accepted that negotiating is a paradoxical game. It's akin to the spirit of our era, which is both pragmatic and transcendental. At the same time, we seem to value individualism and independence, power and humility, competition and cooperation. We like people who sacrifice, but we also admire those with material wealth. Is this not true? Mother Teresa and Donald Trump. An interesting pairing. Moreover, such contradictions exist within each of us as well, between word and deed, reality and theory, personal pleasure and obligations. There are even two contradictory aspects of the way we think: the linear, regimented left side of our brain and the emotional, intuitive right side. In my case, the left is personified by a guy dressed in a black leather outfit and spit-polished boots, with chains and a whip. Speaking with a German accent, he tells me, "You will win now. This is the only way. Accept not excuses or delays. Take hostages if necessary, but win." In contrast, there's a melodious voice coming from the right side of my brain, which is lyrical and relaxed. It's a barefoot lad from Barbados wearing shorts and a psychedelic flowered shirt who says, "Cool it, man. There's always another day and another way." Balancing these antithetical messages to achieve equilibrium enables you not to push too hard to make things happen, but let the process unfold on its own. It's caring, but not that much. At the heart of all strategic interactions is a similar paradox. We're never really negotiating for what we're talking about. Rather, we're using this discussion to satisfy our needs. This is what I refer to as the ping-pong table theory of life. Let me explain. After Ellen and I were married, we lived in various apartments in metropolitan areas. Even after having children, we still resisted the lure of suburbia. Actually, I enjoyed the hustle and bustle of big cities, walking about on concrete, cement, or asphalt amidst a heterogeneous mix of people. I liked the feel of macadam under my feet, the smell of burning tar, and the sound of honking horns. More pointedly, an atmosphere that was visible. Air you could really see comforted me. One day, I was startled when Ellen said to me, "It's too bad, but we have to move." "What?" I said. "Why?" "We have to buy a home in the suburbs. If we don't, our family will fall apart." "What are you talking about?" I said. "Well, in the city, we don't do anything together. There's nothing that we share." "What are you saying? We share the same apartment and the same weather. We see each other every morning and evening. That's a lot in common." She said, "No, that's not together. Each of us has separate lives." "Well, they're kids," I replied. "They do kid stuff. We do adult stuff. What do you want us to do together?" "We could play ping-pong together." "Yes, ping-pong." "You're putting me on," I said. "People of my persuasion, though I have no memory of being persuaded, don't play ping-pong. Pinochle, maybe, but not ping-pong." "I'm not joking," Ellen said. "We need something that we can partake of as a family." "Okay, I'll give you that," I responded. "But if we want to play table tennis, we can do it right in this place. We don't have to move." "No, we can't put a ping-pong table in this small apartment. It's crowded already. A bigger apartment is too expensive, so the only option is to buy a home out on Long Island." Apparently, she had thought this through and was not amenable to even discussing this matter. This solution, however, was very threatening to me. As someone who was born and raised in the city, this was an alien idea. I didn't know whether grass could support my weight or how all that greenery would affect my eyesight. In any event, Ellen and our excited children jumping up and down talked me into buying a home in Syosset, Long Island. The major criterion was that it have a finished basement where we could set up the family ping-pong table. By the time the move occurred, We had exhausted all of our savings. Nothing was left with which to buy furniture, so the living room and dining room were barren. Except we did make one purchase, a brand new ping-pong table for the basement. The day we moved in, before we even unpacked, the games began. We were playing ping-pong, first singles, then doubles. Tournaments were taking place day and night, and standings were posted. For an entire week, we were obsessed with the game. The woman was right. The family was pulling together. Kids were coming over from other families to watch the play. We were breaking up other families, but we didn't care. We were possessed and preoccupied with ping-pong. This fixation lasted for 2 weeks. Then, the third week, we damaged the ball. It slowed the game, but we carried on. The fourth week, a paddle got broken. Still, play persisted. The fifth week, the net went down. We put it back up, holding it in place with string and tape. But then it drooped and finally collapsed a few days later. From that sixth week to this day, we have never played ping-pong again. Certainly not as a family. We have moved 8 times since then, leaving behind books, giving away furniture, and throwing away toys. But that large green rectangular table always comes with us. Today, it sits in our basement, where from that 6th week on, no matter its domicile, it's been used to sort laundry. What I am suggesting to you is the history of the ping-pong table in America. Nobody really wants the table per se, but they see it as a means of satisfying their needs. Since those 6 golden weeks of family sharing and togetherness, I spent 25 years living in Illinois. While there, I learned that approximately 30,000 convertible cars are sold in Chicagoland annually. Yes, that's right. I'm talking about the Windy City, that toddling town. Even if you haven't lived there or visited, you know what the year-round weather is like. One day, while looking through the almanac, I learned that there were only 57 days of sunshine in Chicago. More intriguing, perhaps, is that for 42 of these days, the wind chill factor is below 0. That leaves you with only 15 days where you can put down the top. Now, subtract the very hot or muggy days where you need the auto's air conditioning system. What about the days you might be ill, working, or out of town? That leaves about 3 days. Not a hell of a lot. Regardless of this logic and reality, people still buy convertibles because it's a means of satisfying their underlying needs. But it's not just the convertible sports car. It's the boat, the ski chalet, or the expensive piece of technology that gathers dust. As far as I'm concerned, all of these things are ping-pong tables, and life seems to be filled with them. What I'm saying, of course, is that human beings do not always operate rationally in pursuit of their interests and goals. Section 6. Broadening the Gauge. Although you and I believe we are acting rationally to satisfy our needs, each of us brings our own unique experiences into any social interaction. We are each weighed down by the luggage of living. In my case, the baggage is Samsonite and American Tourister. In yours, it may be Gucci, Pucci, or Fiorucci. Nevertheless, such different experiences affect how each of us view and evaluate the same reality, because we only register what is meaningful to us. In brief, we often don't look for or see what might be there, but only what we expect to find. Having said this, let's come back to one of the impediments that often confront negotiators, the zero-sum or fixed-sum issue. Earlier, we discussed fractioning, but there is another way to deal with this situation. Supposing 2 automobiles are traveling on a rural dirt road that measures 8 feet across. Coming from opposite directions, each car is about 5.5 feet wide and moving along at 40 miles per hour. Surely, if they do not stop or one of them pull off the road, a collision will ensue. Now, taking a similar scenario, let's assume that the vehicles are not on a narrow path, but a major artery, a highway or throughway, the Champs-Élysées, Constitution Avenue, Ocean Parkway, Wilshire Boulevard, or Lakeshore Drive. There's no problem. With the expanded dimension, passage is made easier. Accordingly, the more information that can be discovered and discussed in a negotiation, the easier it is to achieve congruence. Remember, you and I do not assess things the same way. What may be essential to me is rather insignificant to you, and vice versa. Thus, you need to learn as much as you can about your counterpart so that trade-offs or exchanges can be made on issues of differing importance. Log rolling, heavily used in the political arena, is based on this reality that values vary among people. Behavioral scientist George Homans showed more than 50 years ago how to take various items at stake and divide them into goods that are worth more to one party than they cost the other. Item. A number of years ago, I was involved in a management labor dispute in the printing industry. It appeared that collective bargaining had ceased and both sides were resorting to threats and filing unfair labor practice charges against each other. Upon arriving on the scene, I met with each side separately in an attempt to find out the real importance that they placed on the issues they were contending over. Labor had two demands. The first was an increase in overtime pay of 15%, and the other was an additional 10-minute rest break per day. Management's major concern was increasing productivity, which would enable them to compete in the marketplace. Though vehement that they could not afford another worker coffee break, they felt that the extent of overtime was a matter within their control. In 2 days, an agreement was reached whereby the union leadership was able to obtain a 12% overtime hike at the price of giving up other demands, at least for now. Section 7. The Vail Condo. To further illuminate this point, allow me to share with you a story from my own life. Just a few years after the Vail Resort opened in Colorado, I went there, accompanied by Ellen, to give a speech. It was a beautiful day, with the sun glistening off the snow, and we decided to try to buy a place. One of my goals had always been to own a piece of the Rockies. A real estate agent took us around, and eventually we found something that we both liked. It was a condominium listed at $80,000. When we returned to the real estate agent's office, I was already formulating my plan, saying to my partner, "Look, they want $80,000 for the condo. I'll open with 73, see what they come back with, and then make the necessary adjustments." As I am doing this strategic thinking, I looked over and noticed that Ellen had her eyes closed. Her head was moving sideways, and words came forth. "Listen, Herbert," she said, "I don't think people here will appreciate your little games. I don't think haggling and chiseling have come this far west yet. If you want to make a fool of yourself, go right ahead, but don't involve me. In fact, when you were giving your speech, I walked through the village and didn't see even one pushcart." "What are you talking about?" I responded. "These people here love negotiating. Your problem is that you don't know about the history of Colorado. Actually, negotiating started for America in this very state." Two guys outside Leadville were panning for gold. Down on their luck, they decided to swap pans. The prospector with the older pan had to throw in a glove to make the deal. Right after that, they both struck it rich. When word spread, all over Colorado, people were wheeling and dealing. Ellen, familiar with my exaggerated banter, knew that it was not necessary to respond to this made-to-order story. The real estate agent, Fran Burns, on the other hand, decided to intervene on her behalf, like she might need help. Oh, really?
Your wife is absolutely right, Mr. Cohen, she said.
We of Val feel that when we of Val ask for $80,000, we of Val expect it. Before she even finished, I found myself getting irritated by her hoi polloi approach. Definitely, I don't like people that indiscriminately use the royal we. As far as I'm concerned, there are only two categories of people who have the right to use the royal we. First would be genuine members of royalty. That would include Queen Elizabeth, Prince Charles, Philip, Andrew, and maybe even Fergie. The second group would be those people who would in their bodies have active tapeworms. Other than these two, I suspect that using we in this fashion is inappropriate, if not elitist. Unaware of my annoyance, Fran Burns went on. Here in Val, we feel that when we ask for $80,000, we expect to get $80,000. Is that right? I said. That's too bad, 'cause we here in America. And the last time I looked, Val was in America. If we wanted $80,000, we would ask for $90,000. That's the American way. Neither of them were convinced by my argument. Supporting each other, they hung tough. To prove that I was a flexible person, I decided to open with a $76,000 offer. The real estate agent at first attempted embarrassment or guilt to get me to raise the offer. Mr. Cohen, surely a man in your position. But Ellen interjected. What position? He's a peasant stock. Next, Fran Burns pretended to take it personally. Mr. Cohen, I'm a professional, and I would be insulted to convey such a low offer. Is there possibly another real estate agent in Eagle County who is less sensitive than you are? Was my response. Finally, with great reluctance, the real estate agent agreed to transmit our $76,000 offer to the seller. At the same time, she assured us that there was no way it would be accepted because many others were interested in this condominium. Later that day, we met Fran in the lobby of our hotel. Approaching us, she looked upbeat. For just a few seconds, I thought, hey, maybe they accepted our offer. No such luck. Fran was smiling because she felt vindicated. Mr. Cohen, your offer was rejected. And as I told you, there were two other offers for the asking price of $80,000. Like I said, this is Val. At first, I was incredulous. I can't believe it, I said. What's the matter with these people? Don't they understand? It's called the asking price for a reason. The seller is only inviting a bid. If he really wanted that, it would be called the wanting price. Recognizing that I was still skeptical, Fran reached into her briefcase and pulled out the two offer sheets. In those days, all the condo owners were given the first right of refusal on all new sales, so this information was readily available. After showing me that both prospective contracts contain offers of $80,000, Fran said, "Let me leave these with you." Why, I thought, to remind me of this negotiating disappointment? Passing failure on the way to success. Success benefits the body, but failure develops the mind. In 1979, Andrew Tobias wrote an article about me that appeared in Playboy magazine. It was entitled The World's Best Negotiator. The following year, when I was on a book tour, the question that I was asked most frequently was, have you ever failed in a negotiation? The answer, of course, was yes, many times. Having made this admission, the media understandably wanted me to recount these failures in detail. Though it was clearly in my interest to do so, as the audience would better relate to what I had to say, I had difficulty recalling these setbacks. Why? In order to maintain self-esteem, human beings block things out, rationalize, or attribute lack of success to factors beyond their control. So it was in the Vale debacle. At the time, I remember saying to Ellen, "Do you know why we didn't get this place? Probably because the Lord intervened. He knows that snowslides or mudslides are coming in the future, and he didn't want his boy Herbie to get hurt." Not stopping there, I went on. "Anyway, I never really liked this place. If they had accepted our offer, we would have to spend a week or two here every year. Imagine hanging around with the dummies that offer what is asked for. These are the kind of people who, when they read about the evils of drinking, they give up reading. Furthermore," I said, "I can get something just as good as this, better maybe, for less, near Columbus, Ohio." In essence, I was withdrawing my ego from the encounter. "Once again, Herbert, you have ruined the quality of our life," Ellen said. "That has always been your problem. You never take advice. We live in a capitalist system, but we have no investments. That's why you're not home and always working. If we bought this place, we could rent it out at least 20 weeks a year. Then, waking up in the morning back east and watching the weather report in the Rockies. Every time it snowed, we'd earn money from skiers renting our condo. While we slept, our capital invested would be producing income. That's the American way. But no, not you, Mr. Stubborn." Having to endure this feedback, and especially in front of Fran Burns, I found myself getting agitated and annoyed. Actually, I was thinking that every time I watched the weather forecast in the future, I would be reminded of this fiasco. Concerned that I would never hear the end of this, I was determined to prove I was right in the first place. Somewhat emotional, I blurted out, "Ellen, this isn't over yet. I'll definitely get this condo for $76,000, proving to you and your wee friend here that I know what I'm doing." In the ensuing years, I've been asked by many, "How could you have been so positive? What was your strategy?" Truly, I had none. I just reacted fervently in order to save face. To avoid further humiliation, I was forced to start thinking. Up to this point, I have been doing exactly what I have told you not to do. I have been looking at only the tip of the iceberg, seeing the seller in only one dimension. He or she is a money coveter, so that the party who offers the most makes the deal. To overcome this stereotypical mindset, I needed information that would enable me to learn what's below the surface in order to expand the gauge. So I asked Fran, who is the seller? Why is he selling? How long has he had the place? And other similar matters. She didn't have the answers to my questions, but referred me to the listing broker. This real estate agent had a wealth of information. She knew the sellers, a husband and wife who worked for an energy company in Denver. They had just received a big promotion and would be moving to Zurich, Switzerland, where they would be opening an office on the Bahnhofstrasse in the city. They were given a 15-year contract to relocate and told that this would be virtually a permanent move. Therefore, they had already sold their main residence in Denver and put this weekend condo up for sale. In the process of closing bank accounts, they didn't expect to be returning stateside in the near future. Although Fran, the real estate agent, had given me copies of the two prospective contracts, I never actually read the provisions. But now, I more than just glanced at the $80,000 offers. In doing so, I realized that both of them were contingent upon the buyers obtaining a mortgage at a certain rate within a specified period of time. In other words, there was a condition precedent to each of these deals coming into being. Aha! I'm sure you know of situations where people thought they had something finalized, only to learn that they didn't, when an activating requirement didn't occur. Were you to ask me, how often does this happen? I would say, how the heck do I know? Maybe only 16 times in a decade. But that's not what's important. What is important is our perception that this is a common occurrence. Upon reflection, I knew what to do. These sellers should have another concern beyond price, and I was going to surface it so it would come to their attention. This was, of course, the need for certainty. Obviously, they'd feel a lot better knowing that after leaving these shores, there was no chance of receiving a cablegram or phone call at an ungodly hour saying, in effect, "Buyer unable to get financing. Your place in Vail back on market." So, I now knew what to do. I went to see their real estate agent and offered $76,000 unconditionally. No mortgage, no conditions. That's right, all cash. A clean deal. Would you believe they took it? Yup, I got the condo for my price. The next day, however, I ran around like crazy trying to get a mortgage. You see, I really didn't have that kind of money. This anecdote is true. To this day, I still own that condominium, which has appreciated nicely over the years. The point of the story, though, is that even an experienced negotiator in the heat of a strategic interaction can forget that he or she is dealing with people who are complex and multifaceted. Discovering their other concerns will enable you to broaden the gauge and increase your chance of success. Section 8. Make 'em work. There's a mythical story about a Wall Street investment banker who, after ascending from the subway each morning, would pass a pretzel vendor. Though never taking a pretzel, he would always hand the seller a crisp dollar bill. This ritual went on for years. Then one day, after handing over the dollar, the vendor shouted after him, "Hey, wait, you owe me 25 cents. Pretzel prices have gone up. They're now $1.25. What is the import of this tale? First, people value what they acquire as a result of their labor. Second, when the recipient of a concession has not expended energy, what's given tends to be devalued. Lastly, when something comes too easy, it often raises expectations that more will be forthcoming. Moses Maimonides, one of the foremost intellectuals of medieval times, understood this aspect of human behavior. In writing how the moral requirement to help the poor, tzedakah, should be performed, he actually rated the different means of fulfilling this obligation. The best way, he said, is to help someone help himself. What this physician and philosopher knew over 800 years ago was that people prize those things that they have expended effort to achieve. Moreover, in doing so, they maintain their dignity. Likewise, in the game of negotiating, what happens when a party spends considerable time and energy pursuing an objective? When attained, it is cherished and savored. Thus, the more resources expended and the more aggravation endured in pursuit of a goal only enhances its desirability. Taking this one step further, there are instances where people become so enmeshed in the game that the return on their investment can never be adequate. When I'm in Las Vegas or Atlantic City, I see unlucky gamblers putting quarters or dollars in the same slot machine. They refuse to call it quits or even change machines because this one is due or the percentages are now with me. Whatever the rationale, we are dealing with the investment principle, which as a practical matter can cause negotiators to adjust their expectations and distort reality as they become more involved. Take the case of Humpty Dumpty, who sat on a wall and had a great fall. In the aftermath, we might imagine what happened. The king appeared before his council to update them on developments. "Using all of my horses and all of my men, I tried to put Humpty Dumpty back together again," he said, "but to no avail. So the solution is obvious. We are going to get more horses and more men." By the look of things, the monarch was not walking away from his investment, but intended to do more of the same. Perhaps this even sheds some light on why President Johnson and Nixon had such difficulty extricating the United States from the war in Vietnam. Similarly, President Clinton invested considerable political capital in an attempt to establish peace between Israel and its neighbors. Yet all of his efforts from July 2000 to January 2001 could not produce an agreement. Leon Festinger, the social psychologist, studied this paradoxical behavior in human and animals for years, concluding that rats and people come to love those things for which they have suffered. All this means is that if you are negotiating in a climate where there is less than total trust, you must make the other side work for the concessions you give them. No doubt about it. The way in which you concede in time and increments sends a message. Indeed, if the relationship is adversarial, the contending party may see a concession that came too easy as a sign of weakness, which can engender suspicion. In summary, concessions will be valued and appreciated commensurate to the extent that the recipient labors for them. So in an environment that lacks mutual trust, here's the rule: make 'em work. Section 9. You owe me an apology. Want to make God laugh? An old saying has it. Just tell him your plans. Of course, this relates to negotiating as well. No matter how much time you have spent formulating a strategy or even rehearsing, the unexpected always occurs. Moreover, since any protracted social exchange cannot be scripted, participants spontaneously react or say things that upon reflection they wish they hadn't. During heated multi-party negotiations, I have been present when one person called another a liar. Undeniably, the target of this slur had been exaggerating and bluffing, but using the L word is a breach of negotiating etiquette. It can only offend face and poison a relationship. Should such impromptu invective ever pass your lips, the antidote is, of course, to immediately apologize. Better yet, if you see negotiating as a game, where you're caring, but not that much, you will be less likely to have this problem. Having this attitude means that even when dealing with a con man, you will view him not as a liar, but as someone who is augmenting reality. Of all the run-ins with the truth, my favorite occurred a few years ago in a four-sided negotiation that took place in Washington, D.C. We were supposed to begin at 10 a.m., and 3 of us were present at that time. While waiting for the 4th person to arrive, those already present kept glancing at their watches. Finally, 25 minutes after the hour, Mr. Tardy walks in. I'd like to apologize somewhat for being a bit late, he said. Hearing this, I initially thought, what's this somewhat and a bit late? He didn't stop there. Although it looks like I'm 20 minutes late, he said, I'm actually not. When I first got to the building, it was 9:55 a.m., but the parking lot was filled, so I had to drive around looking for space. Then, when I finally got to this floor, no one was at the reception desk. I waited for 9 minutes before someone came to show me to this conference room. Actually, then, I may not even be late. Listening to this recitation, what did Mr. Somewhat Tardy expect us to say? Oh, you poor boy, you're having a bad day. Let me give you a hug. Truly, the result was that after this recountal of woe, we realized we were dealing with a person who was immature and unreliable. Unintentionally, he had affected the level of trust. What should he have done? If you are 25 minutes late, you ought to say, please forgive me. I'm terribly sorry for keeping you waiting. I'm almost an hour late. If this had occurred, how would we have reacted? One of us would have probably said, what are you talking about? You're only 25 minutes late. No big deal. Then there's usually the guy who chimes in with, well, on my Rolex, It's 23 minutes and 48 seconds. The point is, if you're fessing up to messing up, do it without qualification, and people will identify with you. You have admitted that you are not perfect and have humanized yourself. In fact, it may even be regarded as a how concession that requires reciprocation. This is also true in politics, where the attempted cover-up is always worse than the initial transgression. From the Watergate scandal to the Enron bankruptcy, the rules of damage control are rather simple. 1. Be the first to release all the bad news so there's nothing left for someone to uncover. 2. Your revelation should be honest and accurate. 3. Accept total responsibility for your misdeeds without blaming others or circumstances. During the last years of his presidency, Bill Clinton put himself and the nation through the ordeal of impeachment by violating these principles. Finally, in August 1999, he got on television where he acknowledged his relationship with Ms. Lewinsky. He admitted that his grand jury testimony contained unusual responses and offered an apology to the American people. Although coming late, Mr. Clinton was doing well in fessing up to messing up. But after 15 minutes, he switched gears. Starting with the word however, he then spent almost equal time attacking the special prosecutor Ken Starr. Not surprisingly, the electorate did not regard this speech as a heartfelt apology. As a result, Mr. Clinton had to spend the next 2 months meeting with religious leaders, expressing his regrets and asking for forgiveness. Of course, this concept applies to all of our relationships, not just political and business, but personal as well. For over 4 decades, I have been married to the same woman. Apparently, this is so rare nowadays that they run bus tours past my home. This longevity, though, has not been without occasional disagreement, differences of opinion, and arguments. In my younger days, I was more analytical and precise. Thus, when it came time to resolve a dispute, while I was mostly at fault, I would say something like, well, I guess I'm about 72% wrong, so I apologize for that, which leaves 28% of the blame with you. Would you believe that never worked? It only caused the discord to become more prolonged and bitter. But now I know that if I intend to apologize because I'm the major cause of an argument, to do so without any qualification. In essence, I say, I'm sorry, I was totally wrong. Whenever you accept full responsibility in this manner, observe that you will stun your significant other, who is waiting for you to add, however, or but. And we all know that these words are interpreted as, I don't mean what I just said. And now comes the real message. Item. Heinrich Heine, the renowned poet, on his deathbed, asked his family if God would forgive him for his sins. Before they could respond, he said, of course he will. From this, he makes his living. Section 10, Closing the Deal. We now come to the benchmarks necessary to successfully conclude a negotiation. There are 4 major criteria. First, gain sufficient investment in the process. It is this expenditure of time and energy that affects expectations and calculations and minimizes the potential for buyer's or seller's remorse. Second, furnish a basis for comparison. If a party can view some seemingly objective data, a standard price list, or published policy, it helps him or her evaluate the terms offered. Third, use the concession rate to signal the best deal. Move from the opening position in decreasing steps, beginning with the largest concession and then gradually diminishing the amount conceded. This signals the other side that the bottom line is being approached. Fourth, after obtaining involvement, provide options or choices. keeping in mind that people support that which they help create. You always want the other side participating in the process. Further, to avoid any semblance of an ultimatum, you must be flexible with elements that will comprise the final agreement. Let us take these 4 criteria and show how they come alive in an all too familiar experience, the purchase of a new automobile. A number of years ago, I returned home on a Friday evening after spending the week involved in a business transaction. When I walked through the door, Ellen said, "Welcome back, Mr. Negotiator." By the way, this is not a term of endearment in my household. "Why don't you do something for your family?" she said. "You know that we have needed a new car for months. Instead of helping others, help your family for once. Tomorrow, no later, go out and make this purchase. It will be easy for you because you'll be dealing with your people." According to Ellen, my people are apparently used car dealers. Initially, I tried to avoid this responsibility, claiming that I didn't have the requisite information and needed to do some research. Unfortunately, she was prepared. "That's no problem," she said. "Our neighbor John, who is a good husband, just bought his wife Mary the very automobile I want. He spent hours negotiating a very good price. Here's the salesman's business card and what they paid written on the back. All you have to do is walk into the dealership, show them the card, sign some papers, and drive the car home." Knowing this is an oversimplification, I was nevertheless trapped. So the next morning, I embarked upon this adventure. Arriving at the dealership, I met the salesman and showed him his card. "Yes, it's mine," he said, "but who wrote the numbers on the back?" Naturally, I mentioned John and Mary, but he remarked, "The only John and Mary I know are from the Bible." Notwithstanding this problem, he was anxious to sell me the car I wanted. Taking me into the showroom, we approached the coveted new car, which was so highly polished that it sparkled. As we got close, the first thing I noticed was the sticker price, which was literally stuck to the car. Truly, this form of legitimacy always intimidates me, because I remember the trouble I had scraping it off the window of my last vehicle. Ergo, this appears as a permanent marker that is not to be tampered with. Now, the sticker price doesn't round out the numbers. It never says, "This could be yours for approximately $30,000. Absolutely not. Rather, everything is itemized with the unequivocal final cost stated at $32,387.16. They've got it down to the penny. Interestingly, the last 2 items are the state and local taxes. Thus, you have the feeling that if you get it for less, the revenue people will be tracking you forever. Not knowing what to do, I walked around the car, kicked the tire, rubbed the hood, and opened and closed the door. The salesman said, "You look like you're in sticker shock, so I'll give it to you for $3,000 less." Upon hearing this, what do you think I did? Yep, I again kicked the tire and opened and closed the door. Sure enough, he dropped the price another $1,000. When I said only, "No, not enough," the salesman responded, "Look, I like you, so I'll take $350 out of my commission, the bread from my children's mouths, and give it to you." "I'm sorry," I said. "I'll be humiliated if I don't get at least the same price as my neighbor." "When did he buy the car?" he asked. "About 5 days ago," was my reply. "That explains it," he said. "It's inflation. But I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'll throw in the floor mats and undercoating. That's about another $150. So do we have a deal?" "No," I replied. "It's not enough. But I'll tell you what I'm going to do. Out of respect for your children and their nourishment, I'll kick in $75 out of my personal allowance, which puts us only $100 apart." Abruptly, the salesman shifted gears and began his acting performance. Heretofore, he had been conversing with me in a routine manner, but now he started moving about, looking up at the ceiling as if checking for overhead surveillance. Indeed, he even lowered his voice, so I found myself moving closer to hear what he was saying. Then his face became twisted, and his lips moved toward his ear. And suddenly, he started whispering out of the side of his mouth. Shocked at first, I remember thinking, the man looks like he's having a stroke. Accordingly, I even said, "Please sit down. Can I get you a glass of water?" What was really happening? This experienced salesman was merely playing the game. He knew that offers that come from the side of the mouth in soft tones have 37% more credibility than those made in a normal fashion. Certainly, people tend to believe almost anything if you take them aside and whisper to them through the corner of your mouth. At this point, the salesman continued his play acting. He took me behind his desk and removed the key from his wallet. "Mr. Cohen," he said, "because you cared about my children, I'm going to show you something no customer has ever seen." Unlocking the desk drawer, he removed a printed document. "This is for your eyes alone," he said. "It is the actual invoice cost of the car. As you can plainly see, according to this document, every vehicle sold at this price, the dealer loses $11 a car." Somewhat bewildered, I asked, How can he do that and stay in business?" "He makes it up in volume," was his reply. Still perplexed by this revelation, I maintained my composure. "Look," I said, "I still need the other $100 to match what my neighbor got." "I'm sorry, Mr. Cohen," he said, "but I don't have the authority to do that." When hearing this, all of us react in the same way. "Okay, who does have the authority?" The salesman always points to an upstairs corner office or beyond the building and says, "Only the sales manager," or in this case, the dealer who lives in a shack. "What do you mean in a shack? This dealership is 4 city blocks. Why would he live in a shack?" "He lives there with his dogs, 2 Doberman Pinschers and 2 German Shepherds that are ferocious." "Listen," I said, "I don't care who he lives with. You go back there and tell him that you've got a customer who's walking unless he gets that $100. After telling me about his fear of these carnivorous canines and the lack of sufficient life insurance, the salesman reluctantly departed to plead my case. 10 minutes passed, and I thought about leaving, but then I believed I heard the sound of barking dogs. No, it can't be. Finally, my emissary to the guy in the shack returned. Limping into the showroom, he looked like he'd been on a roller coaster ride. His face was ashen and haggard, his tie was off, and water or saliva was on his shirt. "I begged the guy in his shack and fought for you, but the best he'll do is $33. At that point, I was overcome with deja vu, realizing I had been a pawn in the game. Obviously, I felt annoyed and angry. My initial reaction was to get out of there and go across the street where they were selling similar cars. What do you think I did? First off, I thought, if I go to the dealer across the way, I've got to start all over again. I'll have to go back to square one. Aha! Once again, it's the investment principle that affects my calculation. Then, contemplating further, I realized that if I leave this dealership, I would be going from the certain to the uncertain. So the old maxim applies. The devil known is better than the devil unknown. Alas, this is the essence of the certainty principle. In the end, as bad as these guys are, I know what they are. Who knows what the dealer across the street has in his shack? Maybe snakes or other reptiles. There was, however, another alternative. I might have gone home and discussed this with Ellen. She and I could have formed a task force, bought some puppy chow or Alpo, gone over the head of the salesman, and dealt directly with the dealer and his dogs. As the old cliche goes, why waste your time with the monkey when you can deal directly with the organ grinder? As it turned out, I weighed the amount of time and energy that would have to be expended against a potential monetary gain, and reluctantly said, "I'll take it." Clearly, the 4 closing criteria that I mentioned are evident in this negotiating experience. First, consuming so much time and effort engaged in this process made it more difficult to relinquish this investment. Second, being exposed to the clearly visible sticker price and learning of the concealed or secret factory invoice afforded a touchstone to measure the deal. Item. Years ago, I did an award-winning commercial for the General Motors Corporation, which was shown repeatedly in the state of California. This made me a quasi-celebrity for several weeks. During this time, I was approached in elevators, restaurants, and on the street by people who had just purchased new automobiles. In each instance, they wanted to tell me how well they did in their negotiations. Virtually in every case, success was measured by the printed standard of the sticker price. Third, the use of the amount and interval of concession making sent the message that the window of opportunity was closing. Consider, the salesman's first price drop was $3,000, followed by $1,000. Then came $350 from his commission, and the floor mats and undercoating valued at $150. At last, the $33 from the guy in the back, for which he seemingly put his life in jeopardy to obtain. Lastly, by drawing the customer into the process, it makes him or her more willing to endorse the final outcome. Summarizing the prominent points in Chapter 5. Before the strategic interaction occurs, establish a specific and measurable goal that gives direction to your activities. Being flexible on style enables you to grudgingly yield on some how items to gain substance, what concessions in return. Open all discussions with commonality and a demeanor that communicates consideration and warmth. Save the most knotty or zero-sum issue for last. Since human beings are complex and multifaceted, probe below the surface so you can broaden the discussion. This enables you to make trade-offs and exchanges to facilitate agreement. Concessions are not appreciated unless effort is expended to obtain them. If you say or do something inappropriate, immediately offer an unqualified and unconditional apology. There are 4 major criteria that will finally induce your counterpart to say yes. 1. Sufficient investment. 2. Having a basis for comparison. 3. A concession rate that signals the approach of your bottom line. 4. The feeling that they were involved in producing this outcome. Chapter 6. The Perceptual Tip. I ought, therefore I can. Immanuel Kant. Decades ago, early in my career, I received a phone call from the $1 Million Round Table asking about my availability for a speaking engagement in Hawaii. Everything sounded terrific until I heard the details. Apparently, my talk was to last 15 minutes, and the topic was the 3 keys to negotiating success. But there were additional specifications. My presentation was to contain motivational illustrations and also be uplifting. When I called back in an effort to negotiate for more time, I felt that I was dealing with a very rigid person who thought he was ordering a standard widget. Although refusing to budge, he was certain that I would accept his proposal as stated. After all, as he put it, this exposure could mean over $100,000 in future bookings. Displaying considerable enthusiasm and a positive mental attitude, he was certain that he would be greeting me personally at the group luau. Back then, I had a favorite saying, don't compromise yourself because that's all you've got. With this principle in mind, I told him, from your mouth to God's ear. By the way, this is an ancient expression that is uttered to someone who has just described a scrumptious but unlikely future happening, like winning the lottery. That is, may the Lord make it happen, but don't hold your breath. Basically, I somehow reconciled myself to a life without this booking, the accompanying luau, and all the money that was to follow. But as you know, every setback can produce progress, just as every disadvantage with perspective may become an advantage. For example, while egotistical people tend to be self-absorbed and tedious, the good thing is that they never gossip about other people. Consequently, this reversal of fortune caused me to think about distilling a handful of factors that could bring about more satisfying negotiations. Were there, in fact, a few operational components in this process which crossed many fields and disciplines, from claim settlements to selling to child rearing? Coincidentally, I ultimately settled on 3 variables that were common in most all negotiating situations: time, information, and power, or the TIP acronym. Section 1. Perception is reality. Perception is like crazy glue. It quickly hardens into reality. Anonymous. Before going further, let me remind you that human beings respond to events as they perceive them, not necessarily to objective reality. That means that my negotiating leverage depends on someone else's perception of my situation. So what matters is not reality, but what others think. Indeed, the 3 crucial variables that form the nucleus or core of negotiations, time, information, and power, are magnified or minimized based upon perception. The bottom line: if they think you've got savvy and potency, even if you don't, then you have it. Therefore, you must always believe that you have leverage and options, for to think otherwise makes you vulnerable to manipulation. If you allow self-doubt and lack of confidence to dominate your state of mind, you will have to rely upon the kindness of strangers. And in a competitive culture, this is not a promising thought. All evidence seems to indicate that people underrate their own strengths while overrating those of the other side. We judge others by what they have accomplished, whereas we judge ourselves based upon how far we have fallen short of our potential capability. It's a shame because we then focus on our flaws, foibles, and faults. Even executives and administrators manage by exception, spending most of their time and energy fixated upon defects and subpar performance. Naturally, this causes them to depreciate and devalue what they have and even themselves. This fascination with our own imperfections is what I call the personal pimple principle. Section 2. The personal pimple principle. When I was teaching at the Graduate School of Business at the University of Michigan from 1969 to 1980, I had an experience that reinforced this notion. During this time, I would use felt tip markers to write on white flip charts. Occasionally, my hands would become stained, and if I touched my face, some of the color might rub off. After one session, a student approached me and politely said, "I think you've got some of the black marker on your face." Before I could even react, he said, No, my mistake. You don't. It was just a shadow from the lighting." Despite this retraction, I wasn't convinced. So I asked the program coordinator, Michael Fortuna, if he noticed anything. Looking me over, he remarked categorically, "No." Then I went to the men's room, where I checked my reflection in the mirror. Still, I couldn't find a discoloration. But I didn't stop there. Flying from Detroit Metro Airport to Chicago O'Hare, I visited the unisex toilet on the plane, with the same result. Arriving home in Chicagoland, I went to the final arbiter of blemishes. You guessed it. The magnifying mirror that seems to be found in most residences. While I don't know who bought it, I was glad that it was there. Gazing at my reflection, every paw looked like a fist-sized carbuncle that was distorting my features. Continuing to stare at the glass, I noticed a pimple so enlarged that it seemed to have taken over my entire face. No longer did I have a normal visage, but one ugly puss. In my mind, if I walked into a room and people turned my way, they would be looking at arms and legs that were merely appendages to this thing. My whole being seemed to be enveloped by this simple pimple. At that moment, it was the hub of my life. The truth, however, is that others coming from a different place or perspective would never notice my so-called problem. Why? Because perception is a complex notion. It's not just what we grasp through our senses, but also involves some process of interpretation, selectivity, or judgment. Thus, we are instinctively blind to what is not relevant to us. It's a fact of life that your negotiating muscle will depend upon how you are seen by the other party you are trying to influence. If you think you've got brawn, you will subtly convey this to others, and this will become the perceived reality. So all personal achievement begins in your mind. Conversely, if you believe you can't do something, it will be impossible for you to do it. All this means is that the process culminating in negotiating success begins with you. It's your apprehension of time, information, and power. Summarizing the prominent points in Chapter 6. Every regress contains the seeds of potential progress. The TIP acronym, time, information, power, is present in most all negotiating situations. Don't underestimate yourself. You always have more potency and options than you at first believe. Chapter 7. Time and Timing. Time is the longest distance between 2 points. Tennessee Williams, The Glass Menagerie. In this turbulent world, we never seem to have enough time, yet everyone has all there is. Hence, while all of us deal with the tyranny of this commodity, it's our perception that matters. For time, as a psychological concept, is relative or subjective. Americans tend to view time in linear spatial terms, in the sense that there is a past, a present, and a future. In this young, future-oriented culture, it's easy to ignore the past, to grab the brass ring on the carousel and go for the ride of your life. Contrast this with other societies, which see the future as predetermined by factors beyond an individual's control. For example, Zen, an offshoot of Buddhism, which has influenced Japanese thinking, treats time as a limitless pool in which certain things occur and then recede. Yet even in the United States, time consciousness varies. Consider when a 7-year-old is given a timeout and asked to remain quiet and tranquil for 10 minutes. It's an agonizing ordeal for him or her to fulfill this parental request. By the same token, the child's 70-year-old grandparent can remain motionless for hours without any discomfort. While children are, by and large, present-oriented, they are living with parents who are future-oriented, concerned with schedules, obligations, and deadlines. So when a kid doesn't start his homework when he said he would, he's not just being contrary or reneging. Rather, he is affected by a present stimulus, TV, internet, video game, far more compelling than the memory of his past verbal commitment. Certainly, how we view the time horizon changes as we get older. Speaking personally, when I celebrated my 50th birthday, I realized, in basketball parlance, that I no longer had a full shot clock. Then at 60 years, it struck me that in the game of life, I was probably in overtime. Recognizing that time is a prominent cause of stress and forces decision-making, let's review some general concepts as they relate to negotiating. First, because parties often start negotiating with faulty assumptions and fanciful goals, time is needed for them to adjust to reality. Second, since a novel proposal is usually greeted with resistance, ranging from scorn to skepticism, it takes a while for the recipient of the offer to get accustomed to it. Third, train yourself to be composed and imperturbable as you play the game. Fourth, when torn between the efficacy of striking while the iron's hot and the virtue of patience, remember that he who hesitates is sometimes saved. Fifth, regardless of how much time you've allocated to wrapping up the deal, it almost always takes longer than you expected. Keep in mind that negotiating is a mixed motive, pluralistic game. It is played on a continuum that ranges from partnering, creative problem solving, to ersatz combat, competition and conflict. Although lamentable, empirical evidence indicates that the vast majority of negotiations involve some adversarial components. What follows are some timing tidbits and insights that will help you better anticipate and understand this reality. Section 1. The Deadline Rule. In most negotiations, parties wait until the 11th hour to alter their expectations, soften their demands, and attempt to arrive at a settlement. Only then does the concession convergence ritual occur in proximity to the deadline. During the Cuban Missile Crisis in 1962, an agreement was reached for the Soviets to remove their missiles only a few hours before the bases were to become operational. Years later, we learn that when the threat first came to his attention, Robert Kennedy is reported to have said, "We will have to make a deal at the end, but we must stand absolutely firm now. Concessions come at the end of negotiations, not at the beginning." Item: political scientist Lloyd Jensen spent years studying the Soviet Union's bargaining behavior. As it happened, over 7 decades, they had virtually perfected the competitive adversarial approach to negotiations. His findings were that in pursuit of win-lose outcomes, they made 80% of their concessions in the final quarter of the bargaining time frame as the deadline approached. Section 2. Deadlines precipitate action. If there's no perception of a deadline, there's little inducement for taking action, much less for accommodation and compromise. Unfailingly, all of us know that legislative bodies from Parliament to Congress enact most of their bills and appropriations just prior to recess, where a manager or secretary is asked to complete a report at his or her leisure. When will it get done? Even the most conscientious person will put it off to work on matters that have a more immediate due date. Still not convinced? Ask your child to clean his or her room when they have time. Just see when it gets done. Previously, I mentioned the Soviet negotiating style and the timing of their concessions. They had another salient characteristic, though. It was their practice of bladder bargaining, which involved stalls and delays. Not surprisingly, political negotiations with them, from the 1963 Nuclear Test Ban Treaty to the SALT agreements, lasted for 4.5 years to over a decade. Yet economic negotiations with the USSR, wheat purchases, often involving the same players, were concluded in months. The difference, of course, is that when there's a potential starvation looming, you have a built-in deadline. The producers. Implicit but often neglected in these tenets is how deadlines delicately work to bring about concession making. For this purpose, I offer the following case study, which makes several points about negotiating leverage. About 2 years ago, while walking on Rodeo Drive in Beverly Hills, I encountered a former student of mine. Matt Blake, an attorney with the Justice Department when we first met, was now in private practice in Los Angeles. We went for coffee at Nate and Al's restaurant, where he told me about a case that was troubling him. Apparently his client, 28-year-old Emma Davis, had complained about sexual harassment and was immediately fired. A graduate of the UCLA Film School, she had been working as a development person for a major independent film production company. One evening, after working late, she went to the ladies' room. While there, she was startled when one of the producers, Orrin Jones, a 63-year-old married man, walked in and without warning proceeded to grope and fondle her. She resisted the assault but was traumatized by what happened. The next morning, Emma, still in a state of shock, confronted her assailant. Denying that the episode occurred, Jones claimed she was delusional. That day, when a female co-worker inquired about her trembling hands, Miss Davis recounted what had transpired. The fellow employee did not seem surprised, remarking, "That's the way it is in this town. You're not the first, and you won't be the last. In this place alone, there have been at least 3 cases that I know of where Jones and even his boss, Mr. Talbot, have done things like that. That's why women hardly ever wear skirts to work." Appalled by what she had just heard, Emma went to see Greg Talbot, the CEO of the company. After she had recounted her experience, he said in a matter-of-fact manner, "What's your problem? Are you a team player or a loose cannon?" Shocked by his attitude, she replied, "All I want is an apology and your assurance that this behavior won't be condoned." "Don't give me any damn ultimatum," he said. "We don't need any feminazis working here. You're terminated as of now." Subsequently, in attempting to obtain comparable employment, Emma Davis found it difficult going. All indications were that in this close-knit industry, she had been labeled as an undesirable, aggressive feminist, a troublemaker. Thereupon, she retained Matt Blake to represent her claim against Orrin Jones, Greg Talbot, and the production company. At first, Blake tried to settle this case out of court, but the company's general counsel, Tom Walker, under orders from Talbot, refused to meet with him. This caused him to file suit, and the case was now progressing through the legal system. At this point, Matt Blake had taken the deposition of 2 current and 2 past employees of the company. This testimony unequivocally supported the view that Orrin Jones had made a practice of harassing female employees, and Talbot tolerated this behavior. Furthermore, routine investigation turned up several instances where over the past decade, the alliance of Jones and Talbot had paid off other complaining women from $10,000 to $40,000. These payments did not come from insurance policies, but were concealed as expenses from films and production. Although both defendants, Talbot and Jones, had been served notices for depositions, they had successfully stalled for over a year. By comparison, the plaintiff, Emma Davis, had been deposed, an experience that was both humiliating and dehumanizing. If you will indulge me a personal aside, I am offended and incensed when our legal system and even the media defame victims. It happened in the so-called preppy murder case of Jennifer Levin and the brutal facial slashing of model Marla Hanson. Here again, the same thing was occurring. Truth be told, it was probably my gut reaction to this attempt to blame the victim that got me involved. Joining the plaintiff's team as an unpaid consultant, it struck me that we needed to change the other side's perception of this case by emphasizing three strategic issues. First, the concept of value. Up to this point, Matt Blake had thought that the settlement range should be between $300,000 and $400,000. He made this estimate because research showed that comparable sexual harassment settlements in California range from between $400,000 to $500,000. However, as I explained to him, these are mere guides to worth. The real value of anything is what the buyer is willing to pay. In this instance, the buyers are Jones and Talbot, who are purchasing Ms. Davis's cause of action. So we had to do more to convey to them that this was not just a routine business expense, but also a matter that had the potential to place their livelihood and reputations in jeopardy. In short, we needed to raise their concerns and, in turn, their expectations. Second, the correlation of forces. Used by the Soviet Union during the Cold War, their thinking measured power not just by calculating military might alone. More significantly, it included economic strength, political will, endurance, willingness to sustain loss, diplomatic voltage, and the employment of propaganda. Applying this theory, we should contemplate the worst-case scenario from the standpoint of the defendants. In other words, what damage might ensue from this litigation that would prove personally embarrassing and prevent them from continuing as successful film producers. Obviously, if their pattern of sexual harassment were exposed by the media, this would be a problem for them. When the lawsuit was initially filed, the local print media had run small stories containing the charges in the complaint and the vehement denials of the defendants. Since Ms. Davis had declined all interviews, the requisite drama was lacking and there was no follow-up. Moreover, the producers' use of creative accounting, whereby they paid operating funds to buy silence, if known, would surprise investors and major studios with whom they had joint ventures. What's more, what if these payoffs were scrutinized by the Internal Revenue Service? Do you think that the payment of hush money qualifies as a legitimate business expense? All this is not to say that such threats should be made to the defendant's attorney. Rather, by indirection and attitude, you want them to recognize this potential reality by themselves. Lastly, the imposition of a deadline. To this point, despite the overwhelming testimony to support Emma Davis's contentions, no settlement offer had been made. Why? Clearly, the defendants had not been sufficiently inconvenienced or placed in jeopardy by the leisurely flow of events. In my opinion, the producers mistook Attorney Blake's gentlemanly demeanor and professional courtesy as his reluctance to take on the Hollywood establishment. Hence, it would be necessary to convey more resolve, determination, and assertiveness to our adversaries. This had to be done by both word and deed so they could fully understand that they would be facing the negative consequences of their actions. Only if they came to realize that the threat to their careers and reputations was imminent would they place a deadline on themselves and make concessions. Accordingly, we settled upon a threefold plan for moving our adversary from intransigence to yielding. Number one was to use the pending litigation to insist that Jones and Talbot appear for their depositions on a day certain, within the next month. There would be no more delays. Also, a discovery motion was made to obtain detailed financial records of all films produced by Talbot and Jones over the past decade. Number two was to agree to cooperate with the media as much as possible. Early on, Blake had received a phone call from a producer of a highly rated TV network magazine program. They were formulating plans to do a half-hour segment tentatively titled, "Why Don't High-Grossing Hollywood Films Have Net Profits?" Previously, he had given them the standard no comment, but now we would assist them in this endeavor as professional ethics permitted, providing that they also interviewed Talbot and Jones to get their viewpoint on the story. Number 3 was to arrange a settlement conference 3 weeks hence. This meant that by that time, the TV producer would have contacted them. They'd be in the midst of scheduling depositions and gathering financial documents. Obviously, giving sworn testimony and providing data of this type could portend danger because this information might easily be leaked to the media. Let's do lunch. People all wrapped up in themselves make for smelly packages. Lo and behold, General Counsel Walker beat Blake to the punch. Ahead of our timetable by a week, he called to arrange a noontime settlement conference at a Japanese restaurant in Beverly Hills. He said that he and the chief financial officer of the film production company, Eric Nielsen, would attend. Participating on our behalf would be Matt Blake and myself. Upon entering the restaurant, Blake and I were taken to a private room upstairs to meet our counterparts. After the customary introductions and small talk, General Counsel Walker took the opportunity to tell us about the virtues of his clients. According to him, these men were pillars of the community, respected in the movie business and philanthropic as well. Their films had received Golden Globe Awards and even Oscar nominations. But even more noteworthy, as he put it, every year they are invited to Oscar's A-Party, the Vanity Fair Bash. Both Blake and I were furiously taking notes. Perhaps this served to encourage him, because he went on and on, detailing Talbot's and Jones's accomplishment. He even said, "They have climbed to the top of Hollywood's ladder of success." Indeed, he contrasted their position to that of Ms. Davis, who hadn't yet gotten her foot on the first rung of the ladder. To put the icing on the cake, he let slip that only a few days ago, a major network TV producer called to do the story of their lives. Walker went on like this for about 20 minutes, only interrupting his spiel for us to order food and drinks. Toward the end of this pitch, the general counsel pulled a piece of paper from his pocket. Looking down at what was written, or maybe averting eye contact from embarrassment, he said, "Because my clients are charitable, they are prepared to offer Miss Davis $40,000 to avoid the hassle of this baseless lawsuit." Neither Blake nor I were surprised by this ornery offer. Between ourselves, we had discussed how we would respond if this happened. "Mr. Walker," I said, "I empathize with what must be for you an uncomfortable position. From what I know of this case and your experience, I think you may even feel personally distressed in having to deliver what I consider such a pitiful and pathetic offer. Please note that although this is clearly an adversarial relationship, still I had tried to soften this message by using I. I is less judgmental than you, communicating that these were my personal feelings and reaction. But before I tell you what it will take to settle this lawsuit, permit me to make 2 comments. For one thing, you mentioned that your clients were at the top rung of the ladder of success. Not only do I agree with that assessment, but also I think they're at an even higher altitude. Piggybacking on your apt analogy, I see your clients on the terrace in a penthouse residence on the 22nd floor of an exclusive high-rise. Our client, on the other hand, would not even be able to get past a doorman to gain admittance. And if she did, she would at best be on the 2nd floor. Walker was nodding and smiling, while CFO Nielsen sat there, not reacting in any way, cold as marble. "Let me remind you, though," I continued, "when you fall from the 2nd floor of a building, You get bruised, maybe even sprain or break your ankle, but you're able to walk or limp away. However, falling from the 22nd floor leaves an enormous impact with the human body as it hits the ground. Walker had stopped smiling, but Nielsen remained stony and detached. And now, for the second point, I said, the flow of events has currently put us in an asymmetrical situation. Instead of attempting to solve this problem creatively in its early stages, someone on your side, and I know it wasn't either of you, selected a strategy of intimidation. Unfortunately, there was an effort to further psychologically bludgeon and demean our client via excessively broad and invasive discovery, and then a deposition that attempted to humiliate her even more. In essence, your attorney, metaphorically speaking, struck her repeatedly with a club. Though bleeding profusely, she's still standing tall. What can you possibly do now? Shout at her? Contrawise, Messrs. Talbot and Jones have to this point remained unscathed in their tuxedos, watching from the sidelines. Although I personally find all of this abhorrent, in America, there's a strong norm of reciprocity. Tom, because I think I understand your difficult predicament, I'll share some unsolicited advice with you. Go back to your philanthropic and charitable clients and tell them that you met a religious scholar today. He recommends that they should read their Bible, particularly the book of Exodus, and notice the way God tried to negotiate for the release of the Hebrews. Unlike the defendants, the Almighty didn't start off with Plague 10. Tom cynically remarked, "Thanks for your help, but we're here to talk about money for this inconvenience to go away." "All right," I said, "but before getting to that, let me give you the basis for our appraisal." At this juncture, I went into a detailed analysis of why this case had the potential to produce record-setting general and punitive damages. From all indications, Walker was growing impatient with my lengthy exposition. Even Nielsen, for the first time, was starting to fidget. As I was building suspense, Walker was growing more perturbed. About then, our meal arrived. "Let's eat first," I said. "Oh, no, you don't," Walker said. "Just tell us how much you want, and then we'll eat." "Okay, if you insist," I replied. "First, I'll furnish our record demand, and then what it would take to settle this case right now." Holding up my hand and pausing as I swallowed a piece of sushi, I said, "For the record, our asking price is $1.6 million, but off the record, for you alone, right now, if you want to conclude this matter, I'll give you a one-time only number." Walker picked up his pen and was poised to write. "What are you doing?" I said. I'm going to write it down." "No, you're not," I said. "This is off the record. Committed to memory." "Okay, I understand," Walker said. "What is it?" Lowering my voice slightly, I said, "Are you ready?" Walker had moved his chair closer to mine, and even Nielsen was leaning toward me. "Off the record. On special. Here's the sale price for a limited time only. $1.2 million. Walker shifted uncomfortably in his chair and frowned. Nielsen pushed back from the table, no longer emotionless. His face became flushed and his eyes narrowed to snake-like slits. He looked at me with loathing. "So, do we have a deal?" I optimistically said. Nielsen's face had become ruddy. He dipped his napkin in a glass of water and put it to his brow, then picked up his glass of water and gulped. "Obviously, I'm surprised by your asking price," Walker said. "We thought we could settle this in low 6 figures. That's all the authority I have, but..." Suddenly, Nielsen shakily got to his feet, his wet napkin still pressed to his face. "I'm going," he said, throwing his napkin on the table as he headed for the door in a wobbly gait. Apparently, Mr. Stoneface had cracked. "He's going to report what happened," Walker said. "He's Talbot's tough guy." "Gee, he seemed nice, and particularly friendly toward me," I deadpanned. "Let's get back to this case," Walker said. By Nielsen's reaction, you can tell that what you're looking for caught us by surprise. You may think we're a little high, I said, but offering low six figures, or $400,000, is very low. No, not 400,000. We meant 300,000, Walker responded. Who cares, I said. 3, 4, 5, or even 600,000 are insulting offers. Go back to Talbot and tell him to get ready for his deposition, because we're not bidding against any $600,000 offer. Blake and I were eating our meal, and Walker was drinking his as our conversation was winding down. Looking over at Nielsen's vacant spot, I noticed his large, untouched bowl of soup. Gee, what he ordered looks good, I said to Walker. Yeah, Eric picked this place, he said. They know him and make a special udon noodle soup for his gourmet palate. Of course, Walker paid the check, and we walked out together. As we shook hands, he turned to Matt Blake and said, I'll call you about this tomorrow. Returning to Matt Blake's law office, we discussed with each other what had transpired. Wow, Matt said. I was surprised. They went from $40,000 to $300,000 in one session. Look, they're running scared now, I said. They've got an ominous cloud of doom hanging over their heads. It's not just the financial records and their impending depositions, but who knows what pressure they're under from the major studios. Further, we all know the network TV producer didn't call them to do a This Is Your Life show. So our strategy is working, he said. They are imposing a deadline on themselves. Nodding in agreement, I said, yes, the balance has shifted in our favor. By the way, Herb, do you think we should have done anything differently? Reflecting for a moment, I replied, yeah, I should have eaten that udon noodle soup that Nielsen never touched. What happened next? The general counsel phoned this promise and gave the defendant's final offer of $620,000. Matt Blake felt that, all things considered, this was at least in the ballpark. Moreover, since it was more than $600,000, they were entitled to a counteroffer. As a result, he reduced the demand to $900,000, which still left the two sides far apart. 2 days later, prior to the start of Orrin Jones' deposition, Walker took Matt Blake aside and said, we'll go to $750,000, but not a penny more. Blake's response was to call his client, Ms. Davis, and after the conversation, he dropped to $850,000. Still, there was no deal. With the start of Orrin Jones' questioning, it was evident that he was edgy and snappish in his replies. Clearly, Mr. Jones was not enjoying this first-time experience, and his ordeal had just begun. At noon, when they recessed for lunch, the general counsel came over to Blake and offered to split the difference. In the end, before they reconvened, the lawsuit was settled for $825,000. The conclusion: while you will never know what constructs motivate behavior, all indications are that our threefold strategy helped alter the perception of the other side. Section 3. Inducing concession making. The previous case study provides an example of how it's possible to affect events to influence decision making. As a negotiator, you will often be confronted with this question: how do I get obstinate, self-willed, or intractable people to impose a deadline on themselves and move to convergence? What you want to do is create incentives for them to concede and close. Here's how. First, try to have them understand that further delay on their part could prove dangerous to their interests. Second, facilitate their realization that continuing their recalcitrant behavior will not cause you to soften your terms. In effect, maintaining such willful conduct will prove a poor return on their investment. Third, structure the situation so they come to believe that a continued impasse might cause you to up the negative ante. In other words, as time passes, there is a potential for escalation, which means that what you have already conceded could be taken off the table. Finally, if you want your opponent to impose a deadline on themselves, they must accept the fact that your last offer is preferable to no agreement. Item. In March of 2000, I was negotiating a line of credit with a bank lending officer. In this process, we had arrived at crunch time. Their best offer to me was an interest rate of prime. My position was that I needed and expected to pay prime minus 1/8. We were close, but not yet there. Suddenly, the lending officer advised me that the rate they had offered was a special rate for only their best customers. It had been approved by the loan committee and authorized by his boss. Moreover, if I didn't accept these terms by the end of the month, it would not be recorded in the first quarter of the year. That meant it would have to be resubmitted to the loan committee, which met periodically. To further complicate things, his boss was being transferred to another position in the bank. The indication was that a recent audit turned up some laxity in the unit's lending policy. And here's the kicker. His new supervisor would be one of the auditors. So here I was, being given incentives to concede. They had sweetened the pot to induce me to accept the deal now. What did Mr. Negotiator do? I waited 2 days to save face and then called to say I accept. Section 4. Deadlines are not always draconian. As you may recall in the point that anything that has been established as a result of some interpersonal or intrapersonal communication process is negotiable. What this means is that those things which are non-negotiable are very few in number. They would include, of course, ethical or moral principles, scientific laws, the speed of light, for instance, and, if you're a believer, religious rules and precepts. Putting aside what Mel Brooks has told us, the Ten Commandments did not come into being as the upshot of a negotiation. Although a spurious story once circulated that when Moses read over the commandments that God etched in stone, Moses commented, "Mostly they look good, except number 7, adultery." Maybe we can talk about this one. In effect, deadlines, which are set arbitrarily, unilaterally, or stem from some interactive or exchange process, are not as firm or unbending as some would assume. The point is, don't blindly follow a deadline that exists for convenience sake. It is probably not as uncompromising as it initially appears. Rather, analyze the deadline and calculate the risk and benefits that might ensue in going beyond the established concluding point. Reminder, it ain't over till the deacon says amen. Section 5. The other side always has a deadline. Regardless of how placid, untroubled, and becalmed he or she seems, the party dealing with you always has a deadline. If this were not the case, they wouldn't meet with you or respond to your emails and phone calls. Item. In 1992, while sitting in my office in Northbrook, Illinois, I received a phone call from a Stan Smith. He and I were involved in an ongoing negotiation that had drifted along for months. You might say we were stalemated in our deliberations. When I got on the line, I learned that Smith just happened to be in the area and wanted to visit for a little chat. Once we sat down together, I inquired, "What brings you to Northbrook?" He implied in an off-handed manner, "Well, I was heading for Boston, and you were on the way." "Aren't you in Palm Beach, Florida this time of the year?" "Sure," he said, "so it was easy for me to stop off." Knowing a little geography, I thought he needed either a new travel agent or a map of the United States. Actually, the only place Northbrook is on the way to is Buffalo Grove. Section 6, where deadlines are not equivalent. The side with a tighter time frame is at a disadvantage if this is known by an opponent. All evidence shows that the one that feels most constrained by time limits will make more substantial concessions. Section 7, where deadlines appear identical. Should both sides have similar time constraints, how one perceives the end is all important. Were I to find myself negotiating with a tough competitive opponent, I would try to have him or her see the concluding moment literally. Clearly, an attitude of caring, but not that much, would enable me to remain composed. From my experience, I know that deadlines can be renegotiated and clocks can be stopped if there is a mutual desire to avoid a breakdown in negotiations. Suffice to say, a negotiator is not in the position of Cinderella, who at the stroke of midnight would be transformed back to a serving wench. In fact, I guarantee that you won't find a large pumpkin in the space where you left your car. Section 8. Patience generally pays. In negotiating, quick is risky, especially if you are less prepared and cannot evaluate the fairness of a proposal. Thus, if caught by surprise or confronted by an unanticipated offer, stall, delay, and use time to your advantage. In most instances, the general rule for negotiators is to slow down and thrive amidst silence and ambiguity, and be prepared to recess in order to think things over. Thus, effective negotiators most often display forbearance and a capacity to endure. Helping them with maintaining this composure is often a sense of humor and recognition that, after all, it's just a game. But as we know, negotiating takes place over a range of time where leverage can easily shift. The passage of days or months imposes costs, produces psychic wear and tear, and affects positions, expectations, and perceptions. Think of it. Right now, you may be sitting on top of the world, but then again, the earth rotates every 24 hours. So what is up may be down, and vice versa. Reflecting on this potential volatility, we should always analyze and contemplate how the passage of time affects bargaining leverage. Consider the axiom that anticipation is often greater than reality. Extrapolating from this, we might surmise that once a service is performed, its value may diminish. Therefore, if your basement has 3 feet of water or your toilets won't flush, when will the plumber want to negotiate for the cost of his services? The answer, of course, is before he alleviates the distress. A kindred example comes to us from the so-called oldest profession, where prostitutes reportedly got it up front. This has been labeled the hooker principle, where the seller finds it beneficial to establish the price when the need is at its peak. Imagine what would happen if the hooker waited to negotiate the fee until after her services were completed and the John satisfied. At this point, he might well say, "Are you kidding? You mean that was it? Hey, I could have done a better job myself." Item. Recently, a woman who was a systems analyst in the field of information technology contacted me. She expected that her firm would soon be offering her a promotion to the position of project manager. She explained that as a project leader, she would be operating in an environment of enormous pressure because of the ever-changing demands and constricting deadlines. What concerned her was that in the past there had been a high failure rate in that position. Indeed, after being in the job for 6 months, her predecessor could not secure the appropriate budget, staff, and authority necessary to achieve his objectives. After discussing the issue of timing, we agreed upon the point where she would have the greatest negotiating leverage to secure the requisite people and funding to succeed. It was, as you might suspect, just after she was offered the promotion, but before she agreed to accept it. Employing this timing, she was able to negotiate for all the resources needed to achieve her goals. Section 9. Remain calm and cool under fire. By this time, I believe you understand the value of perspective and detachment in the occasional stormy sessions and turbulent times that occur in negotiating. Having this gaming spirit and the outlook of an outsider will enable you to stay calm and cool and not overreact, even when provoked. If nothing else, it will reduce your anxiety and stress while giving you a psychological shield between your self-esteem and the potential aggressiveness of others. Throughout these pages, I have counseled you to care, but not that much, as you confront pompous and overbearing people or magisterial institutions. While conveying persistence, still don't push too hard to make it happen. Instead, let the process unfold on its own. Therein lies the challenge. How should you react to low or high-handed tactics in the course of negotiating? The Chevy Mobile matter. It was about 18 years ago when General Motors decided to put Chevrolet engines in Oldsmobile cars. Many of the purchasers of these vehicles thought they were getting the Rocket Olds engine. When they learned the truth, a class action lawsuit was initiated by these consumers against General Motors. Years later, a trial took place in federal court in Chicago where the plaintiffs prevailed. However, on appeal, the verdict was set aside and the case sent back for retrial. Considerable antagonism existed between both sides, and no serious negotiations had ever taken place. In fact, the defendant had never even made an offer. At this point, I was contacted by the federal judge, who once again would soon be presiding over this trial. He asked me if I would work on behalf of the plaintiffs in an attempt to settle this litigation. According to him, all parties were amenable to having me involved. The first negotiating session was held at my Northbrook office. Attending were 3 plaintiffs' attorneys and the GM team, which consisted of 2 corporate counsels and 3 members of a very prominent law firm. I knew because upon their arrival that morning they told me, "We're from a very prominent law firm." Sitting across the traditional rectangular table from each other, here's how the outside counsel's lead negotiator opened. "Before we even get into the substance of this matter, let me clear the air. It has been almost 3 years since you filed suit, and we have yet to offer 1 dime. Do you want to know why?" As best as I could tell, no one on my side of the table nodded or said anything, but he continued. "We regard this lawsuit as a frivolous shakedown. It is an attempt by you damn trial lawyers to enrich yourselves at the expense of the American people and our economy. We're in the midst of the Cold War, and you're undermining the free world. What you're doing is un-American, and it's giving aid and comfort to the commies. The auto industry is the engine that powers our prosperity, and you're trying to destroy it. Yeah, because of lawsuits like this, we incur extra costs, making it harder to compete with the Germans and Japanese." As if this broad tongue-lashing wasn't enough, he then went on a personal rant. "What you're doing is disloyal. It's selling out your country, all for greed. Because of your despicable behavior, we don't feel we can trust you. No matter what we offer, you'll want to extort more. It'll never be enough." Softening his tirade somewhat, and by way of explanation of why they were there, he said, "The judge, though, is a softy, and he wants us to offer you something, so we might have to do that. But you guys are greedy. Whatever we give you won't be enough. You'll want more. So we have decided, after all this time, against our better instincts, to try and settle this case. There is, however, one non-negotiable condition. That is, that you agree to accept our offer without any further dickering. In other words, we're not going to make any offer unless you agree beforehand to accept it. Upon hearing this, our side of the table sat in stunned silence. Never had any of us heard anything comparable under such circumstances. Not knowing what to do, we called for a caucus. Meeting outside in the hallway, our team could not agree on how to respond. Although there was commonality in that they all represented car buyers who were shortchanged, there was conflict over personal needs. One attorney said, "We've been at this long enough. I'm over-invested in this case. My wife is divorcing me and threatening to foreclose on my home. Let's take the money and run." Another plaintiff's attorney had an opposite view. "The hell with them. Who do they think they are? As far as I'm concerned, I'm willing to fight this out in the courts for the next decade. This is a matter of principle." At last it was agreed that I would respond for our team and reject their condition. Returning to the meeting room, we all took our seats around the table. Then I rose to speak. This was unusual because we only had 9 participants and no one had previously stood. "I'm a half-century old," I said. "When I look back on my life, I have had some setbacks, disappointments, and despair. At the same time, however, I have also experienced joy, moments of elation, and happiness." The General Motors negotiating team appeared bewildered by this personal and seemingly irrelevant recitation. "Sure, I lost loved ones, encountered difficulties, and faced intermittent lows. But there was also delight and good fortune along the way. So on balance, I probably got better than I deserved. Looking back on these 50 years, with all these ups and downs, I think that overall, I've been blessed. To paraphrase Frank Capra, it's been a good life." "What's the point of all of this?" the GM lead negotiator said. "Do you accept our condition?" By now, even my associates were looking puzzled about my peculiar ramblings. "Would you believe," I said, "that in these 5 decades I never got a single offer from GM? Yet even without this occurrence, it's still been a good life. So I have decided that I can go another 20 or 30 years without an offer. And would you believe that my team concurs in that decision? Putting it bluntly, we don't want your offer, because no normal person would accept such a condition." Almost immediately, the GM top negotiator said, "Okay, forget it. We'll give you an offer." "Maybe you don't understand. We don't accept your condition," I responded. "I know," he said. "We are removing the condition and are offering you $6.2 million to settle all the class action litigation." Naturally, there was no agreement on this day. It took a few more bargaining sessions to bring both sides close. Not surprisingly, the day before the case was to be retried, we met at the federal courthouse and settled this matter. Actually, in the final give and take, the defendants had become reasonable. Accordingly, in the end stages, I served more as a mediator than a partisan for the plaintiff's position. Thus, in the game of negotiating, expect inventive maneuvers designed to throw you off stride. The rule of thumb: even in the face of provocations, don't get ruffled or riled, but remain placid and untroubled. Having discussed the subject of time and time consciousness, let's move to the next component, information. However, before we do that, here's a summary of the prominent points in Chapter 7. Time adds pressure, producing stress and forcing decision-making. Most concessions and agreements occur in proximity to the deadline. As the deadline approaches, remain confident and composed. Fretting and fussing is like a rocking chair. It gives you something to do, but it gets you nowhere. Virtually everything, including deadlines, has some give, making them negotiable. So, it ain't over till the deacon says amen. Chapter 8. Information. Spontaneity is too good to be left to chance. Almost everybody knows that input can change output. Our appraisal of a situation and the decisions that we make can be no better than the information that we have. Simply put, if you don't know the score, the chances are you've lost. We live by information, and it can be the great equalizer. Just like the sun, it can illuminate and affect mood and behavior. If this is true, or as Francis Bacon said, knowledge is power, why do we fail to obtain information about our negotiating counterpart? Section 1. Don't wait for the starter's gun. The primary reason is that too many of us tarry until a critical incident occurs before we prepare for the inevitable strategic interaction. Living in a complex culture, storm clouds are always gathering, even though the rain has not begun to fall. In short, whether we like it or not, the prospect of negotiating is always in our future. By that I mean, you have been asked to take some medical tests, which may or not be covered by your HMO. The car you have had for 10 years is on its last legs. Your daughter has just obtained her driver's license. Another child is about to apply for college. There is a rumor that your organization will be offering employees up to $50,000 in cash if they take early retirement. You have obtained a long sought-after meeting with a Fortune 500 company with a possibility of a financially lucrative relationship. And finally, the lease on your apartment is coming to an end. There you have it. In short order, the winds of negotiation will blow your way. Indeed, as you listen to this, you are in the introductory stage of many negotiations that won't take place for some time yet. Unfortunately, we often wait for the downpour before we start to gather information. By then, we are across the bargaining table from our opposite number, where information is more difficult to obtain. Suffice to say, the only option at that point is to improvise or just plain wing it. All the same, our culture is filled with aphorisms that caution us to contrive and not improvise in these situations. From Benjamin Franklin's dictum, if you fail to plan, you're planning to fail, to the former football coach George Allen's truism that the definition of success is total preparation. We should know by now that it is important to make use of your lead time. Consequently, if you can foresee a potential negotiation in the offing or an opportunity to shape future events, start planning now. If the matter is of great importance, you may want to research SEC filings, check who's who, obtain annual reports, and use the internet to find related websites and news reports. You will be surprised by how much published material is out there. Less time-consuming and often more productive is your network of friends, associates, and acquaintances who may have had personal experience in this situation or can refer you to someone who has. Whenever I'm about to go into a negotiation, I remind myself of the Chinese proverb. If you want to know what to expect on the road ahead, ask someone who has just come back. Applying this, I always try to contact those who have been in a similar situation or dealt with these people previously. After all, the best predictor of future behavior is past behavior. Section 2. Mapping prior to the formal event. Professional negotiators understand that they are involved in a continuous process. They know that prior to the formal give and take of bargaining, information can be obtained about the other side's interests, deadlines, and concerns. It is commonplace in labor relations that future negotiations over the next contract begin the day this one is signed. Major defense contractors who sell their products and services to governments start working on a potential deal years before they expect an award will be made. In this interval, they try to determine who the key decision makers are and who can influence them. The art of diplomacy, with its long history, has always used ambassadors as honorable spies. Gathering intelligence all year round, they also try to identify and win favor with the key players in foreign governments. In the field of purchasing, it is a matter of course for procurers to visit supplier plants where in a congenial manner they ask questions, listen, and probe for information. What they are looking for is data about the vendor's inventory, reliability, deadlines, quality, and interest. Experience has shown that plant managers, foremen, engineers, or staff personnel may inadvertently let slip information that can affect future bargaining leverage. In fact, years ago, a purchasing agent told me that on one of these routine trips to a manufacturing plant, he was asked by a personnel manager, "How long do you think next month's negotiation will take?" Before he had a chance to respond, the questioner said, "If it drags on, we may have to lay off 25% of our people." Therefore, before the starter's gun goes off, during the lead time stage, collect as much intelligence as possible. As we have seen, this information may be available from research, informal contacts, and from others who have negotiated with the other side previously. What I have been saying is that communication is at the heart of the negotiating game, and it is not passive or static, but active and continuous without beginning or end. So potential negotiators must view their initial contact with the other side as the start of the process. During this preparatory stage, prior to the formal bargaining event, all interactions should be anticipated and planned. To sum up, a raft of information can ferry even the inexperienced negotiator to a successful crossing. Section 3. The Blessing of Giving. At the same time, however, communication is a two-way process that involves not just getting, but giving as well. Affording your counterpart the chance to obtain information complies with the norm of reciprocity and can affect their attitude, trust level, and most of all, expectation. Hence, care must be taken early on to send consistent, coherent, and timely messages that are in accordance with your ultimate bargaining objective. So what is said and done, or not said and left undone, prior to the bargaining event will have an enormous impact on the final outcome. This is especially significant when you recognize that the person or group you'll be trying to influence has erroneous assumptions and unrealistic expectations. As soon as you realize this, you must give them reality-based information in order to alter their thinking. Otherwise, proposed changes, when introduced during the formal strategic interaction, will be seen as unexpected and unreasonable. Predictably, they will react by saying no. Reminder, it takes a while to digest and get comfortable with anything that's different. This is the principle of acceptance time, that people need the opportunity to get used to a new idea, concept, or approach. To illustrate, let's look at a simple scenario. 3 years ago, you gave a valuable employee a 7% salary increase. The next year, this increment was repeated. Again, last year, the person got the same raise in pay. Since then, however, your business has had reverses and cash flow problems. Let us further stipulate, as lawyers would say, that you cannot increase expenses in the coming fiscal period and that the employee is unaware of these circumstances. If this is the case, what does he or she expect when the two of you meet to discuss compensation? Definitely 7%. Truly, this person may be counting on these funds to pay for an expenditure that was already made. If you, in a magnanimous gesture, offered a 5% raise out of your own pocket, I suspect the employee would still feel shortchanged by 2%. The way to avoid such a dilemma is to share this negative information with the employee as early as possible, months before the formal compensation get-together. Of course, these revelations will cause him or her to revise what might be expected to conform to the new reality. More significantly, if you get people involved at the outset by soliciting their input, they tend to be more understanding and supportive of the outcomes. Item: years ago, I asked a congressman why he had not come to the aid of the President of the United States, a member of his own party, who is in a great deal of political difficulty. His reply was illuminating. If I wasn't present during the plane's takeoff, how can I be there when it crash landed? Consider another example of how lead time can be used to affect expectations and change behavior. When I last lived in an apartment building, a neighbor approached me in the elevator and asked, "Does all that racket and merrymaking in 11E keep you up at night?" "Actually, I don't know what you're talking about," I said. "Remember, I live in apartment 11B at the other end of the hall." "Well, unfortunately, I'm in 11F, right next door to 11E, he said. "These 30-year-old kids party and play that rock and roll music till 2 a.m. I banged on the walls, rung their phone, and complained, but nothing helps." From all indications, he was upset, or as kids would say, ticked to the max. Trying to lighten things up, I said, maybe you should try to relax and relate to the hullabaloo. It's rather unique, you know. It's the only music where the melody is played by the drummer. He didn't appreciate my attempt at humor, but I was saved when the elevator doors opened at the lobby. A month later, at the same place, I met him again. "I've got good news and very bad news," he said. "The 30-year-olds moved out, but they are being replaced by an even younger and wilder-looking couple. The new ones are musicians. I watched them move in. They have amplifiers and the biggest stereo and speakers I've ever seen." Feeling compassion for a situation, I decided to give him some unsolicited advice. "Obviously, your last strategy of wall banging and phoning in the midst of a party didn't work, so why don't you try something different? If I were you, I would use the current lead time to try to influence their behavior instead of reacting during the event when you're upset and emotional. What I would do is buy or bake a pie for the neighbors. Delivering it in person, I'm sure you'll get invited into their residence. Once inside, you'll be able to answer all their questions about local restaurants, shops, transportation, and so on. Then, you might discreetly tell them how happy you are to have them as neighbors, because their predecessors played their music so loud. Actually, this counsel comes from my own experience, which has shown me that if desired behaviors are communicated early in the developmental stages of a relationship, they have a good chance of taking hold. 2 months later, I received a visit from the beaming occupants of 11F. They indicated that my plan had worked. Not only were they friends of the people next door, but they had attended 2 of their parties. Most surprising of all was that they had become big fans of Bruce Springsteen and had tickets for his next concert. As Linda Ellaby has said, and so it goes. Section 4. The Satisfaction Prescription. All empirical evidence seems to indicate the satisfaction or dissatisfaction at the conclusion of a negotiation is related to expectation. That's right. It's not the outcome per se, but the gap between what you anticipated and the actual result that will gratify or dismay. More to the point, if you ignore the unrealistic expectations of the other side during the introductory stage, you are risking a deadlock when this chasm between expectations and reality surfaces during the face-to-face bargaining period. For example, let's say you're attempting to purchase the XYZ company. Based upon your financial data, you believe that a fair price would be $5 million. Yet during early contacts with the seller, it is apparent that they are anticipating twice that amount. If you wait until the give and take get-together to disabuse them of their inflated value, you'll be courting disaster. As we saw in a prior illustration, the employee who foresees a 7% salary increase, the way to deal with this problem is to furnish relevant information as soon as possible. This can be done directly or indirectly via third parties. The purpose, of course, is to adjust the other side's mindset to conform to the reality of the particular situation. What happens when we allow someone to arrive at the bargaining event with inflated notions? Too often, negotiators will then resort to lowballing in an effort to alter or rectify the problem that they allowed to develop. The tactic of lowballing can be used in one of two ways. In the XYZ example, the buyer, realizing that he or she is dealing with an excessive expectancy, could make an initial lowball offer of $2.2 million. Often, this will put the seller in a state of shock and rupture the relationship. But what if the seller stays under the mistaken belief that there are no other options because they've already invested so much? In this case, their notion of value has been lowered, and the buyer still has $2.8 million that can be given in concessions. Let's be clear here. I'm not an advocate of this tactic. While I concede that an excessively low offer or high demand can favorably affect the other side's expectation level, it can also tarnish trust. You can, however, gain the benefit of this advantageous opener without ruining a relationship if you offer factual support or justification. The other way lowballing is used is clearly unethical. It occurs when a retailer puts an ad in the paper advertising a product at an incredibly low price. Arriving at the store, you're virtually salivating at the thought of this bargain as the salesman takes the imprint of your credit card. At this point, he casually says, "By the way, for this to work, you'll need to also get..." What then follows is a recitation of indispensable accessories, all at a cost. By the time you add up the total tab, you'll end up paying more than you would have had you gone to a competitor whose advertised price was much higher. Section 5. Expecting little diminishes disappointment. Nothing is so good as it seems beforehand. George Eliot, Silas Marner. There is an oft-repeated adage that if you've got to borrow money, make sure it's from a pessimist, because he never expects it back. By the same token, we know that dissatisfaction comes from the difference between what we expect to occur and what actually happens. Recently, my travel agent booked a flight for me on American Airlines from Dulles to LAX. Purchasing a full-fare, business-class ticket on my behalf, she advised that I was on the waiting list for an upgrade to first class. It should be noted that I hold an Advantage Platinum card, having flown over 2 million miles with this carrier, and had a number of unrestricted upgrade certificates. Arriving at Dulles to pick up my electronic ticket, I was informed that I was upgraded to first class and would obtain the boarding pass at the gate. Following these instructions, I again stood in line and was given a first-class ticket and seat number. About 35 minutes before the flight time, I was summoned to the desk when I was told that my upgrade was a mistake. As they put it, the seat was vacant, but it would cost me an additional $426 to be among the privileged few. Truth be told, up to this point, I didn't really care whether I went business or first. However, having raised my expectations, I found myself really caring, maybe too much. Actually, I was incensed by American Airlines' greedy and duplicitous behavior. Moreover, they were arrogant and not at all apologetic. During the next 25 minutes before the door closed, I was told to visit the pricing expert at the Admirals Club, the gate supervisor, and an unidentified gentleman in a shirt and tie. None of these individuals were able to give me a plausible explanation of their policy and behavior. Not wishing to miss the flight, I ran out of time. Traveling to Los Angeles business class, I noticed that my first occupied. Ordinarily, I would inform you of the outcome of this matter. However, all this happened last week. So to paraphrase John Paul Jones, I've just yet begun to negotiate. From my perspective, this is now a matter of principle where I see myself representing all consumers. What I have already done is write directly to the CEO and marketing director of the airline. In this letter, I express my wish to continue doing business with them if they understand and rectify this problem. Also, I suggested it would be a display of good faith on their part if one of them or a member of their staff call me. During this phone conversation, if the solution doesn't meet my needs, I will ask this person for advice along these lines. If you were me, what would you do now? Do you think I should write my congressman or contact the FAA directly? I've been advised that the chair of the Senate Aviation Subcommittee and House Transportation Subcommittee are interested in these matters. Should I go that route? What about the Secretary of the Department of Transportation? Would he be able to help me? Of course, the purpose of this conversation is to convey to my negotiating partner that I have options and will not just fold my tent and move on. Notice, though, my demeanor will be friendly and there's no direct threat, which only produces rigidity and defensiveness. Candidly, with the passage of time, my annoyance has subsided. Right now, I'm caring, but not that much, which, as you know, is the best attitude to affect the behavior of the doctrinaire and disdainful. Hopefully, this tale of how a weary, passive traveler was transformed into an energized activist makes the point that once prospects are raised, realization is expected. Further afield, perhaps, but applying the same concept is the plight of African Americans in the United States. With the passage of civil rights legislation and the use of affirmative action programs, they rightfully anticipated that their social and economic circumstances would improve, and things did get better. Be that as it may, because expectations were raised and actuality lagged behind, disappointment ensued. Arguably, many African Americans seemed less content, or at least more vocal about inequality than they had been prior to the start of the civil rights movement. The nub of the problem is that all human beings measure gratification by the gap between expectation and reality. In sum, you cannot placate people with a recitation of what has been achieved when they expected more. Truth be told, the principle doesn't only apply to minorities, but even to a better majority as well. In my lifetime, women have appropriately attained considerably more opportunities and options than their grandmothers. Yet despite this progress, a great number are still disheartened and vexed by the inequities that remain. Revealingly, a popular commercial attempted to have women identify with their product by giving vent to this frustration. You've come a long way, baby. The implication being, you still have a long way to go. Now, I do not want to be misunderstood. What I'm saying is that those who play the game of negotiating measure their satisfaction by two primary criteria. One, was the process fair and just? Did the other side listen to what I had to say and respect my point of view? Two, how close did the final agreement come to satisfying my needs, interests, and especially expectations? Thus, you must always be cognizant of the expectations of the other side and give him or her information as soon as practical to help adjust their aspiration level. Section 6. Delusions about dissatisfaction. Frustration is greater when we have much and want more than when we have nothing and want some. Eric Hoffa. Because there has been so much misinformation on television in the wake of the September 11th atrocity, allow me to elaborate further on this notion of dissatisfaction. Listening to some naive reporters who style themselves as journalists, one gets the impression that barbarous acts arise spontaneously from people who live in a state of suffering and squalor. Accepting this premise, media mavens are then especially anxious to interview these criminals or their apologists to broadcast the root causes of their so-called grievances. In truth, however, history has shown that misery alone does not produce action or rebellion. In the most repressive regimes, like Hitler's Germany, Stalin's Soviet Union, Pol Pot's Cambodia, or Idi Amin's Uganda, there were no indigenous freedom movements. Indeed, totalitarian states know how to handle dissidents. Take, for example, what happened in Syria in February 1982. Hafez al-Assad, the country's secular dictator, learned of a budding Islamic movement in Hama, the country's fourth largest city. Acting without delay, he surrounded this heavily populated area with artillery. After 4 days of round-the-clock shelling, he transformed the city into a vast parking lot, murdering from 10,000 to 20,000 civilians. Would you believe that? Since then, there has been no opposition to the entrenched dictatorship. More noteworthy is the fact that there were no resolutions of condemnation passed by the United Nations, the Arab League, or the European Union. Additionally, Syria replaced the United States on the UN's Human Rights Commission and currently sits as a member of the Security Council. What does all this have to do with expectations? The point is that it is not actual anguish and despondency, but the hope that things will get better that activates dissidents. The moment of greatest danger for a tyrannical government, Tocqueville said, is when they begin to show liberal tendencies. Certainly, this was the case in the late 1970s, when the Shah of Iran instituted reforms which weakened the totalitarian framework of his rule. Had he been willing to crack down and slaughter thousands of Khomeini's followers, his family would still be in power today. Related to the chasm between expectation and reality is the problem of Islamic militancy and its portending danger for the West. From an American perspective, the two most crucial allies that we have in Arabdom are Egypt and Saudi Arabia. The former with 70 million people and its tradition of Islamic scholarship and pan-Arab leadership. The latter because of oil reserves and its control over the Muslim holy places. Both these countries have a populous and growing class of educated and unemployed young men. Born and raised in the aftermath of the Arab oil boycott, which tripled revenues, they envision a prosperous future for themselves and their people. But these expectations were not fulfilled. What happened was that the Egyptian and Saudi economies became stagnant, accompanied by widespread nepotism and corruption, affording little opportunity for those who did not have connections. These nations were producing a multitude of educated poor. In the case of Egypt, they were awash in youth, with almost 60% of the population below 25 years. Unemployment was at 25%, and this would have been even higher, save for the fact that 1/3 of the workforce is given government jobs at an average salary of $65 a month. Still, universities and law schools continue to graduate students who cannot find employment. Saudi Arabia, on a smaller scale, is the demographic mirror image of Egypt. The revenues from oil production, which seemed unlimited, are not enough to subsidize today's youth the way it did their parents. This should be apparent when we realize that per capita income has dropped below $7,000 a year, half of what it was. But these regimes have chosen not to deal directly with the problems that have caused internal disappointment, resentment, and anger. Instead, their strategy has been to focus their population's attention upon Israel, the common enemy. In addition, they've encouraged their state-controlled media to fan the flames of anti-Americanism as a way of diverting pressure that would otherwise be directed at their own authoritarian rule. Although being encouraged to institute reforms, Hosni Mubarak and the Royal Saud family know that such changes may increase expectations and produce greater instability, for it's the taste of better things that stimulates the appetite for revolution. Paradoxically, Iraq and Syria, as repressive dictatorships, are not caught in this bind. I have spent considerable time discussing the importance of expectations in ultimately achieving agreement, because I have seen too many negotiations fail when erroneous assumptions and unrealistic goals are ignored in the early stages of the process. Accordingly, if negotiating is give and take, I want to reiterate the importance of giving information in a timely fashion. The other side of this equation deals with obtaining information, which is our next topic. Section 7. Getting information. Obviously, not every negotiation requires the same research and intelligence gathering. How much time you spend in attempting to collect data will depend upon the importance and the complexity of the deal, as well as your time constraints. Furthermore, it should be remembered that it's not the quantity of information acquired that is important, but whether the information can be utilized to better understand the other side's underlying concerns and interests and the factors that affect their decision-making. Most of all, relevant information can be used to discover more options and alternatives, enabling you to develop creative solutions that are beneficial for both sides. If I had my druthers, here's a list of some of the questions that I would like to have answered. Why are they negotiating with me? What are their time constraints and deadlines? By whom and how will their decisions be made? How do they react to conflict? What is their negotiating style? What are the limits of their authority? What is their negotiating experience and background? Do they have a realistic alternative to making this deal? What incentives do they have to make this deal? What are their underlying interests and concerns? What's their track record for honesty and integrity? What are their expectations with respect to the outcome? Additionally, if they represent a large organization, who do they report to? Does he or she have a budget or quota? How are they compensated? Section 8. Barriers to obtaining information. Arriving at the negotiating event, let's discuss the kind of behavior that both inhibits and encourages the flow of information. First, don't prematurely judge what your counterpart actually wants or needs. Hearing their initial offer or demand, there is a tendency to equate these expressed positions with their genuine concerns. Don't make the mistake of being a literalist. As I mentioned previously, in discussing the Titanic principle, when confronted by an extreme opener, stay calm and cool. Just ask questions and probe below the waterline to ascertain underlying interests and needs. Second, recognize that trust is a fragile thing built slowly through incremental steps that require risk and reciprocation. When we have no experience with the other party, there is a natural hesitancy to share information, especially if one believes that such disclosure may be used against them. Demonstrating at the outset that you understand and empathize with your counterpart's concerns and predicament can alleviate these apprehensions. Most of all, you want to convey by word, deed, and attitude that differences are natural and an opportunity exists to explore creative solutions that will result in a mutually beneficial agreement. Third, there is a reluctance to provide feedback that might produce a disheartening reaction. After all, who wants to be the bearer of bad news that will bring on depression or even anger? We are all familiar with the plight of the mythic Greek messenger who presumably ran over 26 miles to bring news of the battle to his king. Upon arrival, he was asked, "How are we doing?" "We're getting slaughtered," he gasped. The king did not say, "I appreciate your effort to bring me this bad news in such a timely manner." Instead, his reaction was, Take this panting panty waist out and behead him. He just ruined my day. Imagine when word got out about the fate of this courier. Not surprisingly, the next runner with a negative report would either never arrive or alter the message to make it more acceptable. So the question is obvious. How can we allay the anxiety of those from whom we wish to obtain accurate information? This is the challenge that always confronts negotiators, managers, executives, medical doctors, lawyers, accountants, and certainly parents. Let me share with you a child-rearing episode from my life that may dramatize this dilemma. When our daughter Sharon was about 16 years of age, she was invited to the high school prom. Arriving at our home at 7:30 p.m., a half hour late, her date informed us that he couldn't get his family's car. Not wishing to put a damper on their big night, we loaned him ours. Ellen and I watched as he pulled out of the driveway. Turning to each other, we simultaneously blurted out, "Where did the time go?" Going back inside, I listened as Ellen gave vent to her concerns. "He looks so young. Does he have a driver's license? How old does she know him? Does he look like he's on drugs?" These questions were coming so fast, I didn't even have a chance to respond. Finally, in a knowing and authoritative manner, I said, "Hey, they'll be back in 5 or 6 hours, and I'm not waiting up. You either trust your child or you don't." I didn't even know what that meant, but it seemed to soothe her. Feigning confidence in our daughter's upbringing, we didn't sit up to await her return, but went to sleep in our king-size bed a little after midnight. Since I am referring to marriage, a negotiable relationship, bear with me as I stray from the story to share with you two of my general rules of spousal behavior. When Ellen and I arrived at our 10th anniversary, I was asked by a friend, "How did you do it?" The question caused me to write down and reflect on some practical, albeit selfish, canons of conduct that I have tried to follow in my marriage. Number one, when you have an argument with your mate that spills over into the early morning hours, never leave the bed. No matter how contentious or emotional the dispute, stay where you are, because wherever you go, it will never be as comfortable. The result, Ellen, whose boiling point is much lower than mine, doesn't subscribe to this precept. Consequently, she has spent more than a few nights sleeping on the couch, the floor, and in the bathtub of a hotel room. Number two, allow your spouse to sleep on the side of the bed where the phone is located. This means that the person closest to the ringing receiver is the family's communications manager. The delegation of this responsibility enables you to sleep through all the wrong number calls that come at ungodly hours. Admittedly, these self-serving practices won't work for everyone, but as for me, I'm better at dispute resolution after a good night's sleep. Returning to the tale of our daughter's prom date, Ellen and I were sound asleep when the phone rang. Ellen picked it up, and this is what I heard. "Sharon, do you know what time it is? It's 4 a.m. You've got a lot of nerve. You're irresponsible. You said you'd be home by the latest 1 a.m. Don't give me that bull. It's a new car." Slamming down the phone, Ellen turned toward me and said, "I couldn't help shouting. She got me so angry. Did I do the right thing?" "Well," I said, "it's hard for me to say." No, tell me. I want to know." "Let me put it this way," I said. "Where is she?" "I don't know," Ellen responded. "When will she get home?" "I don't know." "Who's she with?" "I don't know." "What's wrong with the car?" "Sharon said it broke down." "When did that occur?" "I don't know." "Why didn't she call earlier?" "I don't know." "So, what do you think?" I asked. "Next time, and there better not be a next time," Ellen said. "I'm going to get more information before I hang up on that rotten kid." Returning now to the question posed earlier, how can we interact with others in ways that help us obtain accurate and timely information? Section 9, The Procuring Principles. As regards to listening and extracting helpful information, experience has shown that there is a fundamental formula of 5 steps that can be followed. 1. Listen more and talk less. It should be evident that acquiring information demands that you engage in active listening. Your challenge is not just to hear the lyrics, but to be sensitive to the background music as well. These are the hints of the feelings and attitudes that help uncover the real objections. Just like the basic black dress or charcoal gray suit, information is accompanied by accessories, emotions, values, experience, and expectations. At the same time, you want to let the other party know you are empathizing with them. Leaning toward the speaker, making eye contact, nodding and smiling when it's appropriate, and uttering appreciative sounds like, can do this. Earlier in this book, I mentioned the importance of taking notes, which serves several purposes. It disciplines you to focus your mind and concentrate on what is being said. Invariably, the speaker regards your note-taking as a compliment, implying that what he or she is saying is valuable. You are compiling a record of what your opposite number has said. This might be used later to help influence their decision-making. For example, it seems to me you may have previously said, well, wouldn't this provision be in accordance with that? Having written notes of the discussion enables you to compose the memorandum of agreement, and being the scribe has its advantages. To cap it all, the less you talk, the less likely you are to say something you later regret. 2. Pose non-threatening questions. At the outset, employ a natural and unaffected approach to put the other side at ease. Initially start with a view that conflict provides an opportunity to engage in problem solving where both sides can meet their needs, the proverbial win-win outcome. Begin with open-ended questions, ones that cannot be answered with a yes or no response. Here are some possibilities. What's the basis of your position? How did you come up with that? Why do you feel that way? Can you help me understand what you're saying? Could you elaborate on that? These probing questions attempt to reduce defensiveness and gain critical information. Pursuing this objective requires that you never interrupt or overreact to whatever they say. Hence, you must restrain any urge that you may have to respond or correct what has been said. 3. Reflect their feelings. Listening to what they're saying, try to understand their thinking and look at this situation from their point of view. Item. In the Broadway musical Cabaret, the master of ceremonies of a bawdy Berlin nightclub dances affectionately on stage with his paramour. The audience is dumbfounded initially by the twosome because the girlfriend is a gorilla. Then, by way of explanation, the MC sings to onlookers, "If you could see her through my eyes." Similarly, that's what you should try to do in every strategic interaction. Observe the situation through the mindset of your client, customer, potential partner, opponent, or adversary. Of course, as you display a genuine interest in what they are saying, you are transmitting empathy with their situation. Listening to the inflection and tone of his or her voice, consider the feelings being expressed. At the conclusion of their presentation, pause to contemplate. Then reflect upon their attitudes and emotions, finding things that you can agree with. Though it is necessary for you to deal with areas of conflict, don't forget that you are attempting to find common ground to build upon, a foundation for agreement. Here you can communicate that you identify with their predicament by saying something along these lines. Gee, if that happened to me, I'd be irate. Obviously, no customer deserves to be treated that way. If I were you, I'd feel the same way. 4. Restate their objections. Next, before you respond to the content of their message, you want to make sure you're on the same wavelength. Hence, using your notes, you want to try to repeat what they find unacceptable. This will narrow and clarify areas of disagreement. Here's how. Let me make sure I understand what you're saying. If I heard you correctly, you mean. So, if I'm not mistaken, your point is, could you clarify this for me? What you are ultimately striving for is agreement on the nature of the problem and an understanding of the underlying reasons for the differences in your position. If nothing else, you want to achieve a consensus as to your counterpart's objections and the factors that underlie it. 5. Practice positive reinforcement. Whenever the other side is forthcoming with information and reveals underlying concerns and reasons, express your appreciation. If nothing else, accompany these disclosures with a smile, a wink, or a nod. Be generous with praise for openness and simply ignore behavior that you don't want repeated. Finally, the appropriate attitude can be summarized as follows. You never know what you don't know. That's why the more you learn, the less you realize you know. To complete the tip theory, let's examine the final component, power. Before moving on, here's a summary of the prominent points in Chapter 8. Use your lead time to give and get information. Invariably, human satisfaction or dissatisfaction is determined by the gap between anticipation and outcome. During the early stages of the negotiating process, give the other side timely information to bring their expectations in accord with reality. The fundamental formula for gathering information is to listen more and talk less, pose non-threatening questions, and practice positive reinforcement. Chapter 9. Power. What really corrupts is not power, but a sense of powerlessness. On September 9th, 1965, while on a mission over North Vietnam, naval fighter pilot James Stockdale's jet was shot down. On the ground with a shattered knee and a fractured clavicle, he was assaulted by a mob of peasants and then booked into the infamous Hanoi Hilton. Branded a war criminal, he was thrown into a cold and windowless cell that was 8 feet long and 4 feet wide. And so began almost 8 years of imprisonment that involved torment and torture. During this time, he was kept in solitary confinement for 3 years, spent 1 month blindfolded, and was handcuffed and shackled in leg irons each night. As a senior officer, he was given especially brutal treatment in order to debase and demoralize him. Despite these inhumane conditions of captivity, he helped devise a tap code so that the hundreds of POWs could communicate clandestinely among themselves. This enabled the prisoners to maintain a semblance of solidarity, morale, and dignity under these horrendous circumstances. Most impressive of all was that Stockdale established rules of conduct that were disseminated to all Americans in such camps. The 4 R's. Refuse to make propaganda broadcasts. Refuse early release. Refuse to admit to war crimes. And refuse to bow to one's captors. When it became evident that Stockdale was the ringleader, the North Vietnamese attempted to force him to make a film propaganda appearance. Their purpose was probably twofold. Number one, to dispel any rumors circulating in the West that American POWs were not being treated humanely. Number two, If they could get Stockdale to violate his own rules, the rest of the captives would fall into line. In this trying situation, even a courageous man might be resigned to his fate. After all, he could not prevent his captors from dragging him before the cameras. Perhaps he wouldn't bow or speak. Nonetheless, his image would be captured on film. James Stockdale, however, was not only heroic, but ingenious as well. Before his scheduled appearance, he used a wooden stool to maul and disfigure his own face into a bloody mess. The outcome? The photo opportunity was canceled. The point of this dramatic tale is that even under the worst circumstances, a presumably powerless person can take control over his own destiny. It's done by a willingness to risk and a belief that you always have options. This is the stuff of genuine heroes. As a result of his attitude and behavior, Stockdale was dragged from his cell into a courtyard where he was tied up to bake in the hot sun. After days of lapsing into and out of consciousness, delirious with fever, he heard the snapping of a piece of cloth coming from one of the cells. As he tried to concentrate, he realized that it was the tap code, and the letters being communicated were G, B, Y, J, S. He understood the message. God bless you, James Stockdale. Clearly, prisoner Stockdale, even in his dire situation, thought he could control his fate. Acting upon this conviction, he brought about the result he desired. For him, power was circumscribed only by the bounds of belief. In this respect, the idea of power lies within each of us. It's your faculty to affect the behavior of others in accordance with your desires. Section 1. Defining power. Because power often decides who gets what, when, and where, it's not surprising that philosophers, political scientists, and behaviorists have been concerned with man's ability to influence others from the time of Plato's Republic. Almost 50 years ago, Robert Dahl observed, "Power is the capacity to get someone to do that which they would not otherwise do." As he put it, it's the ability of person A to get person B to take action X minus the probability that B would do X anyway. In a nutshell, power is the capability, exercised or not, to produce an intended effect. Coming from the French word to be able, it's the know-how to influence the behavior of another. Returning to Stockdale's resolve not to be used in a propaganda campaign, it was his belief that he had the knack and resourcefulness to exert influence over his captors. Section 2. Perceiving may be deceiving. Bargaining strength depends not so much on what power attributes exist, but on what others believe them to be. Fred Ickley. From a negotiating perspective, your leverage is how the other side perceives it. If they think you can affect their satisfaction or dissatisfaction, you wield the power to determine the outcome. They view your strength according to what's going on in their minds. Therefore, you don't actually need a strong position as long as the other side thinks you have one. It's all subjective. Let's assume that you have an ardent desire to purchase a one-of-a-kind antique ring. If the vendor cannot detect your eagerness, he has gained no advantage. Thus, although desperate to make the deal, if you can conceal this ardor from the seller, you'll gain an edge. When you present your final offer in a detached manner, close to the deadline, the other side will look at your caring, but not that much attitude, and concentrate only on their probable rejection costs, the loss of a desired sale. Once their one-sided calculations are done, if the probable costs of rejection are greater than the cost of acceptance, you'll get a yes answer. Section 3. Power, neutral and often neglected. Despite the significance of power, to some this is a word with negative connotations. The reason for this bum rap, I suspect, comes from the exposure that too many of us have had to those who abuse power. From an autocratic parent, right or wrong, I'm your father, so I'm always right, to a dictatorial boss, it's my way or the highway. We have learned to become apprehensive about power seekers and power wielders. Certainly, this is a valid complaint. However, it's not about power per se, but about the overbearing and coercive way in which it is employed. Another well-founded gripe is that sometimes we don't approve of the ends to which power is devoted. But other than these two instances, power is a desirable attribute that gives you a sense of mastery over your life. In the absence of power, you will, at best, be in a situation of dependency, existing at the whim of others. And if you think for a moment that you might be better off in a dependency relationship, just ask the Native Americans who had the United States government looking after them for 200 years. Given all this, we can see that power itself is neutral, neither good or bad. Like the wind or electricity, power is often felt, but not seen. As a means to induce change and cause intended effects, it's the equivalent of a sword that can cut in any direction. Take the example of a power source, like gasoline that propels vehicles. Suppose that I used my car to transport food packages to the needy. No doubt such use of gasoline would be approved. On the other hand, assume that under the influence of alcohol, I filled up my auto with gasoline and went for a joyride. Due to my intoxicated condition, I crashed into a school bus, injuring many children. In both instances, the power used, gasoline, was the same. Yet in the latter case, my conduct would be met with disapproval. Obviously, in this simple analogy, the difference between acceptable and unacceptable behavior has nothing to do with the source of power. Still, in spite of the importance of power in making things happen, why is power too often overlooked? First, there is the issue of causality, or the difficulty in measuring kinetic or active power. Because there are many variables that influence any action, behavioral theorists have a problem in quantifying and isolating the role of power. In fact, it was Bertrand Russell who once posed the question, would history have been different if Cleopatra's nose had been an inch longer? Second, unlike Niccolò Machiavelli, who wrote about how things are, some starry-eyed types prefer to discuss only the way things should be. Thus, they use truth and love as substitutes for power and influence. And this utopian idealism sounds good until it comes into contact with reality. Finally, the lingering pejorative association makes power one of America's last taboos. Like sex in Victorian England, it is something not often discussed in polite company, only appreciated under the covers. Accordingly, those who mastered the power game, like Senate Majority Leader Lyndon Baines Johnson, went to endless lengths to mask this fact. You may recall that while engaged in arm twisting to get legislation passed, Johnson often quoted the biblical prophet Isaiah, who said, "Come, let us reason together." In the realm of international relations, power is constantly employed to change the behavior of sovereign states to achieve desired outcomes. Consider NATO's exercise of coercive power, airstrikes, to put a halt to Slobodan Milosevic's ethnic cleansing of Kosovo. Then, the use of reward power, economic aid, to change the Serbian government's initial decision not to turn Milosevic over to the Hague War Crimes Tribunal. What happened in this situation was that NATO was able to get Serbia to do something they were originally disinclined to do, by managing the options that they perceived were available to them. This was accomplished by using power to manipulate their expectations and preferences. Item: during a recent labor relations negotiation in the picture framing business, the union originally expected that their members would receive a 5% across-the-board increase in compensation. After all, this was the precedent established in 2 prior negotiated contracts. However, a month before the first bargaining session, word got out that the company was seriously considering closing the unprofitable plant and relocating elsewhere. This information did not come directly from management, but a reliable third-party source. This bit of intelligence caused the union to perceive their alternatives differently. Consequently, they were more than willing to accept a 15% reduction in salaries and cooperate with management in trying to make the operation profitable. Yet for all this, let me remind you that there is a difference between subjective or perceived power and objective or actual power. What matters in the final analysis is not what you've got, but what they think you've got. Much like beauty, power is in the eyes of the beholder. Section 4. You gotta believe. The sense that we are in charge of our lives is a basic human need that is psychological well-being. In this respect, the belief that we are not powerless, but have the capacity to influence behavior and attain desirable goals may be as important as our actual ability to do those things. Those who think they have some control of what happens to them can more effectively deal with setbacks and stress. Conversely, those who lack this sense of mastery often become easily frustrated, depressed, and even physically ill. Think for a moment how a patient feels the night before he or she is about to undergo heart bypass surgery. Or how about if your identity has been assumed by someone who has stolen your credit cards? How does a person emotionally react after a mugging or a burglary? Now let's take this feeling of powerlessness and put it in an organizational setting. My own experience has shown that when people do not feel empowered, they are unwilling to exercise initiative, take few risks, cover up their mistakes, color or falsify feedback, and become adept at writing protective cover-your-ass memos. These ominous symptoms indicate that the organization is no longer serving the purpose for which it was originally intended. So, believing you have power may be indispensable for both effectiveness and mental health. Also, it will help you realize your ambitions, enabling you to gain favor with those from whom you might want things, such as security, justice, prestige, respect, recognition, money, fame, or love. Yes, even love. Henry Kissinger, you may recall, said that power is the ultimate aphrodisiac, only to be corrected by a critic who commented, "No, it's not an aphrodisiac, only a deodorant." Whatever your orientation, don't underestimate your capacity to make things happen the way you want them to. Reiterating one more time, power begins with you. Summarizing the prominent points in Chapter 9. What matters is not what power you've got, but what the other side thinks you've got. Don't ever underestimate your options or capacity to make things happen. Chapter 10. Sources of Power. You can get much further with a kind word and a gun than you can with a kind word alone. Al Capone. Before the negotiating process formally begins, take an inventory of the power assets potentially available, both your own and the other side's. This will increase your confidence and help you adjust the expectations and preferences of the other side. Always keep in mind that negotiating is an exploratory game that involves discovery and learning that can lead to rearranging of expectations and the reshuffling of behavior. What follows is a concise summary of some, but not all, of the well springs of your power. Section 1. Competition. Options. Whenever you generate competition for something you possess, that possession increases in value. If you envision that you will be making a purchase for some furniture, a car, a residence, insurance, or software for your computer, realize that vendors abound who are salivating for your money. Mind you, they know that financial wherewithal is a volatile thing. They know that if you were to leave their premises or presence without concluding the sale, you can get the same or a similar item elsewhere. After all, who knows more about their competition than they do? Likewise, if you are selling a product or service, whip up as many prospects or potential customers as you can through advertising, trade shows, social contacts, mailing lists, or the internet. While all of this appears obvious, there's one ingredient that you want to add to this recipe that will help you stand out from the crowd. Earlier, I called this variation differentiation. Knowing from experience that beaten paths usually lead nowhere, and that only dead fish move with the current, I'll apply this variation in the examples that follow. Getting hired. When I was growing up, it was difficult for college graduates to get a decent entry-level job in a good company. Unemployment was high, so I took whatever I could get. I did everything from pushing a cart in a garment district to working as a sales clerk at Goldsmith Brothers. My strategy for gaining meaningful employment was about the same as everyone else's. I bought the New York Times on Sunday and answered want ads enclosing my resume. After weeks of never even receiving a return call to arrange an interview, I phoned the company that had advertised a job opening. It was then that I learned that they had over 3,000 applicants for that one position. I did not have to be a mathematical genius to realize that statistically, I would have a much better chance at the Las Vegas gaming tables or the Irish sweepstakes. Recognizing this reality, I changed strategy to make myself distinctive and memorable, maybe even peculiar. The next morning, I got dressed in my best suit, white shirt and tie, and went to the corporate office of a major firm in the city, which employed about 2,000 people. Arriving at 8:15 a.m., I waited in the reception area for anyone in human resources to arrive. When someone did, I informed him that I was there to apply for a job. Paul Peabody, the personnel manager, told me that there were no current openings. Instead of uttering a perfunctory thanks and leaving, I implored him to give me just a few minutes of his time. Sure, there were no openings right now, I thought, but if they have only a 10% annual turnover, that's 200 spots he'll need to fill. In fact, right now, there's probably an employee who's typing out his or her letter of resignation, which Peabody wouldn't learn of till next week. Whether it was my forlorn look or the fact that he identified with my plight, we went into his office and spent 20 minutes together. During this time, I asked questions, listened intently, took notes, and asked for help. Truly, when this interview ended, undoubtedly, he put my resume in his file and thought that would be the end of it. That evening, I sent Peabody and the receptionist personal thank you notes. Then 2 days later, I again went to the corporate office at 8:15 a.m., greeted the receptionist, and waited for Peabody to arrive. When he did, I inquired about employment and got the same negative reply. The next week, I repeated this routine 3 times with the same discouraging results. On one occasion, though, I brought coffee for the receptionist and Peabody's secretary. This was the least I could do to reciprocate for the courtesies extended to me. In candor, I may have realized even then that they were individuals who might indirectly influence decision-making, akin to the Queen's consort or King's mistress. These are power people who have access to those who are important to me. About 3 weeks after my first encounter with Peabody, he called with the news that a position was available. When I saw him the next morning, I was briefed and prepared for my meeting with the sales manager who would decide if I got the job. Apparently, an account executive, sensing that his boss was going to discharge him, quit without notice. Primarily, what irritated the sales manager was that the employee never got to work on time. I also learned that the sales manager wanted the slot filled right away. Peabody said, "When I heard this, I thought of you. You don't even work here, but each morning you seem to open up the building." Needless to say, I got the job and my first taste of life in the big corporate arena. Gaining admission to a highly competitive college. When our daughter Sharon entered Nutria High School in Winnetka, Illinois, I thought she should participate in varsity sports. My rationale was as follows. 1, believing in gender equality, I wanted her on the playing field, while on the sidelines, pom-pom boys would be cheering for her. 2, competitive sports are good preparation for dealing with both the ups and downs of life. 3, when she ultimately applied to college, this credential would distinguish her somewhat from her peers. The only problem with this idea was that Sharon maintained, with some justification, that she had no natural athletic ability, claiming impaired hand-eye coordination and no inherited speed. She ruled out volleyball, soccer, basketball, tennis, and track. I said, "What about long-distance running?" "I can't do that." "Oh, yes, you can. You're certainly able to walk a fast 5 or 10 miles. Make believe I'm chasing you." Realizing how determined her father can be when he gets one of his crazy ideas, she reluctantly worked out that summer in an attempt to make the squad. Surprisingly, when she appeared for the tryout, there was only one other long-distance candidate. Hence, she made the team. In those days, when they competed against another school in a 10-mile run, the entire field often consisted of 3 girls. Consequently, Sharon often finished in 3rd place, picking up a bronze medal and 1 point for her team. Now, fast forward to gaining admittance to a popular college. Her application contained good grades, high SAT scores, but more significantly, the added value of varsity track, where she was a medal-winning long-distance runner. Indeed, her track coach, never impressed with Sharon's athletic ability, but impressed by her resolve, even offered to personally make calls on her behalf in order to differentiate Sharon's application from all the others. In the end, she was accepted to many undergraduate schools that seemed a big stretch if they considered only her academic credentials. One even offered her an athletic scholarship. That says it all. Obtaining financing. Of particular interest is the occasional need that we have to secure money to help us take care of our obligations. In my case, what I usually do is gather together all my personal financial records and past income tax returns and visit my bank's lending officer. Giving him or her time to review this material, I ask for their best rate and terms for a $100,000 line of credit. Never appearing pressed for time, I have on occasion left this data with them for their consideration. When they contact me with their proposal, no matter what they say, I regard this as an opening bargaining position. After all, I see myself as a buyer of money. Thereupon, I take back my financials, thank the lending officer, tell them I'll think about it, and in all likelihood, return. At this point, using the same modus operandi, I visit their competitor across the street. Giving them time to digest my financial track record, I accurately inform them where I've been and the offer received. Usually I quickly cut to the chase and say something like, "Can you beat that?" Invariably, this competing seller can and does. The next step, as you might surmise, is back to the original prospective lender, where I inform them of what transpired across the street. More often than not, this lending officer goes back to the boss or loan committee and either matches or beats the competition. Years ago, when I had more time and was enjoying the gamesmanship, I sometimes said to the original lending officer, "Let me further reflect upon this." What I did was not even go back to the second bank, but went out to lunch. Then returning to the first bank, I had the audacity to say, "Do I have to tell you where I've been?" In that single instance, the bank, caught up in what they perceived as a bidding war, dropped their rate further. By the way, whom were they competing against? The answer, of course, was themselves. By this time, you understand that the more options and alternatives they think you have, the greater your power and negotiating leverage. The auction game, bidding against your own best interests. When I was conducting 2-day seminars in negotiating in the late 1970s, I used an exercise that involved bidding. The idea came from an article I had read by researcher and theorist Martin Shubik in the Journal of Conflict Resolution. My purpose at the time was to illustrate how the need to win at all costs or unbridled self-interest often produces unexpected and undesirable outcomes. During the program, I passed out a crisp Ulysses S. Grant $50 bill among the participants, who were primarily private and public sector executives. While they examined it for authenticity, I announced the ground rules for the auction of this denomination of American currency. They were as follows. 1. Anyone in the room could choose to participate in the auction. 2. All bids must be in increments of $5. 3. The winning bidder would receive the $50 bill less the amount of his or her bid. 4. No collusion among the participants was allowed. And here was the wrinkle. 5. The second highest bidder or loser would be required to forfeit the amount of his or her final bid. Early on, the offers came at breakneck speed until they reached $30 to $35. At that level, most of the participants dropped out, leaving only 2 competitors. Astonishingly, these 2 would continue on, vying with each other past $50, a point where acquiring the bill would be unprofitable for both contestants. Most often, the auction ended in the range of $70 to $125. Assuming that the winning tender was $60, that meant that the second place finisher or loser would have to pony up $55. But what about the winner? He or she would sustain a net loss of $10. The $60 winning bid less the $50 value of the currency. While this is a fashion game, it reveals much about human nature and helps explain some of the illogical behavior that we see in negotiating. First, even the most rational decision maker is influenced to some extent by ego and face-saving needs. What affects behavior is not only what might appear evident or logical, profitability, but a myriad of other factors that are unseen and often unknown. Second, once we commit to a course of action, it skews our perception. This cognitive dissonance may cause us to rationalize, justify, and do more of the same. Third, when establishing an objective and strategy, we all too often do not take into our calculations how our counterpart will respond. We tend to forget that we do not act in a vacuum, but try to exert influence on others whose choices interact with ours. In this respect, negotiating is more like chess than roulette or craps. Fourth, because of our investment, it becomes difficult to reverse course and cut one's losses. The consistency principle, whereby we admire those who are unvarying, predictable, and constant, magnifies this problem. Indeed, one of the worst epithets is to be called a poseur, or hypocrite. Lastly, in our society, we revere and reward the victor. Whether it's the World Series, the Super Bowl, the Olympics, political elections, or academic class standing, winner takes all. This mentality, of course, seeps into our consciousness. This analysis may help explain some of the seemingly irrational behavior that we see exhibited by those who know better. A case in point might be the airline industry, where unprofitable carriers continually cut fares and expand costly frequent flyer programs. Likewise, we have seen zealous bidding for trophy companies or properties that bear no relationship to their market value. Sotheby's Sinatra Auction. For that matter, have you ever attended an auction? Well, I have. Years ago, when Frank Sinatra disposed of his home in Palm Springs, California, much of the personal contents were offered for sale at Sotheby's, a licensed auction house in Manhattan. The day before, I visited the facility and selected two of the least costly items that I considered acquiring. One was a sterling silver cigarette case containing the monogram FAS, which was listed in the catalog at a value of $950. The other was an original oil painting appraised at $650. Before attending the public auction, I established the maximum bid I would make on each item. For the cigarette case, it was $975, and the painting, $920. The next day, Sotheby's had a packed house. As the auction began, I learned that I was not just competing against those in the room, but there were bids that arrived by phone and fax. When the bidding started on the items I wanted, the offers already exceeded the objectives I set. As an observer, I watched people furiously compete not only for Frank's personal property, but also against each other. Most revealing of all was the impression I got that in some instances, the bidder's primary motive was not obtaining the article, but making sure that the other party didn't. What my mother used to call cutting off your nose to spite your face. In another setting, I have observed a similar phenomenon, a different drummer, but the same drum. When a Hollywood movie producer purchased a script sight unseen, I asked him why. "It's not that I wanted it," he replied. "I just needed to make sure that that other son of a bitch didn't get it." Going back to the Sinatra auction, the cigarette case was sold for $3,200 and the painting for $2,600. So there we have it. If you can encourage enough competition for what is perceived to be one-of-a-kind, unique item, its price will soar. In this case, you become the owner of something that Francis Albert Sinatra looked at or touched. In effect, Sinclair Lewis had it right when he said, "People will buy anything that's only one to a customer." Assuredly, negotiating is a game, but never allow yourself to get so wrapped up in play that you lose perspective and sight of your original goal. The bidding trap. Years ago, after giving a speech for an association of suppliers, I was asked about a frequently encountered dilemma. A prospective customer called and told me that their company is no longer happy with their current supplier. In short, they want our bid with a possibility that they will switch this business over to us. What should I do? Ordinarily, when asked anything, I try to obtain more information from the questioner so that they can determine the answer themselves. The problem, however, is so common that I'll present my outlook on this situation. From my experience, the likelihood is that the customer is using you to gain a better price from his current supplier. Yet if you don't enter the fray, you may cause the customer to become disaffected, forfeiting any chance of future dealings. In the meantime, if you guess wrong, and they do change partners, you'll be hearing about this from your boss. What I would do in this situation is employ the concept of differentiation, distinguishing what you have for sale from that of other competing vendors. As you know, though we talk price, other elements of the deal may be just as important. What I'm referring to is reputation for quality, ability to supply the quantity desired, on-time delivery, the type of warranty provided, and so forth. Certainly, the customer knows that you get what you pay for, and that if you lowered your standards or service provided, you could easily drop the price. Previously, I made the point that what is given away free is often not appreciated. In this instance, for you to tender a bid requires effort on your part, and you should be recompensed in some fashion. What I'm suggesting is that in return for submitting an offer, you receive access to confidential information about the company and obtain a meeting with the end user, at which time you can sell the uniqueness of your products or services. Additionally, you might answer their question with a question and say, "What specifically do you have in mind? Could you quote me the price that will result in our getting your business?" To summarize what has been said thus far, 1. When you're a seller of products, services, ideas, or proposals, reach out to as many qualified prospects or potential consumers and customers as possible. If you're in selling, your job is to beget buyers. 2. As a buyer, generate as much competition for your money as you can. All told, the more people that want your business, the more negotiating leverage you have. 3. Realize the danger lurking in situations where you care too much about winning or making the deal. This was one of the points of obtaining financing, the auction game, and this section. 4. Differentiate yourself, your services, products, and ideas from the norm or usual. This added value enables you not to be compared with your competition and moves bargaining from the sole criterion of price. Wasn't this why my daughter, the medal-winning long-distance runner, was accepted to highly competitive colleges? Options equal power. The belief that there are always options creates independence, whereas the perception that there are no alternatives gives rise to dependence and submission. When you cannot see a choice of another way of satisfying your needs and interests, you're on your way to servitude. But not to worry, you always have options. In fact, I have yet to encounter a situation where this is not so. Even when confronted with the certainty of death, you have the choice of the attitude and demeanor that you will display. History contains many examples of individuals who faced this fate with an assertion of bravery and valor. True courage, wrote Mark Twain, is not the absence of fear, but the mastery of fear. Which brings me to a more mundane example, dealing with a sole source. Periodically, I am challenged in my optimism over options by a person who tells me his business is subject to the pricing whims of a manufacturer who is the only one making what he needs. Resigned to his dependency relationship, he throws up his hands and says, "What can I do? I have no alternative." Doubtless, if he really looked, he could get it elsewhere. But let's assume, for the sake of argument, that's not possible. So here are some ways of breaking out of bondage. 1. Discover a substitute. As crucial as this product is, there are always ways to redesign around it or obtain a replacement. 2. Make it yourself. If this item has such value, there are many like you in a similar predicament. Hence, it may be possible for you alone or in a joint venture with others to go into this profitable manufacturing business. 3. Use an indirect threat. If the situation actually is as described, there may be a violation of antitrust laws or monopolistic practices. What I am suggesting is that it may be possible to send a vague and indirect message to the sole source supplier that if these policies continue, they may in the future come under the embarrassing scrutiny of a governmental agency. The big advantage of this approach is that it avoids direct confrontation, permits plausible deniability, and allows for face saving. Accordingly, before you begin the formal give and take, consider what other alternatives you may have. If you can't satisfy your needs with this person or this company, what other options are available? And what acceptable choices does the other side have? If they somehow come to believe that you can find a suitable alternative elsewhere, you will have the leverage to make the deal you want. More important, with a viable, concrete alternative, you yourself have a basis for measuring their best offer against exercising this option. This is the indifference point, where you care, but not that much, if the negotiation with this party is not consummated and results in a deadlock. The BATNA. In their widely acclaimed book, Getting the Yes, Roger Fisher and William Ury coined the acronym BATNA, or Best Alternative to a Negotiated Agreement. This is a useful concept where beforehand you research and explore what you will do if you cannot achieve congruence. Having this specific option in your back pocket allows you to better assess the other party's last and final offer against the prospect of no deal. Ultimately, your objective in this interaction is not merely closure at any price, but to achieve an agreement that is better than your BATNA. Recapping. Since a lot of life's doings are determined by the feeling that it can be done, always believe you have power and options. Section 2. Legitimacy. All progress requires the occasional questioning of authority and its symbols used to limit human potential. People crave stability, so over centuries, symbols have developed that give structure to society. The problem is that these manifestations of control can also stifle initiative, repress the human spirit, and sometimes result in blind obedience to authority. On April 8, 1956, at Parris Island, South Carolina, a Marine drill instructor, Sergeant Matthew McKeon, issued an order to a group of recruits who immediately marched into water over their heads. Reports of the incident reveal that none of them considered disobeying the order, even though some of them could not swim and subsequently drowned. Conceding that this took place in a military setting and is an extreme example, still, it illustrates the inclination that exists to obey those who appear to be in charge. Sergeant McKeon, in this case, by virtue of his rank and position relative to the trainees, possessed formal authority to use power and exert influence. In fact, at his court-martial, attorney Emil Zola Berman used the defense that he was exercising legitimate power, albeit with bad judgment and tragic consequences. Typically, in our daily lives, we come into contact with those who have formal authority. In the organizational world, it's a superior or boss whose rights and prerogatives stem from his or her spot on the organizational chart. This positional power comes with the territory and vests a right to establish norms and make decisions which can be enforced via the use of carrots or sticks. This power is on display throughout a corporate or government headquarters by meaningful symbols, from titles to the size of an office. Another illustration of formal authority translating into power would be the uniformed traffic cop, who lays claim to obedience based on position and status. When directing traffic or stopping motorists, they obey his instructions, believing he has the means to coerce compliance. However, from our perspective as negotiators, we are primarily concerned with the power of legitimacy as manifested in signs, price tags, forms, and official-looking documents. These take on the aura of societal norms and precedents, which shape behavior and have an impact on our decision-making. Whether it's a hotel checkout time posted on the door or the sticker price stuck to the window of a car, we tend to react in knee-jerk fashion. All too often, we are obeisant to social conventions, printed forms, and traditions whose original justification lacks current validity and certainly doesn't apply to our unique circumstances. Yet, incredibly, we allow these pieces of paper to change our thinking and prescribe our choices. Item: when I was attending law school and working as a claims adjuster, we used a form that was titled Parents' Indemnity Agreement. Learning that our insured's vehicle struck a 10-year-old child, I was dispatched to settle the case. Arriving at their home, it appeared that the youngster was not seriously injured. He had sustained minor contusions and abrasions, seen his family doctor, and was back at school. This was a week after the accident, and the mother and father were willing to resolve the matter with a monetary payment. After negotiating, we agreed that $320 was a fair settlement. At this point, I wrote out a company check for this amount and presented them with a parents' indemnity agreement for their signature. Actually, I never used the grim word sign because people are resistant to signing anything without getting advice. Instead, I said, would you mind putting your name to this? Pausing for a moment to contemplate, I could sense them thinking, oh, just scribbling my name. Hey, no problem. Rarely, if ever, would anyone read this official-looking document. They just assumed it was a receipt for the money tendered. As far as they were concerned, the case was closed. But in reality, the form stated that if they decided to reopen this matter because they later came to learn that the settlement was inadequate or the injuries more serious, their only obligation was to return the $320. Based on the law of averages, you would think that this would have occurred about 5% or 10% of the time. But in all my years, I never heard of it happening. The moral: we are too often subjugated by symbols that limit our options. This printed form was one of these symbols of legitimacy, designed to cause acquiescence and resignation. In your life as a negotiator, when you encounter these items, recognize them for what they are. Coming into being as a result of negotiation, they are, of course, negotiable. Here are some examples along these lines. The official form: real estate lease, bank loan agreement, limited warranty, legal retainer, standard contract. Official procedural manuals: corporate pricing books, personnel pay grades, relocation and severance policies, operational directives. The professionally printed sign: no personal checks cashed, minimum 7 alarm will sound, not responsible for personal property, home under electronic surveillance, keep off the grass, it is unlawful to remove this tag from mattress, on sale 7 days only, no smoking room, and my favorite: so nice to look at, so easy to hold, but if you break it, it's sold. Incidentally, I have a friend who frequently travels to Los Angeles on business. While there, he stays at a hotel where smoking is not permitted. While checking in, he advises the front desk clerk or assistant manager that he's a smoker and asks for their help. What they do is give him a room with a terrace or balcony at the same price where he can satisfy his need to puff away. Don't get me wrong, I'm not advocating that you push where it says pull, or spend your time trying to enter through the exit. What concerns me is that you not allow forms of legitimacy to curtail social interaction and discussion, stifle initiative, and exclude the need for explanation. The herd instinct. Man is a gregarious animal, and much more so in his mind than in his body. He may like to go alone for a walk, but he hates to stand alone in his opinions. George Santayana. Also intrinsic to the power of legitimacy is the unconscious impulse that we have to follow the crowd. This propensity seems to be ingrained in the very structure of our being. Anthropologists tell us that gregariousness was necessary for the survival of our species, and this sensitivity to the reaction of others has left its residual effects. It might even be argued that this is what makes us so susceptible to conformity, peer group pressure, demagoguery, and mob passion. Print gives additional authority to influencing behavior, Gilles St. Aubin wrote, because its official look bears the stamp of herd approval. Sellers of goods or opinion rely on people's pathetic faith in the printed word. Those who violate the norms, customs, or traditions of society risk disapproval and even ostracism. Fundamentally, we have an innate hesitancy about new ideas which threaten comfortable habits and ways of thinking. Accordingly, if you intend to introduce a new notion or change an accepted practice, do it gradually in small increments and support these changes with some form of legitimacy. Precedent, for example. Otherwise, you risk a stampede by frightening the herd. History abounds with examples of the tragic destiny of those thinkers ahead of their time. If they disregard the concept of acceptance time and did not proceed step by step, they ended up ridiculed, scorned, and sometimes exiled. For true originality is too often an ill-fated malady. Society exists through the communication of symbols which are used to shape behavior. From the standard form, which we are programmed not to question, to the red light, which causes us to halt, we have been conditioned to react without thinking. Crossing against the red. About 30 years ago, Alan Funt of Candid Camera fame installed an official-looking traffic signal on a sidewalk in Manhattan. Based upon my recollection, I believe it was set up on Fifth Avenue between 56th and 57th Streets, near where Trump Tower stands today. Funt had 5 members of his staff acting as pedestrians start at 57th Street and walk south on Fifth Avenue. They proceeded side by side toward the mid-block hoax traffic signal, which was green. About 30 yards from this symbol of legitimacy, they slowed their pace so the crowd walking behind them built up. When Funt's crew got about 10 yards away, the light suddenly turned red. The crew stopped in their tracks, cooling their heels and marking time. Surprisingly, the pedestrians behind them also paused, waiting for the light to change to green. Let me remind you, these were New Yorkers, who are known to be impatient and always in a hurry. The cameras focus on the pedestrians standing behind Funt's bunch. Some of them were anxiously looking at their watches, obviously annoyed by the unanticipated delay. After 30 seconds, one man towards the rear of the growing crowd took matters into his own hands. Apparently late for an appointment, he speedily jaywalked across Fifth Avenue between moving traffic to get around the waiting queue. The remaining pedestrians, though appearing edgy and irritated, didn't move. Then, about 30 seconds later, one of the young and restless moved into the almost empty lane of oncoming pedestrians and headed to the front, where Funt's bunch was standing. Once there, he stopped, looked both ways across the sidewalk, and dashed through the red light. Thereafter, with this precedent established, others using a similar head-glancing technique followed. There you have it. The power of legitimacy affects all of us to some degree. In your hands, it can help you shape behavior in ways that you desire. But recognize that there's also a flip side as well, whereby in knee-jerk fashion, we accept things that should be questioned and challenged. Section 3, Risking. Why not go out on a limb? That's where all the fruit is. Mark Twain. Since life is filled with uncertainty, everything that we have, including happiness, can be fleeting. Our only guaranteed permanence is change. No one can play it absolutely safe. Every inaction may present danger. The only time you won't encounter some risk will be the day it's Miller time in hell, and those consigned there are guzzling cold beer from frosted mugs. All negotiating progress involves some element of chance, so you cannot take a Chicken Little approach. Don't be inhibited by the fear of trying. Of course, I'm referring to risk-taking that is sensible and cautious. Always use foresight and intelligence as you calculated the odds and the timing of your moves. For some, though, life is akin to a poker game, where they count on always drawing an inside straight. But such reckless and indiscriminate play will cause your stack of chips to dwindle rapidly. But I'm urging you to take prudent and reasonable risks. Truly, if nothing is ever ventured, something will be lost. Picture the scene. Take 1. I'm negotiating with Al Accommodator, a person who is renowned for his dread of deadlocks. Arriving at the 11th hour crunch time, I'm inclined to hang tough and not make any concessions. Why? Based upon his reputation, I know he will waver at the end. Take 2. The same setting and circumstances, with the exception that my counterpart across the table is different. Instead of Mr. Accommodator, I'm dealing with Will Walkaway, reputed to care, but not that much. To be exact, he has been known to occasionally deadlock in these situations. Now, what do? Unlike in the prior instance where I was steadfast, this time I'm more inclined to yield. In January 1956, in the midst of the Cold War, Secretary of State John Foster Dulles unintentionally coined the term brinksmanship. At the time, he remarked that the United States had to take chances in order to stay out of military conflict. The ability to get to the verge, he said, without getting into war is a necessary art. If you try to avoid risk, if you run away from it, if you are scared to go to the brink, you are lost. Although criticized for what was seen as a reckless statement in the nuclear age, subsequent events have demonstrated the inherited geopolitical danger in being seen as disinclined to risk. Indeed, the Islamic militant radicals who planned and organized the September 11th atrocity viewed the United States as a nation loath to suffer civilian or even military casualties. They were familiar with our national trauma when the body bags came home from Vietnam, the Jimmy Carter Desert Classic, where we invaded Iran with 8 helicopters, the bombing of Kosovo for 78 days at an altitude of 15,000 feet to ensure that we sustain no casualties, and Bill Clinton's use of million-dollar cruise missiles in Afghanistan to destroy empty tents. What they believed was that if they could cause America to sustain considerable loss of human life and produce sufficient fear, that over time they would sap our morale and our will. From the perspective of the terrorists who set out to murder innocent people, our lack of response to past attacks and provocation, the Beirut Marine Barracks, the USS Cole in Yemen, and so on, caused them to see us as risk-averse, unable to endure casualties, and unwilling to exercise power. While the projection of mega power involves the same principles, this is not the time or place for a more detailed discussion. Suffice to say, you always want the other side to see you as a nation or as a person disposed to take risks to uphold core values and beliefs. Therefore, should you develop a reputation as someone who cannot bear with an impasse, you have unfortunately put yourself in a position where you can be manipulated. Given all this, why are individuals hesitant to take a chance, even when the odds are overwhelmingly in their favor? The answer is, whatever the odds, we focus on the worst-case scenario, losing. The way to overcome this bugaboo is to find ways to syndicate or spread the risk. Take on partners, get others involved. Such diffusion will enable your expanded group to accept greater risk for a high payoff. For decades in the business world, we have seen the urge to merge, whereby a smaller company voluntarily combines with a larger corporation. This affiliation enables it to take on what previously would have been prohibitive. In addition, any financial loss can be spread over a greater base. This smaller entity knows the old truism that money makes money. Whether in poker or business, you're in a stronger power position if your capital is considerably larger than that of your competitor. Thus far, in analyzing power, we've examined three major components, but there are other ingredients that comprise the robust recipe. When Oliver Twist said, "Please, sir, I want some more," I don't think he was talking about this particular dish of power. Nonetheless, as we move along, we'll continue to furnish the formulary for the power prescription. Section 4. Commitment. Unlike Robinson Crusoe or Castaway, Tom Hanks, alone on an island, as negotiators, we find ourselves tangled in a complex interpersonal web. To make a deal, we must take into account the needs, concerns, and interests of ourselves and others as well. Realize it or not, we have constraints that come at us from three directions. First, as human beings, we have our individual values, predilections, emotions, disposition, foibles, quirks, ambitions, and expectations. We have hair-trigger wants, from a second helping of dessert to a desire to get this over with now. And these immediate cravings often conflict with our longer-term interests and welfare. So before getting into this process, we should engage in intra-self negotiating to reconcile these internal differences. Neglecting this step is probably what caused Walt Kelly's Pogo to remark, "We have met the enemy, and he is us." Second, improving upon Mark Twain's advice, when you're in pursuit of fruit, don't crawl out on a limb alone. Get others involved beforehand so they are committed to this endeavor. In virtually all negotiations, we have a constituency whose support can magnify the impact of our words and transmit unity power, e pluribus unum. Conversely, their lack of commitment to your bargaining position can prove downright subversive. Have you ever taken your family along as you attempt to negotiate for a new car? Once, I told the Buick dealer that if he didn't lower his price further, I would have to go elsewhere. Before he had a chance to respond, Ellen came running over with a big smile on her face. "Oh, Herb," she said, "I'm so excited we can get the car in the exact color combination I've been searching for." While trying to signal that her express commitment to this particular automobile wasn't helping me finalize things, our son strolled over. "Dad, can I have some money? I'm going across the way to buy some CDs for our new car's disc player." Likewise, when trying to get a home seller to reduce the asking price, the same undermining behavior might occur. Years ago, a neighbor in Glencoe told me of the negotiating strategies she employed in buying her home. I used 2 real estate agents as intermediaries to make the owner aware that I was considering another home in the area. Once they knew we had an acceptable alternative, my husband and I, along with the 2 real estate agents, went to see the seller. Undoubtedly, the other side believed that we could walk away because they made 2 quick concessions. We went from $50,000 apart to only $20,000. Suddenly, my husband, who seemed impatient throughout, stood up and started to draw a floor plan for the placement of his furniture in the den. If this weren't enough, he asked if he could borrow a ruler so he could measure the windows for drapes. Not surprisingly, the previously anxious seller seemed to toughen his position. Finally, I had to give in on the whole $20,000. Sabotage by my own spouse. Similar events transpire in international relationships when the President of the United States, our foreign policy CEO, tries to communicate our national intentions, resolve, and determination to opposing nations. Because in a free society, communication occurs across a broad front, the President can be stripped of his bargaining chips and leverage by the media, Congress, public figures, and mass demonstrations. To sum up, always get the commitment of every member of your team and constituency before you interact with the other side. This ensures that the message being sent is consistent and coherent. Third, most evident of all is the pressure exerted upon us by the other side, who is occupying a different role and represents other interests. Under this rubric, the power of commitment can operate in 2 ways. A house divided. One aspect of commitment is to recognize that often the person with whom you are negotiating terms and price is not the end user. He or she is a purchasing agent who, upon concluding this transaction, goes on to something else. Of course, it means that sometimes the price and terms are excellent, but the product or services can leave much to be desired. Experienced people who are responsible for integrating and using what has been acquired know all too well that what comes cheap can often prove costly. Thus, if you are able, during the lead time stage, to gain their commitment to what you are selling, they will exert leverage on your behalf with their own purchaser. Enhancing believability. The other facet of commitment is a move made to convince an opponent that you mean business. It's a blatant power tactic used to reinforce the believability of a communication and express resolve. For example, if I say, I will not retreat, back down, or compromise, this may be seen as boastful bluster. But what if, in effect, for all to see, I burn my bridges behind me? In this case, my desire has been transformed into a necessity. When Spaniard Hernando Cortez's soldiers went ashore in Veracruz, Mexico, they set ablaze the vessels used to transport them across the Atlantic. This communicated to the indigenous people that they meant business, since retreat or return to their homeland was no longer possible. Updating this concept, isn't this what NATO did after World War II when it stationed troops in West Germany? What about the American forces in South Korea and Japan, whose presence acts as a deterrent against aggression? Item. At the height of the Cold War, 1953 to 55, I was a tanker in the 14th Armored Cavalry Regiment stationed at the Fulda Gap in West Germany. NATO strategists anticipated that this was the likely spot that the Soviet bloc would use in the event they invaded Western Europe. During our briefings, we were advised that we were a mere tripwire contingent who, in the event of an attack, would be behind enemy lines. Nonetheless, we were told, your sacrifice will not be in vain because it kicks off World War III. Presumably, this was supposed to reassure us. Such deployments constituted an irrevocable step that committed us to a definite course of action should one of our adversaries cross the Rubicon. In making these moves, what we try to do was alter our opponent's expectations by limiting our own options. Isn't this what deterrence theory was all about? The accumulation of nuclear capabilities that we were prepared to use to prevent aggression and minimize world conflict. Hence, this type of commitment is a promise or pledge of what you will do in a contingency. It's a high-risk maneuver that may often be interpreted by the target as a threat. In essence, if he or she does not comply, negative consequences will certainly follow. Because this is a potent and rigid tactic, converting a negotiation from positive sum to zero sum, one might think that its use is very limited in everyday dealings. However, this is not necessarily so, considering the following prosaic illustrations. 1. The chief union negotiator tells the media, if we don't get a 6% across-the-board increase, we'll be walking a picket line tomorrow night at midnight. 2. Professional football owners acknowledge publicly that they are taking 2% of their gross revenues to establish a strike fund. 3. As the deadline for concluding contract negotiation nears, management in broad daylight moves cots, bedding, cooking utensils, and food into the factory. 4. Israel's Likud party, while in control of the government, encourages approximately 100,000 settlers to move to the West Bank, Judea and Samaria, and Gaza, knowing that ultimately it will be more difficult to return this land to the Palestinians. 5. A popular cola soft drink bottler tells a local supermarket manager, if we can't get a shelf display of 12 feet minimum, get your supply from our competition. 6. A Major League Baseball owner announces at a press conference that if the city and state won't pay for the building of a new stadium, he will move the franchise to another city. 7. After a hectic election among the rank and file, a new union president, running as a moderate, barely defeated a radical element within the membership. At the start of collective bargaining, he informs management that if he cannot get 2 more paid holidays for the workers, he will resign and they can take their chances with the extremists. Such commitments fix a negotiator to a particular position. It's a trade-off of flexibility and possibly reputation, if not follow through, for an emphasis upon resolve and determination. To some extent, these are intended as offers that can't be refused. Commitment or threat. Having said all this, it should be evident that this attempt to enhance believability via an express commitment is often taken as a direct threat by the recipient. Because people resent bullying attempts, when this does happen, it sours the negotiating climate and transforms potential partners into adversaries. Moreover, most negotiators who have been targeted tend to dig in their heels and reciprocate in kind. Accordingly, in everyday negotiations, I am not an advocate of direct threats, which I consider evidence of poor taste and a lack of maturity. All too often, they come from those with frustrated ambition, shamed pride, and self-esteem problems. In fact, my life's experience has shown that cruelty and threats come from the weak, whereas decency and compassion flow from the strong. Responding to threats. After a direct threat is communicated to me, I exhibit no change in demeanor and act like what was said is inconsequential. Having established the fact that I'm a slow learner, it's easy for me to say, gee, I don't understand. Or what'd you say? Usually they have to repeat and elaborate upon the threat. But even then, I remain calm and detached. Sometimes I smile, regarding what transpired as a humorous digression. At times, I have even laughed and said, I love the way you set that up. Could you do that again? By this time, most threateners move off this risky tactic and we can get back on track, attempting to solve the problem at hand. By treating their attempt at intimidation as being no big deal, it's easier for them to save face. Assuming they remain adamant, I try to probe for the reasons that underlie this uncharacteristic behavior. Then, if all else fails, I point out why I don't have the capacity to comply. Lack of authority, legitimacy, precedent, whatever. Indeed, in the past, I have been known to remark, I wish I could do what you want, but regrettably, I can't. I'm sorry. Stick 'em up. Better still, here is a more vivid and dramatic example of a successful response to a direct threat. In the motion picture, Take the Money and Run, Woody Allen plays Virgil Stockwell, an inept criminal down on his luck. Determined to change his life with one bold stroke, Virgil attempts a $50,000 bank holdup. After presenting the teller with his handwritten stick-up note, the dialogue went something like this. Teller, what does this say? Virgil, can't you read it? Teller, no, I can't understand this. This looks like GUB, G-U-B. What does that mean? Please put $50,000 in the bag and aft. Natural, I'm pointing a GUB at you. Virgil, no, it's an N, not a B. Teller, turning to another teller. George, could you step over here for a moment? Does this look like a B or an N? Virgil, it's an N. Teller, using the power of legitimacy. Sorry, you'll have to have your note initialed by one of our VPs before we can give you any money. It's bank policy. In the next scene, various bank employees and the VP, Mr. Miller, are in a heated discussion arguing over whether the note says gun or gub. Finally, Virgil is apprehended and ends up in jail. The moral of this vignette, it's impossible to stick up someone who doesn't know he's getting stuck up. Of course, this is movie make-believe, coming from the comedic mind of Woody Allen. However, there have been real-life situations where either dim-witted victims or those who deliberately react in unanticipated or unwanted fashion have caused robberies to abort. When I was at the FBI Academy in Quantico, I heard of numerous telereactions that foiled holdups. Forgive me, but I'm a trainee and not authorized. Please step to the next window. This one is closed. Sorry, I can't help you. I'm on my lunch break. I don't have a bag. Would you wait right here till I get one? You've just got to be kidding. Item, years ago when Senator William Proxmire of Wisconsin was jogging in the capital area of the District of Columbia, he was accosted by an armed assailant who demanded money. The quick-thinking senator said something to this effect. Go right ahead and carry out your threat. In fact, I want you to. I have terminal cancer and was thinking of suicide, but if I did, my wife could not collect on my life insurance. So if you kill me, you'll be helping out my family. At this point, the mugger, who didn't see himself as a murderer, took off. Section 5. Persuasive capacity. Facts? Don't bother me with facts when my mind is made up. Samuel Goldwyn. Unescapably, in everyday life, we find ourselves interacting with family members, vendors, customers, associates, employees, bosses, and sometimes mullish mandarins. During these exchanges, we attempt to influence their behavior using rational arguments and common sense. But in many instances, these encounters prove futile and frustrating. Why does our use of reasoning and impeccable logic often fail to bring about the change we desire? The glib answer, of course, is that human beings by nature are not rational and reasonable. To some extent, we are all afflicted with neophobia, an initial aversion to anything that is novel or different. So whenever we propose a new idea, it will be met with resistance. In knee-jerk fashion, a polemic will be presented to justify the status quo. And as one sage put it, these arguments are used in the same way that a drunk leans on a lamppost for support, not illumination. In Eugene O'Neill's classic work, The Iceman Cometh, the patrons of Harry Hope's saloon all cling to some pathetic self-delusion. Each is a master at rationalizing yesterday's setbacks while clinging to tomorrow's sham hopes. The play is about the human need for sustaining illusions, even as the hollowness of these illusions is cruelly exposed. Similarly, when negotiating, we sometimes encounter people with pipe dreams, unrealistic expectations, who are reality resistant. In such cases, we must delicately help them gain an understanding of the consequences of their behavior. While doing so, it's valuable to appreciate the existing barriers that restrain their willingness to adapt and change. Roadblocks to change. To be certain, negotiating is about communicating to convert. So let's review some of the barriers that exist which inhibit the other party from shifting from no to yes, or going from reluctance to acceptance. 1. Fondness for the known. While the existing situation or relationship has its problems and difficulties, we have become accustomed to it, knowing its routines and proprieties. Such familiarity and investment gives us a stake in continuing things as they are. Isn't this the certainty principle? A case in point, attempting to transform a strategic interaction that has always been conducted as positional or distributive bargaining, competitive negotiation, into a creative problem-solving process could be a difficult task. 2. Anxiety inherent in risk-taking. Though we accept the maximum that all progress entails risk, most of us are pragmatic and innately conservative. To voluntarily move into the unfamiliar and uncertain has the ominous aura of a high-stakes hazard. 3. The threat to vested interests. Because there is a presumption that the way things are is the way they're supposed to be, there is a hesitancy to change. Moreover, a feeling exists that higher-ups who establish or at least maintain these traditions might become peeved or even angry. 4. The desire to conform. The deeply rooted instinct to go along with the herd causes us to accept opinions and procedures that have been repeated over time. Being in harmony with customs and standard practices makes most of us comfortable. We see this bandwagon effect manifested in peer group pressure, which I suspect may determine fashion styles and music preferences. 5. Order is preferable to disorder. Because life itself is so unpredictable. In our job or career, we welcome areas or times of stability and tranquility. If we do A, we want to know that B will follow. But any change has the potential to produce the unforeseen and unanticipated. In short, doing A could also give us the undesirable side effect of X. There can be no doubt that as negotiators we must overcome this general resistance as we attempt to use our persuasive capacity to influence behavior. Based upon my experience in sales and as a practicing negotiator, let me share with you an interactive approach or model that will afford you persuasive power. You will note that there's no emphasis on highfalutin rhetoric or slick tactics. The reason, you can only change the other side's position by altering their attitude and the way they look at things. The persuasive power prescription. At the outset, try to gauge the mood and expectations of the other party. Consider a change of pace using self-deprecating humor to reduce tension. Look for something ludicrous or incongruous as it applies to you. This means that your repartee or levity should always be self-denigrating. Item. At his first press conference, the newly elected President Kennedy was asked by one of the media, "How did you become a hero during World War II?" "It was involuntary," he said. "They sunk my boat." 1. Reduce defensiveness. While displaying an interest in your counterpart, exhibit warmth and friendliness. Have them see you as authentic and sincere, warts and all. Which means, if you make an error, arriving 5 minutes late, say, profusely apologize without qualification. Remember, fessing up to messing up is an endearing quality. What you are trying to do is construct a climate of mutual respect and trust. This can be achieved in a number of ways. First, never be confrontational, dogmatic, or abrasive. Express your point of view in a soft tone with some hesitation. If you are too assertive and your proposal threatens a person or group's values, defiance will be generated along with resistance to the slightest accommodation. Second, don't unnerve the other side with your demeanor or words. An unseemly display of knowledge or experience will do this. Ogden Nash's rhyming couplet put it this way: "Here's a good rule of thumb. Too clever is dumb." In my years as a keynote speaker addressing high sales achievers, IBM's Golden Circle, or General Electric's incentive and reward cruises, the one overt characteristic that these pros had in common was a congenial and humble manner that was easy to relate to. Indeed, some had even perfected this into an art form. By using colloquial speech and the calculated fumble, they came across as regular guys or gals. For that matter, isn't this the bearing and style of Los Angeles Police Department's most effective detective? Clearly, I'm referring to Peter Falk's TV characterization of the clumsy and inelegant Columbo. Third, show you're listening by maintaining eye contact and taking notes. Display courtesy, empathy, respect, and understanding as you try to grasp their underlying concerns, interests, and needs. Before reacting, always hesitate briefly. Such a pregnant pause communicates that you are giving serious thought about what was said. It also holds their attention and builds suspense. Fourth, realize that your response will be most effective when it's in close accord with the predispositions of the other side. Accordingly, as you begin, tell them what they would like to hear. Persuasive communicators have always started this way. Indeed, recorded history and literature are filled with examples that support this approach. Mark Antony's method. One of the most well-known addresses is Mark Antony's speech to a hostile crowd at the funeral of the assassinated Julius Caesar. William Shakespeare captured its essence in his historical drama. The play opens with a return to Rome of General Julius Caesar after another military victory. As he moves through the streets, he is greeted by a cheering and doting public. Meanwhile, Cassius, a declared political opponent, jealous of his adulation, conspires to murder him. Attempting to enlist Brutus, the general's personal friend in the plot, Cassius argues that Caesar's acclaim poses a menace to the Republic. In effect, Brutus's love for Rome must prevail over his admiration for Caesar. The next day, the Ides of March, as Caesar is addressing the populace on the steps of the Capitol, the conspirators dagger him to death. The last assailant is Brutus, and as Caesar falls, he utters, "Et tu, Brute," you too, Brutus. Because the onlooking Romans were dazzled and appalled, Brutus arranged for an immediate funeral, where he could mollify the masses by justifying the assassination. At the funeral, Brutus explains to the mourners that this was a principled murder. He had been forced to join the plot to save Rome from dictatorship. Not that I love Caesar less, but that I loved Rome more. When he concluded, he had won over the multitude with his eloquence and sincerity. But then, foolishly, Brutus asked Mark Antony, Caesar's subordinate and confidant, to address the crowd. When Antony rose to speak, the audience favored the plotters and accepted Brutus's justification. Antony's task was formidable, yet the way he used his persuasive skill transformed their initial hostility into support. At the end, the listeners were so moved that they turned their anger against Brutus, driving him and his cohorts from Rome. Most noteworthy in Mark Antony's famous speech is how he leads off, agreeing with the predisposition of his audience. Since it's illustrative of the point I'm making, here's the beginning of his talk. Friends, Romans, countrymen, lend me your ears. I've come to bury Caesar, not to praise him. The evil that men do lives after them. The good is oft interred with their bones. So let it be with Caesar. The noble Brutus had told you Caesar was ambitious, and if it was so, it was a grievous fault, and grievously had Caesar answered it. Here under the leave of Brutus and the rest, for Brutus is an honorable man. So are they all honorable men. Moving from the theatrical to the practical, let's look at some things you might say to convey this agreeable bent. I generally subscribe to what you're saying. Thanks for your candor in sharing that with me. Granted, what you're saying makes sense. In fact, if I were you, I'd be saying something very similar. I see your point, and it's quite compatible with what I was thinking. You're absolutely right, so you may want to consider this. 2. Explore areas of agreement. While attempting to raise the level of trust, relate what you're saying to the other side's interests, problems, and concerns. In this respect, employ illustrations, stories, analogies, and comparisons that relate to their background. Use these devices to make your material come alive, getting and holding attention. Make no mistake, you should be operating on two fronts. One is the appeal to reason and logic, which should be illustrated by familiar examples. The other deals with basic human drives, self-esteem, status, pride, fear, security, belonging, which are revealed only when there is a high level of trust. Of course, whenever you seek action from a person or group, your comments must be framed in terms of their basic motivations, yearnings, ambitions, and interests. 3. Introducing new proposals. Having spent time discussing commonality and building confidence, the climate may be right for pioneering new ideas or proposals. However, before going further, let me give you the 3 basic ground rules for maintaining trust and playing the game. Number 1, flexibility should always be displayed. Number 2, concessions must always be reciprocated in one form or another. Now, not so fast. This does not mean that your concession has to be equal in magnitude. In some instances, a promise to merely consider their idea is sufficient. Number 3, never impugn the motives of anyone. This is the prohibition against attacking face, which means that if a third party is present, you must be especially sensitive about what you say. One change that you may want to institute is the use of creative problem solving, integrative bargaining to achieve win-win outcomes. This would replace the more competitive approach of positional bargaining and its potential for spawning losers. Certainly, if your relationship involves continuity, this is in the interest of both parties. As you attempt to unveil the novel, there are other common sense principles that you should incorporate in your approach. 1. Realize that resistance is more often about when or how the new arrangement was initiated, not about content per se. 2. When launching a new proposal, publicly concede that some adjustments may be necessary. 3. Fractionate the issues so there is a gradual implementation on a piecemeal basis over an extended period of time. A common collective bargaining technique used by unions is to negotiate for management's acceptance of a new concept that will not cost them anything in the contract under discussion. Then, 3 years later, in the next go-around, they bargain to activate this dormant provision. 4. Don't spring any idea that is a departure from the norm or what is expected without some warning. 5. Make use of probing questions to sift for alternatives similar to your own before you casually reveal it. For example, gee, I was just thinking, what if... 6. When strong opposition is encountered, sound a temporary retreat. As my Aunt Helen, a French war bride, used to say, it's sometimes necessary to step backward in order to go forward. 7. If you can bring into play new information, facts, or circumstances previously unknown, it greases the skids for the other side to alter their outlook. 8. Try to understand why the other side is really saying no. Always validate their feelings and reshape and refashion your new proposal to deal with these underlying apprehensions. 9. Finally, time is required for people to adjust their mindset, as well as to go back to their organization, which also has to adapt and reconcile themselves to the new reality. 4. Finally, get involvement. Formerly, I said that individuals who are actively involved and participating in generating or verifying facts and ideas are more likely to support the new conclusions that have evolved. In some, they feel a sense of ownership. So if you are doing some computations, ask the other side to help you. Get them into the act rather than just giving them the total. Years ago, stand-up comics would throw out the names of cities and ask the audience to partake with a show of hands. Coming from this tradition, Jay Leno, when he enters from behind the curtain on NBC's Tonight Show, does something very similar as he physically greets his fans. As you know, it's not an easy task to help people change, even when it's in their own interest to do so. And if they already expressed a contrary position publicly, it's even more difficult. So at first, you don't succeed. Keep reminding yourself that stumbling isn't falling, and certainly not failing. The key to persuading is patience and posture, which brings us to our next topic, the power of a gaming attitude. Section 6, a gaming attitude. The winning attitude is to be physically loose and mentally tight. Arthur Ashe. By this time, I hope you realize that seeing negotiations as game can help you develop a psychological shield between your self-esteem and the aggressiveness of others. And with this outlook will come the perspective and detachment of an outsider. If you have this gaming spirit, you won't try too hard to make a deal happen. Allowing some slack, you'll let events unfold on their own. Why? Because if you're over-anxious and push too hard, people are more likely to resist. Remember the boys that Tom Sawyer ultimately conned into whitewashing his fence? At first, he came on too strong, so they thought of the effort as work. Only when he backed off and lightened up did they see the task as play and gladly undertook it. You know this. The best way to get a merchant to lower his or her price is to care about the item for sale, but not that much. Previously, I called this attitude one of conscious inattention. When I made my first visit to Japan decades ago, I was surprised to see very few cash registers in retail stores. Use the abacus, the ancient calculating instrument. These cashiers seemed almost absent-minded as their figures flew over the wooden beads until the correct total emerged, much like the expert archer who affords the arrow some life of its own. What I'm saying is that one of the most important determinants of producing successful negotiating outcomes is your attitude. The same is true in life, where it's not primarily what you make it, but how you take it. Hence, train yourself to regard almost all of your social exchanges, interactions, and life situations as games. Step back a little, enjoy the moment, and have some fun. Even when things look like they are falling apart and your children are driving you crazy, invoke the sacred question: will I remember this in 20 years? If the answer is no, or unlikely, then forget about it. Life for all of us is a roller coaster ride, continuous ups and downs and to's and fro's. As the Arab proverb says, the dog barks, but the caravan moves on. Some have said that this is my own interpretation of the ancient Chinese yin and yang philosophy, where what first appear as opposites are really complementary. If there were no men, there would be no women, and vice versa. Without experiencing failure, we would not enjoy success. And if we weren't aware that death lies in wait for all of us, we could not appreciate life. Whatever, but this I believe: life contains few permanent absolutes. Certainly, we all know the bad things that can leave us devastated: the loss of a loved one, sickness, pain, suffering, depression. Among these, there are no nuances or grays. It's all black dog, the dumps. However, most everything else is yin and yang, not necessarily good or bad, but transient. It all depends on how you look at it. Let's take the case of money, which has always been around. It just changes pockets. For some who believe you are what you have, it's the drug of choice or the sine qua non. They spend their life trying to get it so they can obtain stuff they don't need to impress people they don't like. On the other hand, for others, it's a means or a necessity to fulfill their obligations and responsibilities. As a practical matter, money itself is neutral. In fact, if you want to know what God thinks of money, just look at some of the yahoos he gives it to. When I was in my late teen years, I went to the jazz club Birdland in Manhattan. At the time, our friend Bob Benton was dating the owner's daughter. While there, a musician sat down at our table and philosophically remarked, "You know, man, what you see depends upon who or where you be." Many years later, his wise observation came alive for me when Ellen had the responsibility for finding us a new home as we relocated from Libertyville to Glencoe, Illinois. Although I've told this tale before, there were specific portions that I deliberately omitted, primarily to save myself from personal embarrassment. The essence of the story is about how Ellen found the home she wanted, and before I ever saw it, had obtained the commitment of everyone in my organization, aka family. Presented with a fait accompli, I, in effect, ratified a decision that was already made by the people who were important to me. Never previously revealed was that after we both signed the contract for the purchase price of $135,000, I matter-of-factly inquired, "By the way, what was it listed at?" "Same," she said. "No, Ellen, I mean, what was the asking price?" "Oh, it was $135,000. "No," I said, "that can't be, because that's what we're paying." "Well, Herb, you got that right." Grabbing my chest, I gasped, "I don't believe it. You paid the asking price? Nobody does that." "Well, we just did," she said. Attempting to stay calm, I try to reassure myself. Well, you must have had a good reason. There's got to be something, I don't know, some justification. Well, there was, she said. It was a vacant home. What? Ellen, don't you understand? Vacant homes always go for less. Not in this case, she replied. Incomprehensible and trying to maintain calm, I implored her for an explanation. Okay, I'll tell you. If the home were occupied, we would have to wait for the owners to move out. Because that takes time, we wouldn't be residents of the school district until 2 months into the school term. So our kids would come into a new school after classes have been going on. Socially, they would be in an alien world, and academically, they would be struggling to survive. As a result, their self-esteem would diminish, their grades would drop, and they would be miserable. Who knows if they would even be able to go on to college after such a horrendous experience, struggling constantly to make friends and catch up. But now, they begin with their peers, make friends, get a good educational foundation, and feel good about themselves. They now have a chance to go to college, professional school, careers, and good lives. Well, Mr. Negotiator, isn't it worth the lousy $10,000 to ensure that your children have good lives? You know, I had never really thought about it that way. The woman is not wrong. She's right. Thus, what is a liability for one person, a vacant house, is in reality an asset for another. After all, what you see depends upon who or where you be. This brings us to the remaining sources of power. For the most part, they have been touched upon previously. For that reason, what follows is a synopsis of these points of potency. Section 7. Expertise. Unfortunately, too many of us never question the opinions and statements of those we believe have some specialized or esoteric knowledge. Whether it's an auto mechanic, an attorney, a stockbroker, a TV psychologist, a tax accountant, or even a medical doctor, these people are not infallible. The main thing is not to be overly impressed by advanced degrees or alleged credentials. So don't hesitate to make inquiries, ask for explanations, and when appropriate say, I don't understand. Could you simplify that for a layperson? If you need more courage, remind yourself that respect for experts started with wizards, conjurers, and witch doctors. Moreover, when someone is getting paid for expertise, shouldn't that affect his or her objectivity? Section 8. Knowledge of Needs. Throughout this audiobook, we have discussed the difference between expressed positions, demands, and underlying interests, actual needs. There are two ways to ascertain what the deal makers or deal breakers really are. One is, before you even go out to meet your counterpart, obtain information from someone who's done it before. Certainly, experience is the best teacher, but it's more cost-effective to use the experience of someone else. Then, when you interact with the other side, ask questions, listen, and probe. In doing so, if you are just slightly sensitive, you'll learn how you can rearrange and restructure your offer to make the deal. Section 9. Investment. Already discussed at length, this element of power is one of the most crucial. Getting the other party to spend time, money, or energy in resolving a conflict or solving a problem provides the foundation for closure. Every experienced negotiator knows that there is a direct correlation between the extent of investment and the willingness to compromise. If for no other reason, it's why you should always begin every strategic interaction in a cooperative manner, putting off the more contentious, emotional, and zero-sum issues for later. Section 10. Rewarding or punishing. When people think of power, what usually comes to mind is the capacity to compensate, or the alternative, to coerce. If the potential target believes they are vulnerable to being hurt or amenable to being helped, those with the capability to bring this about have power relative to such a person, institution, or nation. To reiterate, because power is a relational concept, it's not the attribute of a single person or group, but embedded in a social relationship. Hence, if I had a crust of bread, it could be sustenance for a starving person. Yet to a wealthy individual who just consumed a big meal, it's only a gigantic crumb. Obviously, when we talk about rewards, we are referring to the entire range of carrots, from providing psychological sunshine to financial remuneration. By the same token, sticks might include physical harm, impeding career progress, financial penalties, or anything that you wouldn't want to happen. Behavior tends to be shaped by the explicit or implicit reward and penalty system. For example, in the defense industry, major government contractors traditionally had staggering cost overruns. Why? The system never disciplined or punished these outcomes. Perhaps one of the most vivid portrayals of how carrots and sticks fashion conduct was given to us by David Mamet in his 1984 Pulitzer Prize-winning play, Glengarry Glen Ross. When the drama opens, we learn that four salesmen who peddle real estate to reluctant buyers are in the midst of a contest. The one who sells the most plots of land will be given a Cadillac Eldorado convertible car, and the runner-up a set of steak knives. Presumably, finishing third enables you to keep your job, and last place gets you fired. Operating in this context of cutthroat competition, we see these characters cajole, connive, dicker, intimidate, threaten, and wheel and deal to gain an edge. They are always closing. After all, jobs, monetary rewards, and families are riding on the results. The relevant point is that people's behavior can be transformed by the system under which they operate. Section 11, Identification. Often called referent power, getting others to identify with you or your situation transmits empathetic vibes that cause others to feel that they share your feelings and aspirations. This is an acquired characteristic, evident from your style and demeanor. It's a manner of conduct that inspires cooperation and respect. Before beginning a social exchange of some import, ask yourself these questions. What can I do or say at the outset to build a trusting relationship? How can I best approach them so they emotionally identify with me and my position? Section 12, Morality. When dealing with those who have similar values and ethical standards, the final fallback position is always to beseech them to do what's fair. If without defense or pretense you humbly ask for justice, people often respond positively. Although far afield, the surrender tactic has been used in the animal kingdom to ensure survival. When two wolves are involved in deadly combat, the one about to be killed will expose his throat to the victor. Faced with this choice, the triumphant wolf invariably will not exploit the opportunity. Years ago, when I was first employed by a particular governmental agency, they asked for my fee schedule. At the time, I really wanted this assignment, but we both knew there was no way they could afford my regular price. Then, during a face-to-face meeting, I said, "Honestly, I want to work with you on this. Since I trust you 100%, I know you'll get me as much money as you can. Whatever that amount is, I'll still do it." 2 months later, when I arrived at their headquarters, I learned from a third party that my negotiating partner had spent endless time and energy looking for ways to increase my fee. Finally, he had to go into the next year's budget for additional funds. Section 13. Precedent. When something previously done or said is advanced as an example or justification, it tends to carry weight. And where customs, traditions, and long-standing practices are held sacred, invoking them is overwhelmingly persuasive. In the United States, Great Britain, Australia, and Canada, routine buying and selling at fixed prices occurs because we simply follow habits. For instance, if you never negotiated with a one-price store, why would you believe it could be done? So by not trying, you won't succeed, which goes to prove you were right after all in believing you can't negotiate with a one-price store. In essence, your personal precedence has created a self-fulfilling prophecy. But if you try, you can overcome the past barrier. Just show where your current situation is different from the facts upon which the original precedent came into being was established. For heaven's sake, heed this message. You can negotiate anything. Section 14. Persistence. Never give in, never give in, never, in nothing, great or small, large or petty. Never give in except to convictions of honor and good sense. Winston Churchill. Sustaining ourselves in any endeavor where initial effort goes unrewarded requires that what we're striving for is worth the sacrifice. Manifestly, in the case of Churchill's World War II crusade, history has validated that his goal was worth the trying and dying. Obviously, few of us today are embarked upon such a noble cause. Still, most people are not persistent enough as they pursue worthwhile objectives. I have seen many negotiators, upon having an idea rejected, all too willing to drop their proposal and move on. Somehow they have forgotten that no is an opening bargaining position, and that it always takes time to get comfortable with anything unexpected. Therefore, force yourself to be more tenacious and persevering. Even though your approach or proposal receives a cold reception, bring it up again at a different time, in a different way. Remember, with the withering of the last no, the yes cometh. Not only in negotiating, but in life, when you go that extra mile, the traffic diminishes. The moral, keep on trucking and trying. A concluding point about power. To underscore all of this, let me share an experience that I had many years ago. At the time, I was involved with contract negotiations for the installation of cable television for several of Chicago's North Shore communities. One of the villages included was Kenilworth, an affluent, prim and proper suburb that borders Lake Michigan. As it happened, residents of this town invited Ellen and me to a small dinner party at their home. During the course of the evening, I was impressed by the sumptuous elegance of the surroundings and the graciousness of our hosts, Margaret and John Fitzgerald. Coming from old money and somewhat straight-laced, they were very nice people. After dinner, we retired to the library for cognac, and in the course of conversation, Margaret mentioned that she was having a problem with her 3-year-old son, Johnny. "What is it?" I inquired. "Well, he uses foul language," she said. "You understand." "What specifically do you mean?" You know, you can appreciate this. It's the vulgar 4-letter word." "Which one?" I asked. Hesitantly, she stammered, "Well, it's the one descriptive of, or synonymous with, Intercourse. It begins with the letter F. You know. At the time I thought, oh boy, I certainly know that one. I've heard it myself, and maybe even used it a few times. Actually, it's not surprising that most 3-year-olds utter that vulgarism. Why? Because that word happens to be orally pleasurable. In fact, psycholinguistics have been studying that four-letter vernacularism for decades and have determined that it's in the 97th percentile of oral pleasurability. Kids just love to pucker their lips and tingle as they slap that word off their alveolar gum ridge. It's an enjoyable feeling. That's why kids don't go around saying, "Go you." Ever hear that expression? Of course not. It doesn't produce the same delightful tingle. Parenthetically, it might be noted that words or language become popular because the speaker enjoys saying them. This may explain why so many Yiddish words have infiltrated the English language. Certain words seem to tickle the American funny bone, especially words starting with the letters sh or sh. Think for a moment what we have appropriated in our daily usage. There's schlep, to drag oneself around, schlock, goods of low quality, schmooze, to converse informally, and the epithets of schnook, schnorrer, and schmuck. What about the bumbling schlemiel who spills soup on the unfortunate schlemazel? All these are found in Webster's dictionary. Moving back to the mother's tale, I asked her how she reacts when this happens. The grandfather clock was chiming midnight as she started to respond, but she didn't have to. Suddenly, all eyes were diverted to the upstairs hallway, where little Johnny stood at the top of the stairs in his bunny pajamas. "Johnny," she shouted, "do you know what time it is? Get yourself back to bed." Disregarding his mother's instructions, Johnny kept walking down the steps. As the mother and father beseeched him to return to bed, he pursed his lips as if he were about to deliver his favorite expression. Abruptly, Mr. Fitzgerald interjected. "Hey, Johnny, come on down. It's good seeing you. Can we get you something to drink? Come, meet the Cohens." Indeed, I had the feeling that if little Johnny wanted a martini, he could probably get it. So, if the capability to produce an intended effect is power, who's got it in that family? Johnny, at the age of 3, had already established himself as the person who would determine what happens next. Many years later, when Illinois elected a man named Fitzgerald from the North Shore to the U.S. Senate, just for a fleeting moment I thought, oh my God, it's him. Obviously, it wasn't. My kid is still out there, probably building a business or political empire. Summarizing the prominent points in Chapter 10. If you're a seller of products, services, ideas, or proposals, generate competition for what you have. As a buyer or consumer, realize that vendors know that money talks and sometimes walks. The only thing it doesn't say is when or if it's coming back. Progress requires that you occasionally break from the herd and question symbols of legitimacy. Develop a reputation as someone who is willing to risk and even incur loss for the sake of core values and principles. To positively affect the behavior of your counterpart, start out by telling them what they would like to hear, and then express your ideas simply using examples from their experience. The best way to deal with a direct threat is to ignore it, play dumb, claim a lack of authority, or just laugh it off. Watching the process unfold, develop the gaming spirit of caring, but not that much, by lightening up and giggling more. Whenever you feel powerless and running on empty, it's time to fill her up by listening again to this audio tape. Chapter 11, Negotiating This and That. Almost every human transaction, sex, marriage, politics, for example, and even human traffic with the divine, religion, is a form of negotiation, the everlasting mating dance of the quid pro quo. Lance Morrow, Time Magazine. Throughout this book, I've tried to illuminate the negotiating process by furnishing provocative examples, anecdotes, and tales. Along the way, however, there are subjects that I have not directly covered. Hence, this chapter intends to remedy this by dealing with some of these areas. Section 1. Terrorism, a negotiation by violent means. During the late 1970s, I became concerned about the threat that international terrorism posed for Western democracies. Familiar with the Prussian military strategist Karl von Clausewitz's dictum that war is politics by other means, it struck me that terrorism was an extreme and unconscionable form of negotiation. What is terrorism? Terrorism is a staged act of violence against innocent people designed to gain maximum media coverage in order to produce shock and dread in the viewing public. This widespread fear is intended to put pressure on the authorities to grant the wishes of these barbarians. In sum, the public is supposed to blame themselves. Why do they hate us? What have we been doing wrong? What are the root causes of their anger and frustration? Regrettably, for decades, and even now, there are some who have been susceptible to this stratagem. Terrorism, then, is asymmetrical warfare in the service of a cause. The relatively powerless deliberately commit atrocities against civilians, attempting to extort concession from a much more powerful government. Instead of using time, information, and power to affect behavior, they employ the maiming and mayhem of non-combatants to get what they want. Precisely, it's the willful choice of civilians as targets for political purposes. Thus, when I heard someone say on television that George Washington was a terrorist freedom fighter without being challenged, I was incensed and appalled. Indeed, Che Guevara and Fidel Castro, who are not among my favorites, never stooped to acts of terrorism. When TWA Flight 847 was skyjacked in 1985 and Robert Stetham, an off-duty Seabee, was murdered, I was contacted by the CIA director and got heavily involved in this subject. I believed then that the Western media and our government were neglecting the potential danger posed by transnational terrorism. Please, don't get me wrong. I'm a Jeffersonian Democrat when it comes to the issue of a free press. Moreover, I do not subscribe to theories that the media operates in concert or has a deliberate bias. Rather, I suspect that many of those on television and their producers lack historical perspective, or perhaps are overly concerned with what will produce instant ratings. How else can one explain the countless hours of programming devoted to internet kidnapping, shark attacks, road rage, and carjackings? What about the endless time given to O.J. Simpson, Gary Condit, and Susan Smith? Of course, these matters should be covered, but journalists should have a sense of priorities as to what is most important to the health and well-being of the nation. Terror attacks of 9/11. In September 2001, however, the calamity resulting from the attacks on New York City's Twin Towers and the Pentagon brought into focus the repugnance of terrorism. While the rest of the world had been exposed to this type of carnage for at least 3 decades, albeit not of this magnitude, Americans believed themselves immune. In retrospect, it's easy to fault governmental agencies and the media for this tragedy, which washed the nation in images of horror and heroism. But in truth, the vicious dimension of these attacks was simply unimaginable to the rational Western mindset. Habitually, we ascribe our values and beliefs to others, even those evildoers who would do us harm. In this regard, I am reminded of author Rich Cohen, who coincidentally is my son's, portrayal of Joseph Goebbels in The Avengers. In 1941, after the German invasion of Lithuania, Goebbels was put in charge of the Vilna Ghetto. Though there was evidence that those rounded up for relocation were being murdered, he could not bring himself to believe that this was happening. Thinking as a civilized person, he assumed that the Nazis would act in their own self-interest, and this meant using those that they deported as laborers to help them win the war. Therefore, from the perspective of those who brought us the terror of 9/11, this was an extension of negotiation by extraordinary means. Their goal was to extract foreign policy concessions from the United States, who they thought could be taken on with impunity. If they could cause us to sustain considerable loss of human life and produce sufficient fear over time, they would undermine our confidence and sense of purpose. At this point in time, I am hopeful that the American public understands what is at stake, for to grant favors to terrorists will only embolden them and cause more civilian deaths. This means that on occasion, the United States may find itself at odds with some of our traditional allies. History has shown that too often world opinion is influenced by commercial interests, appeasement, and fear. But as Winston Churchill knew in 1939, sometimes to do what's right requires that you stand alone. From the macrocosm of terrorism, we now move to the microcosm of a more familiar subject, parenting. Section 2, Raising Children. I have 42,000 children, and not one comes to visit. Mel Brooks's 2,000-year-old man. Happy families are all alike, wrote Tolstoy at the start of Anna Karenina, but every unhappy family is unhappy in its own way. During the Sturm und Drang of being a parent, I often thought of Tolstoy and wish Howard Baker had asked him, what did you know and when did you know it? Certainly, politics and parenting are the only important jobs for which no formal education is required. Perhaps that's why truly happy families seem as rare as sunny days in Seattle. The education of a father. After Ellen and I married, we had 3 children. That's the way they used to do it. Although I traveled a great deal, when I was home, I spent virtually all of my time with our children, especially the oldest. Sharon was a perfect little girl and young woman until she got into high school. After an outstanding freshman year, she suddenly became apathetic and indifferent to the world around her. It wasn't that she was doing anything bad, she just wasn't doing anything. Most of her time seemed to be spent staring out the window or looking at her fingernails. When I complained to Ellen about her daughter, she tried to make me feel better. What are you talking about, she said. She doesn't smoke or drink, she's not taking drugs, and she's not even going out with boys. That's the problem, I said. If she were doing any of these things, I could hope that she'd stop. But she's not doing that stuff, so I have no hope. Eventually, Sharon's lethargy got to Ellen, too. And in a moment of frustration, Ellen remarked to me, you know, raising kids is like making pancakes. You ought to be able to throw away the first batch. As I continued watching Sharon watch the wall, I began to think about Ellen's philosophic remark. She's right. 'cause the first batch is hardly edible. The second lot of pancakes is not bad, but the third batch is downright delicious. So the problem cannot be the batter, but the grill, which means that it may not be the kid, but us, her parents. Maybe we were overmanaging her or watching her too closely. Perhaps I thought she needs more freedom, some separation from us to grow into herself. Sure, I was too emotionally involved, caring too much. Accordingly, I hit on a scheme to get rid of the kid, at least for the summer. By divine guidance or luck, I discovered a program, the Experiment in International Living, which would take her off our hands for at least 2 months. And the country I selected to send her to was France. Truly, I felt they deserved each other. Undeniably, one of the memorable moments of my life was when the plane door closed and Sharon was on her way to Paris. Buoyed by the thought of 2 months without aggravation, Ellen and I skipped out of O'Hare Airport arm in arm. Never have we been so close. Be assured that after 2 months, Sharon returned, and Ellen and I met her at the gate. She looked well, and we all walked downstairs to wait for her luggage. Eventually, all the baggage came out, and the carousel stopped. While I was looking for her bags, Sharon just stood there, gazing into space. "Where are your bags?" I asked. "Well, I know you checked 2 when you left," I said. "But you stopped off in Paris, so maybe you have 3. "No, not really," she said. "But where are the original 2? I asked. "I guess they're not here," she replied. "Don't tell me the airline lost your bags. How did they manage that?" "No, not really," she said. "What happened? Were they stolen? Why would anyone steal a kid's duffel bags?" "Oh, my God, you got mugged. Were you robbed in Paris?" It was in Paris, all right," she said. "I was walking on the Champs-Élysées and was so tired. The bags were so heavy and my arms hurt so much, so I just left them there on the sidewalk." During the rest of her turbulent teen years, things didn't get much better. Because I felt that she was not sufficiently productive and responsible, I got involved in micromanaging her life. This meant that I reviewed her homework, got her a part-time job, and laid out rules of conduct. For the most part, Sharon humored me, practicing what I later termed malicious obedience. Somehow, in her readings, she came across the Spanish proverb, "So obedici pero no si cumple." One obeys, but does not comply. And this helped her play the game, so most of the time we got along. Fast forward now to the time when high schoolers apply to the university of their choice. Since I believe she didn't understand how important this decision was, I again took over. After considerable research and study, I had her make applications to some of the finest women's colleges in the United States. Not only that, but I personally drove her to visits and interviews at Wellesley, Williams, Mount Holyoke, Vassar, Smith, Radcliffe, and Bryn Mawr. And would you believe she was actually accepted to 3 of these distinguished institutions of higher learning? My strategy had paid off. When it came time to make her decision among these 3, we were sitting at the kitchen table. Suspense had been building as we awaited word on her choice. "Mom and Dad," she said, "I made my selection." "What is it? Which one?" "I decided I'm going to Newcomb," she replied. "Newcomb? What?" I said. "That's not on our list. In fact, that's not a school. It's a baseball player, Don Newcomb of the Dodgers." "No, it's a college that's part of Tulane," she responded. "It's in New Orleans." By this time, I realized that her needs and my needs were not the same, and that she would be more committed to succeed in the school she selected. Moreover, Sharon's persistence was wearing me out, and I still had 2 younger children who needed my attention. From their standpoint, I suspect they were grateful for what up to now had been my benign neglect. 4 years later, Sharon graduated from Newcomb College, and the entire family was at dinner in New Orleans, celebrating the occasion. Although sitting around the table in a festive mood, the inevitable question was raised. "So, Sharon, what do you intend to do now?" "What do you mean?" she said. "Are you getting a job?" I interjected. "Oh, no," she said. "I'm not ready for full-time employment. I need time to think." "So what are you going to do?" I asked. Without pausing, she replied, "I'm going to law school." "I never knew you wanted to be a lawyer," Ellen remarked. "Well, actually, I don't," Sharon said, "but I need a lot of time to contemplate what I'm going to do with the rest of my life. I thought of getting an MBA, but that's only 2 years. A JD, however, takes 3, so I'll go to law school." Though I was slowly burning inside by her flip attitude, I inquired offhandedly, "Oh, have you decided on a particular law school?" "Yes, of course. I'll go to the University of San Diego Law School." "Is that right?" I snapped. "I didn't even know they had a law school. If you want California, what about Bolt, Hastings, Stanford, USC, or UCLA? Those I heard of." "Well, it came down to one thing," she said. "What was that?" Ellen asked. We all leaned forward anxiously, waiting to hear this one thing, the sole criterion for her decision. Sharon paused and then uttered the word, "climate." Sharon graduated from the University of San Diego Law School and was accepted into the honors program at the U.S. Department of Justice, where she was a trial attorney in the Civil Division. Thereafter, she became a federal prosecutor and today enthusiastically works in that capacity in a highly responsible position. During this time, she married Bill, and they have 4 children. Besides being wonderful, loving parents, they both are active in many charities and programs, including, of all things, the mentoring of teenagers. Why have I shared this lengthy story with you? First, with the perspective of time, I realize that this tale of passing parental disappointment is more about me than our daughter. Suffering from what I consider historical amnesia, Sharon hardly remembers any of this. Clearly, in those days as a dad, I was too emotionally involved, caring much too much about the insignificant. Now, in negotiating with offspring, I am finally mastering the proper balance between irrational exuberance and utter despair. Second, as you go through the frequently exasperating experience of parenting teenagers, I hope that you will recall Sharon's saga. In moments when you are disappointed and dispirited, take heart that things will work out well. It just takes time for your foundation of love to surface. Lastly, this chronicle of my credentials will establish that I'm far from an expert on the subject of raising children. Most of what I know, I have learned from the experience of negotiating with Sharon and her siblings, Steve and Rich. Having gone through this process, however, I'll share with you what I have picked up. The joy of the young is to disobey. James M. Barrie. Whenever our teenage kids complained about the established order of things, it always reminded me of the 1954 movie, The Wild One. In one scene, Marlon Brando, the menacing leader of a motorcycle gang, rides into a small town in Middle America. There he is approached by a local teenage girl who asks him, "What are you rebelling against?" And his reply was, "What do you got?" For decades, Madison Avenue and media mavens have been trying to categorize and label demographic groups. Baby boomers, Gen X, the millennials. They might even have us believe that birth dates are destiny. Obviously, living at a time of great change, youngsters of today are different from their parents, and certainly grandparents. But hasn't this always been true? My mom and dad's generation knew that living required struggle, sacrifice, and deferred gratification so their children could have a better life. Presently, kids raised in relative prosperity amidst greater acceleration and transience are more focused on the here and now, their own happiness and immediate desires. Yet, they are also more accepting of individual differences and tolerant of other races, religions, and sexual orientation. Most notable from a parental perspective, this generation of kids, like all their predecessors, has their own style of dress, music, and even language. Indeed, they have enriched our culture with such phrases as, "Don't go there," "Talk to the hand," "Hello," whatever, yada, 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 and yeah, sure. Significantly, though, in too many instances, the responsibility of character formation has moved from the family to peer group celebrities who appear in the mass media. Still, we know that the first 10 years of a child's life are what shape self-esteem, instill confidence, and furnish values. If you don't believe me, just ask psychiatrists whose adult patients declare that in their heads they still hear voices from childhood telling them, "Shame on you. Don't embarrass me. You're not smart enough. You can't do that. Sex is dirty. Your sister's so much prettier than you. You're getting fat." And on and on. My purpose in saying this is that the unconditional love you give your child in the formative years stays with him or her forever. Sometimes it vanishes from sight during the tempestuous teens, but it will always reemerge. Item: young children also engage in negotiating. From the time they are toddlers, we have seen them attempt to play one parent against another, hold back affection, and make demands when it's time to go to sleep. If very determined, they complain about monsters under their bed, and as a last resort, might even force themselves to throw up. Parental negotiating nuggets. Which brings us to the revelation of my personal negotiating nuggets for interacting with children. Here are some of my credos and concepts, which I suspect were in part influenced by the wisdom of Chaim Ganat. Number 1, distinguish between morality and propriety. Human beings all have behavioral preferences and tastes. There are things we favor and those we frown upon. In my case, I had at least 100 ideas and opinions as to how my children should act and comport themselves. These range from the way they dress to what was ingested into their bodies. But I learned early on that if I attempted to impose all my predilections upon them, the result was a total loss of credibility. So I separated the handful of moral issues from the multitude of behaviors that I preferred. This core of righteous items was non-negotiable because they involved the child's health and welfare and the consideration of others. Among this group were no drugs, no driving if alcohol was consumed, respect for the dignity of people. Beyond this small nucleus of rules, there are at least 100 other matters where I expressed my opinion as to what was suitable and appropriate. With respect to these, the child was expected to listen to my sensible advice, take into account my experience and the strength of my convictions. Then, after weighing all this and thinking about the consequences, he could do whatever he wanted. As a result, this meant that our son Rich, for years, wore jeans with holes in both knees and occasionally one near his crotch. Did that bother me? Of course. But this was an area where he was able to express his creativity and air out his body. Another subject where there was a difference of opinion was music. Being from a different time, I favored Frank Sinatra, Perry Como, and Dean Martin. But Steve went for hard and loud rock, music whose lyrics were unintelligible to me. The point is that by making this distinction between the absolute and the advisable, Teenagers have a sense of freedom. It's like the difference between the attitude of a penitentiary inmate and a cloistered monk. Number 2, minimize peer group pressure. Previously, I mentioned that too many children identify more with their peers than their family. To reduce this dangerous trend, we had a family rule that if a child did something stupid and gave the excuse that everyone else did it, he would be punished commensurate with the offense. On the other hand, if the child informed us that before making this unfortunate decision, he contemplated the risks and effects and was not incited or impelled by others, this would be a mitigating factor. In the end, you want to develop individualistic thinking children who are not afraid to go against the grain. Number 3, obtain timely information. Insist that you or your spouse be the first to know. Your child should be informed that you want to know bad news immediately. No surprises. In that case, punishment would be minimal or none. On the other hand, if you learn disappointing news from someone else or discover it yourself, the penalty would be compounded. For example, let's say your child borrows the family automobile, scrapes the fender, and walks in and says, "Dad, I just damaged the car pulling into the garage." Under these circumstances, my response would be, "Thank God, it's only physical damage. Are you okay?" What you're doing is establishing a reward and penalty system that reinforces candor and open communication. Number 4, use descriptive I language. Earlier, I mentioned the importance of being non-judgmental and not overreacting to the things you're told. Naturally, this applies to children as well. While keeping calm and cool, not accusatory, substitute the word I for you. Let's assume your kid is playing the TV very loud or bouncing a ball against the wall in the living room. Instead of saying, "You're playing that too damn loud," or "You have a lot of nerve throwing the ball inside the house," I would personalize my annoyance. "I'm disturbed by the TV or the ball." I might say, "I think I'm getting a headache. I'm really bothered. I know I shouldn't, but I find myself getting very upset and angry." At this point, the savvy child receiving the message will cease and desist. Number 5, lessen sibling rivalry. When children have differences and disputes, don't play the role of a mediator or act like King Solomon. Try to have them resolve their disagreement themselves. During the teenage years, my daughter Sharon would sometimes run to me with news. "Steve just punched me." Before I could even react, Steve appeared. "I didn't hit her," he protested. "I was just making a fist and she ran into it." Rather than separating the combatants or rendering a judgment, I did the opposite. I brought them together for a full hearing of the dispute. First, I gave Sharon 5 minutes to tell her story, which included the incident and what led up to it. Then Steve got 5 minutes to present his case and contradict anything that his sister had said. Then it was Sharon's turn to rebut her brother's contentions. Again, it was back to Steve for his counter-argument. By now, they were developing commonality. Both of them were especially bored by me and this entire process. All at once, they stood up and walked toward the door together. Arm in arm, one of them usually turned back his or her head and said, "Forget it. Where's Mom?" What does this technique do? Certainly, it saves you a lot of time in the future. But more, it teaches them to solve their own problems and become more self-reliant. A coincidence, no doubt, but Sharon and Stephen became attorneys. Number 6, let the offender determine his fate. Inescapably, it is the nature of things that children will lapse or misbehave. When this occurs, they generally recognize that they overstepped the bounds and expect to be disciplined. In these instances, the offender and his parents convene around a dining table. Only he's installed at the head, where a parent normally sits. "Okay, I want you to act as the mom and dad," I say. "What do you think a fair punishment should be?" Surprisingly, the child almost always comes up with a very severe penalty. On these occasions, his mother and I confer, and his recommended disciplinary action is surely reduced. This approach has the benefit of having the parents appear understanding and compassionate. Additionally, the child is more committed to accepting the outcome because of his involvement. Number 7, learn to forgive, especially yourself. There are some parents who act as though raising well-adjusted children depends upon the right conjunction of happenstance, luck, and perhaps the alignment of stars. Thankfully, they are in the minority. The vast majority of us, however, take this responsibility seriously, perhaps too seriously. These dedicated moms and dads dealing with kids who procrastinate, obfuscate, and infuriate may on occasion feel a sense of failure and disappointment. There was a time when I was so baffled and frustrated by a child's behavior that I was inconsolable. Heartsick as I was, I remember listening repeatedly to Jerry Herman's Broadway musical score for Mame. Over and over again, I played cut 13 of the recording, If He Walked Into My Life Today, about the nagging doubts and guilt of child rearing. It only depressed me more. The timeless truth, though, is that children need missteps and setbacks in order to grow and develop. They learn from these so they can find their own way. Helping me with this idea was our son Steve, the so-called neglected middle child, who taught me that the more I know about this subject, the less I think I know. Once I was counseling him about the importance of getting more A's on his report card. After listening politely and actually taking notes, knowing how to play the game, he gave me his perspective. Dad, he said, while high school encourages hyper competition for grades, I think this should be the time for discovery and exploration. How could I argue with that? More pointedly, parents who give much to their children blame themselves if something goes wrong. Truly, we all need to remember that in this wacky world, you can't control everything. Unexpected stuff happens. All you can do is your best, and that's more than enough. Further, moms and dads always evaluate their efforts prematurely because the process has not yet run its course. Indeed, where love has been given without having to be earned, things invariably work out. Bruno Bettelheim, the eminent psychologist, had this to say: the primary measure of parenting can be seen in how your children raise their children. Above all, remember that compassion, forgiveness, and grace come from the strong, whereas only the weak are callous, cruel, and indifferent. Summarizing the prominent points in Chapter 11. Terrorism, an unconscionable form of negotiations, is a staged choreography of violence directed against innocent people, designed to influence the behavior of a powerful government. Today's children are affected by peer group pressure. Occasionally, though, they express a desire to be different by dressing exactly like their friends. Although raising kids may be akin to making pancakes, we don't have the luxury of throwing away the first batch. Our greatest challenge as parents is negotiating with our offspring in ways that produce win-win outcomes. Chapter 12. The Game of Life. The real voyage of discovery consists not in seeking new landscapes, but in having new eyes. Marcel Proust. Having come this far, I hope the journey has been both informative and enjoyable. More significantly, perhaps, you are now viewing this game from a slightly different perspective. I have always believed that things, for the most part, don't change, but outlooks can. All we are given in life are possibilities and options, but the ability to recognize them and transform dreams into actuality depends upon us. The Outsiders Paragon. In the history of North America, one of the most successful groups in achieving their goals were those we call immigrants. Even today, 1 of every 6 Canadians are immigrants, as are 1 out of 14 in the United States. By and large, they arrived on these shores with very little in the way of tangible assets, money, education, yet so many of them achieved their objectives. In many instances, they surpassed the native-born. How did these outsiders do it? Certainly, they did not stride down gangplanks, immaculately attired, announcing their desire to achieve the big time. No, I don't think so. These were people who came here in the bowels of overcrowded vessels with tags around their necks. For the most part, they didn't know the English language. Or if they did, they spoke with a brogue, a lilt, a rhythmic cadence, or a heavy accent. Item. Of particular interest is what religious and secular scholars have told us about Jesus, one of the most influential figures in the history of the world. Doubtlessly, he did not have the impressive physical stature of a Hollywood action hero. According to the Gospels, he dressed shabbily and wore a beard, but more, he was an outsider from Nazareth, easily identifiable by his accented speech. So newly arrived immigrants knew they didn't know, which is the requisite attitude for acquiring knowledge. They asked questions, actively listened, and were not afraid to say, "Help me." Not knowing the new language, they tried to read the nuances and cues, understanding that meanings aren't in words, but in people. Better yet, immigrants came here with great, maybe unrealistic aspirations. People told them that they were expecting too much, but they went ahead anyway. Remember, these were individuals who didn't fully understand what was being said or just figured that this is America, where the impossible wasn't what it used to be. In times of rapid change, we are all immigrants in our once familiar world. Perhaps if we were to see ourselves in that light, we would be less literal in obeying things that don't make sense, which means occasionally questioning authority, reality testing, probability estimating, and using our own judgment more. As Erich Fromm has said, if the danger of the past was that men could become slaves, the danger of the future may be that men could become robots. Using the skills and senses of the immigrant, you can obtain more information, aim higher, and take calculated risks. This will enhance your ability and effectiveness, not only as a negotiator, but also as a manager, leader, parent, consumer, and even as a relationship partner. The roller coaster model. There are those who see life as a game to be won or lost, akin to a race up a staircase. Their goal is to overcome others in order to reach the top first. But a more realistic paradigm is a roller coaster ride, where we go up and down, but always moving forward. To get the most out of this journey, one needs some overarching system of values and ethics that give meaning to living. As Dostoevsky said, if you got a why for your existence, you can live with almost any how. James Stockwell, while a captive in North Vietnam, proved that resistance and dignity could be maintained under the worst conditions. In his incandescent triumph of spirit, he had afforded a luminous example for all of us. Moving toward the end of this work, I don't presume to know what destiny holds for any of us. One thing, however, is certain. None of us are getting out of this world alive. Knowing this, allow me to conclude with some suggestions for playing the game of life. Although mentioned in this book in one form or another, They are worth repeating. Section 1. The balance of caring, but not that much. Outside of a dog, a book is a man's best friend. Inside of a dog, it's too dark to read. Groucho Marx. My explicit theme throughout has been the value of detaching ourselves from immediate desires. For a compelling or overwhelming need will not produce a good deal. As Alexis de Tocqueville cautioned, never abandon mature design to gratify a momentary passion. Certainly the best way to get a merchant in the Istanbul Bazaar to lower his price is to appear to have little interest in what he's selling. By seeming to be devoid of desires or have other options, you can exert considerable leverage over anyone who wants something from you. A case in point. With our first two children, we employed the successful strategy of rewarding behavior we desired with end-of-the-meal desserts. Then along came the youngest, Rich, who could not be bribed with cake, pastry, or ice cream. By necessity, another prize had to be found. This incantation to care, but not that much, applies to abstract ideas as well. Take the concept of freedom, which works only if there are some voluntarily accepted boundaries. But this is true with children too. To keep them close, you've got to give them space. We are all here for a relatively brief time. So in this same spirit of balance, I wish the Almighty will take a liking to you, but not that soon. Section 2. The force is within you. The only limits of power is the bounds of belief. Harold Wilson. By any measure, you have more power than you think. Don't suffer from the fear of trying. If you have never sustained a setback, I suspect it's because your aim has been too low. Too often, what prevents us from attempting more is the invisible images in our minds. This is what I call the tendency to focus on the 4 F's: faults, flaws, foibles, and failure. Should this be the case, your last frontier is not outer space, but inner space. It's you yourself and the artificial barriers that you're establishing that limit your potential. If the meaning of life is that it should have some meaning, only action can bestow significance upon your existence. And that requires striving and expending yourself in a worthy cause. Section 3. Differentiate yourself. Insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, but expecting different results. Rita Mae Brown. We all know that in many Pacific Rim cultures, China, Japan, South Korea, conformity is encouraged and expected. Children are told that the protruding nail is the one that gets hammered down, just as the rock that stands up in the river is worn away by the current. In America, on the other hand, unique people and exceptional events are savored in the nooks and crannies of our minds. President John F. Kennedy remains a living memory, whereas President Calvin Coolidge has faded into oblivion. When someone told Alice Longworth Roosevelt that the latter was dead, she is reported to have said, "How can they tell?" When you endeavor to do what's right against all odds, even if you don't at first succeed, there's nobility and even majesty in such setbacks. After all, you're not here to do what's already been done. In an expanding world, patience and persistence are on the side of the unorthodox, idealistic outsider. If nothing else, the rapid pace of change may cause those who once dwelled in the suburb of ideas to find that without moving, they are suddenly living downtown. Section 4. Celebrate each day. I have no yesterdays. Time took them away. Tomorrow may not be, but I have today. Pearl Yaden McInnes. Implicitly, one of the messages of this book is the need to find more joy, fun, and laughter in our everyday strategic interactions. If nothing else, this will reduce anxiety, worry, and lend perspective. Many years ago, I was reminded of all this while in London on business. It was especially memorable because I was at the St. James Club. Up to then, this was the first time I had ever been admitted to a private club. The night before my departure, I went to sleep about 3 a.m. and asked the operator to call me in 3 hours. I figured I would nap on the flight back. Coming from the United States, I had expectations about wake-up calls. In my experience, about half of the time, they are perfunctory recorded messages that do the job. On other occasions, it's usually an impersonal female voice that tells you the time and recites, "Have a nice day." When the call came, I was startled from a sound sleep. I didn't know where I was. Instinctively, I picked up the receiver and heard a booming imperial voice that seemed to be coming from above. Resonant with authority, and in an oppressive British manner, it said, "Mr. Herbert Cohen, this is your final day. You're checking out." My first reaction was, this is it, the big checkout. But I was not ready to go just yet. Awed and alarmed, it took me at least 5 seconds to realize where I was and what had just happened. Eventually that morning, I was on my way to Heathrow Airport, but I couldn't shake that lordly 6 a.m. checkout call. Maybe this was the way those who departed were actually notified. What if this were my last day? As my taxi proceeded to the airport, we unexpectedly hit a traffic snarl. The gridlock was so bad that we hadn't moved in at least 5 minutes. Ordinarily, fearful of missing the flight, I might have asked the driver, can you get off this road and go a different way? Or what if we traveled on the shoulder? Who knows? Maybe I might have gotten up on the roof of our vehicle to see what the problem was. At this particular moment, however, having experienced the lordly checkout, I decided to relish the moment. Instead of just sitting there, I got out and personally introduced myself to other drivers and passengers. One woman was playing her car radio very loud, and I asked her if she wanted to dance. Her partner smiled and lent encouragement. "Go ahead, dance with the crazy Yank." We were doing a Lindy Hop on the highway, and others were joining the festivities. Unfortunately, the fun lasted for only about 10 minutes, until the traffic finally started to move. Those who were there probably still remember it. Continuing the trip and reflecting on what transpired, it seemed that what we regret most in life are not the things we did, but the things we didn't do. Perhaps the lesson for me was that life should be lived not only for length, but breadth too. So let me close with the advice I remember hearing from Leo Buscaglia, who once said, "Live each day like it's your last, because one of these days you're bound to be right." Summarizing the prominent points in Chapter 12. Not being overly attached to the status quo can enable you to gain perspective, obtain more information, aim higher, and take calculated risks. With all due respects, learning negotiation suddenly by hearing an audio tape is like making love via email. Thus, get out there and dare to begin.
Copyright 2018, Phoenix Books.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.